Hello everyone, this is a live stream where me, Skari, are going to go through the entirety of the Drukhari faction and give you a comprehensive breakdown of everything in the Drukhari faction. That's alright, Skari, the Archon, is going to go over Drukhari stuff. And I'm really excited to share it with all of you here on YouTube. Now, of course, or on whatever platform you're watching this on. Now, the aim of this video is I'm going to break up the video into multiple little videos that I will re-release as their own sort of like bite-sized tactical videos where I go over tips and tricks and things that matter to me in the faction, combos that I've used over the course of the years, or that I've learned how to use, etc., etc. And hopefully you learn a few things. Now, this is the live stream, so it's going to be a long video, going to go through absolutely everything. I will endeavor to put chapters when it's done live, so you can kind of skip through the chapters and go through anything from the special rule to the individual data sheets and things like that as well. And hopefully you learn something. That's the whole point of this video. Learn a few things about the Drukhari from me. You know, you might just pick up a few things, needless to say. Now, of course, I think there's only the one data sheet which won't be on the main Drukhari stuff, which I guess is in the the Forge World stuff. I wonder if that's something that we can get in here without it. It's not, yeah, Imperial Army data sheets. You know what? Let's pull it up right now so I have it handy, just so I can flip to it as well, which I think would be good to have. And then what I'll do is I'm going to go to studio mode here, and then over here we're going to make sure that we can kind of switch over to stuff. Okay, perfect. Makes me smile inside. And then we can kind of talk about the Tantalus if we need to. I like it, because the Tantalus is like one of the coolest units in the entire book as well, which is awesome. Of course, if you're in, you can leave a like, you can share the video, you can subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and you can essentially be part of the community. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. The best way to support the channel is by becoming a member or a Patreon. The link is in the description below. And of course, for YouTube members, you know kind of like how that works for like bonus content and things like such. So without further ado, let's dive in to the comprehensive breakdown of the Drukhari on a Monday evening here on Skaredcast. Okay, so let's dive right in. So right now, we're going to take a look at the Drukhari. Drukhari? You know, I tried to do everything in one cut, but that was pretty crazy. Let's try that again. So let's begin with the Drukhari Army Special Rule. Let's break it down and take a deep bite on how it works and how it interacts with the faction in general. So, the Drukhari Army Special Rule is called Power from Pain. So if your faction that you've picked for your army is Drukhari, then units within your army that have this ability can be empowered through pain. This is done by using what are called pain tokens. So, the way that you gain pain tokens is you start with some at the start of the battle, depending on the size. So if you're playing a combat patrol or an incursion, it's 1 or 2 pain tokens. If you're playing a strike force mission, which is the standard mission size, you get 3 pain tokens. And of course, onslaught, you get 4 pain tokens, which is anything bigger than that. Now, you also can get a pain token for each enemy unit that is destroyed. Now, it doesn't have to be destroyed by a Drukhari unit. So if you've allied in Eldar, they will generate you pain tokens, as an example. And every time an enemy unit fails a battle shock test, you also get a pain token. This allows you to really leverage the pain token dynamic of the game and really use that tools effectively. So the way you kind of have a little pool, it's a little resource pool of pain tokens themselves, and the way that you use them is at the start of a phase, you can essentially expend your paint tokens, you use them as a resource, so you spend them, and you put them on units at the start of a phase, before you've done anything in that phase, to empower them. And depending on which phase you have empowered them in, it will give them a certain ability, right? So now this means at the start of the phase. So if it's your turn and your opponent also has stuff that happens at the start of the phase, you get to choose what happens first and in what order it happens, like a stack, right? So for example, if you have Incubi that cause a battle shock test at the start of the fight phase, you can force that to happen before you empower your units, right? So it's important to understand like when it happens. If your opponent has something that happens in the fight phase and you want to see, well, what's that gonna, if that gonna do mortal wounds to kill my unit before I empower them, like you can force them to, or like ask them to do that first and then go back to the power empowerment and stuff like that as well. So how does it work? You empower a unit at the start of the phase. If you've done it in the movement, it allows you to reroll advance rolls. If you've done it in the charge phase, it allows you to reroll charge rolls. Massively important and very, very useful, especially because a reroll on a charge is a CP normally, like with a CP reroll. And that is a command point, which is a resource that is incredibly important. So I use paint tokens a lot on rerolling charges. The other phases use it in the shooting or fight phase, right? Each time a model makes an attack, you can reroll hit rolls, and if it's a melee attack, you can improve the armor penetration characteristic of the attack by 1. So reroll all hit rolls in either the shooting or the fight phase, yours or your opponent's. You're not really shooting in your opponent's shooting phase, right? But in the fight phase, 100% works. And then you get an extra AP of 1, which is really, really useful, right? So the extra AP is fantastic. I highly recommend you use those pain tokens if you got them. Try and get pain tokens and then use pain tokens to get pain tokens, right? That's sort of like the most efficient way of using it. And overall, that is the army rule. There's not much else to it, you know? So what are some good tips or tricks for using the army rule? So for using the Drukhari army rule, number 1 is don't be afraid to use paint tokens. You start with 3, and early in the game, you have to be a little bit more careful of where you're going to use them, but I tend to use them more than not, right? I also really, really rate highly the Cronos, for example. The Cronos is basically a 9-inch bubble, a unit that is empowered basically on a 4+, it refunds you the pain token that you have given. Now, the way that it was ruled at the WGC is the way that I've been using it, which means you cannot use pain tokens that have been regenerated to then empower more units to then regenerate to then empower more units, because you allocate all your pain tokens at the start of the phase, and then the Cronos technically doesn't happen at the start of the phase, which is its own little like bubble in the hierarchy of things that happen. So if you have 3 pain tokens, you expend 3 pain tokens, you roll for your Cronos, and then those just kind of carry over to the next phase. Still very, very important. I think Cronoses are humongously important to the army rule in general. Now, use them to get them. Try and make sure that you, like, range units tend to really enjoy them. I really like putting a paint token on a beast pack early on in the game to try and get, like, a kill on a scout unit, or to try and kill a rhino, or, like, a squad of infiltrators or something that kind of got a little too close. Because if you give a paint token, it increases the odds that you'll kill something, but also then increase the odds that you'll just get the pain token back if they kill whatever they're killing. So that's a good use of a pain token, is to generate a pain token. Now, Battle Shock, by the way, is one of the less used but most important aspects of generating pain tokens. Even against Tyranid players, I always remember to ask them to take their Battle Shock tests. And even if you don't kill something, remembering that they have to take a battle shock test because they're, say, under 50% starting strength or whatever, can have a massive impact because it gives you sort of like a passive income of pain tokens. And the more you remember, the better. Now, there are mechanics that allows you to cause battle shock tests. There are allies you can add in to increase battle shock tests, reduce leadership for battle shock tests. But all I'm saying is, with the army special rule, massively important to remember battle shock tests because it is something that will be very important. Now, I hope that helps you understand the Drukhari army rule, the pain tokens. So leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think about the pain token mechanic. Like the video if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. And a huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. So if you'd like to support the channel, best ways with a membership here on YouTube or on the Patreon page directly for additional content, a bonus Discord, TTS League, a Crusade League that we're doing, a whole variety of different things. Other than that, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next video. Now, of course, for anybody who's just tuned in live, I'm filming this live stream, going through every part of the Drukhari book, and I'm essentially going to be splitting it up into lots of little bite-sized videos. So stick around in between sort of like sections. I'll go through the chat and I'll answer questions and things like that. And I hope you get involved in stuff like that. Mike Cosby says, prey upon their tears. Yes, 100%. I 100% agree. Skajald, how's it going? Tiny Little Dragon, hello. Hello, Red Rum. Hello, Radio Magic. Can't wait to learn some sneaky Eldar tricks. That's fantastic. They should be a catalyst to generate more pain tokens when things are going well. Well, when things are going well, you tend to generate pain tokens just in general, you know? Hey, play on tabletop. Thank you so much. That means a lot. I really appreciate your endorsement. Thank you. That means a lot. 10 minutes late, catching up now. Nice. Mr. Von Fluffykins. Nice. Arthur Sakar. I had just asked in the Discord about the Cronos thing. You read my mind. Well, that's, great minds think alike and fools rarely differ. Can I spend my pain tokens after Incubi force battle shock in combat? Yes. Yeah, the battle shock thing and the pain token thing happens at the start of a phase. And so if it's like you get to choose in what order that happens in your turn. In your opponent's turn, technically your opponent would get to pick because it's their turn, because it's simultaneous. So they could say, no, allocate first and then use it, I think technically that's how that works. Finally made it to a live stream, says ZN. Nice, welcome. Harborn from Vortex Games. Welcome. Catching 2 live streams in one day. What luck. Well, it is what it is. Thanks to Vortex Games, I have a screen, and I've got cameras, and I've got a screen that I get to use, and I've got my other screen. So huge shout out to Vortex Games, without whom I couldn't do live streams. So thank you so much. Ciao, Dorian. Ciao. What's going on? Nice to see you. Okay, so let's move on to the next little segment. So stick around. Let's do this. Hello, everyone, and today, in this video, we're going to be looking at the deep dive into the Realspace Raiders detachment for the Drukhari. Now, this is the original detachment that was released with the Drukhari Index, and since then, we have had a second one added. But let's dive in to what is probably the most, quote, iconic mix detachment of the Dark Eldar. And if you have any questions or comments, make sure you leave them in down below. So, the Realspace Raiders detachment rule. So if you build a list with, and you want to use this detachment rule, what do you get? So we talked about pain tokens earlier in a different video. So you have, at the start of the battle, you gain an additional pain token for each of the following your army contains. So if you have an Archon, or you get an extra pain token. If you have at least 1 Succubus, you get an extra pain token. If you have at least 1 Heamonculus, you also get a pain token. And there you have it. And they're all cumulative. So an Archon, a Succubus, and a Heamonculus will give you +3 pain tokens, meaning that in a Strike Force game, instead of starting with 3 pain tokens, you would start with 5 or 6 or 4, depending on the mix of characters you have. Of course, this is designed to encourage you to take different types of characters. Now, most competitive Drukhari builds will have at least one Archon, will have at least Lelith, that does count as a Succubus for this rule, and at least Urien Rakarth, that also counts as a Heamonculus for this rule. So, or well, could have Urien Rakarth. So you would start with about 5 pain tokens in your traditional army build. Now, it's all about pain tokens, and that is the army special rule. So how does that sort of like play into everything that works? We'll talk about that in a second. So let's talk about enhancements. So the Drukhari Realspace Raider enhancements are the Crucible of Malediction. So once per game at the start of the shooting phase, of any shooting phase, yours or your opponent's, you can use this enhancement. And every enemy unit within 12 inches must take a Battle Shock test at -1 if the bearer's unit is currently empowered. And each time the Psyker unit fails a test, it also suffers D3 mortal wounds. Now, the Crucible of Malediction is Heamonculus only, and don't forget the Heamonculus also has a -1 leadership bubble within 6 inches. So, if they're empowered, you get within 6 inches, you can actually have them take a Battle Shock test and a -2 to the leadership, which can be really handy. And don't forget, Battle Shock tests give you pain tokens. So not only is it disruptive to the enemy if they're trying to score points, but it is also very, very useful to just gain those pain tokens back, especially if you're having a hard time or against more elite armies that might have less units for you to farm pain tokens from. Right, so that's like something to very much keep in mind. I love, like back when we didn't have the Realspace, the Skysplinter Assault, this Crucible of Malediction was one of those back pocket abilities that I used to have in my like repertoire, my toolkit. That was one of the only things that allowed me to play into things like Custodes, that had the stratagem to make them fight first. This was before the Codex, or an easy interrupt, right? Now, of course, it's a little bit less, like, annoying. So it's still useful for that sense, but like, do not underestimate the power of Battle Shocks. Battle Shocks can completely change a game, right? So I rate the Crucible of Action. I think it's very, very good. The next one is Labyrinthine Cunning. So an Archon model only, and every time you select the unit as a target of a stratagem, you roll a d6, and you add 3 if the stratagem is the Alliance of Agony. On a 4+, you gain a CP. So it's like a CP regeneration. I never really used this ever. The Alliance of Agony requires you to have like a Heamonculus, Succubus, and an Archon on the table, all doing the thing at the same time. It was one of the most situational stratagems ever, right? And like, and on a 4+ with the Archon, like, there's not like we can kind of go through and take a look at some of the strats you might use, especially with some of the builds that we've been seeing a lot, like the Core of the Archon mixing in with like Kabalite Warriors and a Raider and things like that. But it's definitely not like and it's one of the most expensive enhancements, and it's not really that good. Like, I don't really rate it too high. As for the Blood Dancer, so Succubus model only, you improve the attacks and armor piercing characteristic by 1. If it's empowered, you improve the attacks and armor penetration characteristics by 2. This brings a pain tokened Succubus with her like Blood Dancer to AP 5 with a pain token, which is wild. Like, it just means she ignores 2-up saves if they don't have an invul. Most things have an invul, but it's pretty nasty. And she goes up to 8 attacks when she's empowered with sustained hits. So Blood Dancer actually makes a Succubus kind of killy. Like, kind of killy. So it is something to kind of keep in mind as well. Labyrinthine Cunning in a transport faction is a little annoying, yes. Blood Dancer is one. I like Blood Dancer. And last but not least, the main reason that you probably take this detachment is the Art of Pain enhancement. So It is a Drukhari model only in your command phase. If they're on the battlefield, you gain a pain token. I tended to do this with a Beastmaster, actually, of all things, because back in the day I ran double Beastmaster, and they have to start on the table because they're beasts. And so I'd keep the Art of Pain Beastmaster back and keep him back for like 1 or 2 turns and just get a couple of extra pain tokens to get me going, sort of thing. And then I'd have one Beastmaster that I'd like throw up and suicide into the enemy, as I normally do. This allows you to use your army rule better, and I think the Art of Pain is one of the better enhancements of the bunch. Personally, I do like it. Now, Realspace Raider does come with its own set of stratagems. They are very specific, you know, and I feel like a lot of the stratagems in this detachment require you to have, like, you know, it has to be a full moon, and there has to be wolves howling at the moon, and therefore you can use your stratagem on the 3rd day of every week or whatever. Like, it's very specific, and it's one of the reasons I feel that Skysplinter Assault is just better, is their detachments their stratagems tend to synergize better with how Drukhari wants to play in general. But let's take a look at them. There's 6 of them, as you know, per detachment, and we'll kind of dive into each one of these. So the Alliance of Agony is the one that we just talked about with the enhancement. So when at the start of any phase, you can have 1 Archon, 1 Succubus, and 1 Heamonculus in your army. They have to be on the battlefield, of course. You discard 1 pain token from your token pool, and then all 3 models units are empowered. You can only use a stratagem if you're able to select all 3 target models stated above. So it's like, it's fantastic. It works great if you have 3, like an Archon, a Heamonculus, and a Succubus walk into a bar. They're all standing together, and they all want the same drink, right? Like, it's very situational. It can be handy in a pinch if you're like, I'm going to charge with my Succubus, I'm going to charge with my Archon, I'm going to charge with my Wracks and my Heamonculus, and then I'm going to empower them all because I have 1 pain token in my back pocket, and it's like that 1 go turn, and it's like, that's the only time you're really going to use it. And as soon as your opponent kills your Succubus or kills your Heamonculus or kills the Archon, like, you just can't use a stratagem anymore. So it's like, it's very, I don't know, I find that it's very, very situational as well. But, you know, it's cool in concept. Then we have Insensible to Pain. Now, this one is probably the best stratagem, one of the 2 best well, actually, there's 3 good stratagems in this one. This is one of the 3 good stratagems. Any Heamonculus Coven unit in your opponent's shooting phase or fight phase, -1 to be wounded. So it synergizes very well with Talos, Grotesques, Wracks, a Heamonculus, Urien, Rakarth, like anything that's Heamonculus Coven. Now, if you could take a transport and make a Heamonculus Coven and then be able to use this on a transport, that would be awesome, right? Like, imagine a really cool converted one. It does make Talos and Cronos very durable. Toughness 7 or Toughness 5 or Toughness 4 with -1 to be wounded can really change the math of the damage the opponent's trying to do and can really help keeping those tough units alive. So do not underestimate Insensible to Pain. It is one of the best stratagems in this detachment. Then we have Quicksilver Reactions. So Quicksilver Reactions is any Drukhari unit that's been selected as a target, except Heamonculus Coven units. So you cannot use this on Talos, Cronos, Wracks, Heamonculus. Nothing like that. It's just -1 to be hit, right? In shooting or in combat, -1 to hit. That is a good stratagem as well. It keeps you alive longer. It, you know, things like Venoms already have stealth built in, but it also works in combat, so you can kind of try and keep, like, Witches alive or Incubi alive. You know, it is one of those things that changes the math. It is a very useful stratagem. You will use this often, right? And it is just something that you will get there. And I will be getting to everybody in chat at the end of the segment. Then we have the other 3 stratagems. So, Prey on the Weak. In your shooting phase, 1 Cabal unit and 1 enemy unit that's below half strength. Already, it's like, it's good, but it forces you to, like, it's good at, like, okay, I need to finish something off, right? It's like, almost dead, I need to make sure it's dead, you know, but it's a Cabal unit. So what is a Cabal unit? You have a Ravager, a Kabalite warrior squad. right? That's the only Cabal units in your army. That's it. Now, it's cool with a Ravager, but a Ravager has a rule where it gets reroll ones to hit if it's shooting at something that is at full strength and not damaged, which means it's sort of like you probably have shot the Ravagers first if you bought Ravagers in the first place, right? So it's only really for Kabalite warriors. And then it's reroll wound rolls. However, if you're using your Kabalite warriors to do damage and shooting, you're probably putting an Archon in the unit for reroll hits and reroll ones to wound, or reroll wound rolls with a pain token, right? So, do you really need Prey on the Weak? You know, it's like I don't know. It's like I rarely use this stratagem. Rarely use this stratagem. Cooling concept. I wish it was for like. I wish none of these were like locked to Cabal and Homunculus Coven and Witch Cult. If it's supposed to be the Realspace raid, they should apply to like everyone involved, in my opinion. Last but not least, acrobatic display. In your charge phase, one Witch Cult unit from your army, you can charge even if it advanced or fell back. So fall back and charge, advance and charge. That's very good. You know, Witch Cult units are not crazy, like, nasty in close combat other than Lelith. And then when we go to the Realspace Raiders, I mean the Skysplinter Assault, being able to move a transport and get out of your transport and still charge is basically acrobatic display, but better, because it's more reliable because there's no advance roll involved. But it's, you know, it gives you the option to advance and charge with Hellions and Reaver Jetbikes, and, you know, it increases your threat range. It's not a bad strat, but I rarely use it, right? And last but not least, Strike and Fade. Now, the value of Strike and Fade has been reduced in the Pariah Nexus season, because actions fail if you do any sort of move as you're doing an action. So Strike and Fade is more of a defensive stratagem nowadays, where like you pop out with, say, a Ravager, you shoot, you spend 2 CP, and then you pop it behind a wall so that nobody can shoot your Ravager back. So it allows the Ravager to be a bit like a Scourge unit. It is 2 CP though, so you're spending a chunky amount of command points to try and make this happen. And you cannot use it on aircraft, and you cannot use it to embark with the transport. However, for scoring points, or like engage on all fronts, or behind enemy lines, or screening an enemy, you know, being able to like move a unit like a beast pack, and then, you know, move and advance, say, your beast pack 12 plus whatever, and then move your beast pack again, right? And just like move them 24 inches plus d6 and like completely block someone in. It has a lot of strategic value, and I really think it's one of the strongest types of stratagems in the game, which is extra movement. So, all in all, if we take a look at the Realspace raid detachment, the synergy between the detachment rule and the army rule is good. The enhancements do benefit the units that we have in our army well. However, a lot of the stratagems don't necessarily synergize too well, or are a little bit too specific in order to get the most out of the stratagems for the army itself. Now, if you have any questions or comments, leave them down below. Make sure you like this video and or subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon or as a YouTube member. The link to the Patreon is down below, and a huge shout out to all of you. Thank you. And I'll catch you on the next one. The Dark Kin. Of course, for anybody who's brand new or just checking in, I'm going to be doing little segments in the live stream. So make sure you stay tuned to that. And these are all going to be cut up into little videos that I'm going to post later in like its own little series. So I decided to do this live for all of you. So let's go back to the chat. Thank you so much, Arma Nexus, for the super chat. That means a lot. Thank you so much. That is amazing. I just wanted to say thank you for all the content you produce, Skari. Help me jump back into 40k after a 7-year break and reignite my Drukhari army. That is fabulous. Thank you so much. I'm glad it has inspired you. That is awesome. It's nice to see. I love hearing feedback from folks that have had a good time, like you know, relearning the game or getting back into it and kind of understanding or learning more about the game itself, and hopefully little tips and tricks that you get from me here help out in that sense, right? So I do hope that that is the case. And let's do something like this. Ba-bow, there we go. Make sure that that is nice and shown off there as well. Bastion Wargaming says, good evening, good night from Poland. Hello, Poland. Well done playing Team Canada and beating Team Canada quite soundly in the group stage of the World Team Championship this year. I'll be back. I'll be there next year, so we'll see. I may do such a faction breakdown for my own channel thanks to you. Yeah, no problem, Bastion. You should. You know, faction breakdowns, I was thinking about it today. I was like, I haven't put up a video. It's like, I haven't really done something like this. I really like to like break it all down and kind of cut it up into little easy to digest segments. I might as well. So I think that would be very, very useful. Stell says, Labyrinthine Cunning in a transport faction is so weird. I agree. You know, it's like it has to be on the board. You have to use the CP on him. I don't know. It is just weird. It's like a lot of the synergies, like in order to use like Devious Mastermind, like have the Vect bubble, right? Like you need to be on the table. Like there's so many things. It's like you have to be on the table. It's like why? Why do I want to walk around? I want all my abilities to work from inside of a transport. That's just at least sticky objectives works inside of his transport, and that's good. Dorian says, good for the inner circle of Dark Angels. Correct. What do you think the odds of us getting a named Archon in 10th is? Should I not hold my breath for Vect to make his entrance to the range? I don't know. To be honest, I think, like, they already made a Vect model from back in the day. I don't know if they'd bring Vect back, to be honest. If anything, they might bring, like, Duke Sliskus back or something like that. You know, who knows? But if it's a new moon, you get a different bonus. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about some very specific army rules. Like, you know, I'm sure the development team in Warhammer is like, yeah, you know, we should do this, and we should add, like, all these cool rules. And then you look at it and go, wait a second. Like, did somebody actually read these rules before you, like, put them together? I don't know. Bonsoir, Guillaume. Ça va? Ça va bien? Et toi? Nico says, most likely just a redone Urien, but I'll happily rather take that than nothing new. Yes, anything new would be good, to be honest. Bastion says, I wonder if with a bit of dread what the other detachment we will get. Well, I, like, on a limb, Realspace Raid, right? Skysplinter, which is going to be the Kabalite one. Witch Cult, Coven, right? At least 4. And, like, the mix, and then 1 of each. Like, it seems, like, other than those, I don't really know. Maybe a Shadow one? Like, Shadow Mandrakes, you know? Buy new models. Hey, Sindri, what's going on? Nico says, I miss our old mix-it salad of having to choose a detachment rule for 3 sub-factions. Yeah, that was really cool. I really enjoyed that. Deathwatch done dirty. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame what they did. But at the same time, I kind of like the new Agents of the Imperium book. I think it's quite good. I like it. It's cool. Bogdan says, do you think there is use for Ravagers with Disintegrators or just Dark Lances? I haven't really used Disi Ravagers, so I'm going to reserve judgment on that. I'm going to try them, I guess, at some point, but I feel like you'd have to supplement them with good anti-tank, basically. Tiny Little Dragon, still trying to put together my first 1,000 points Drukhari, so these kinds of guides are really useful. Thanks, Mr. Skari. No problem, Tiny Little Dragon. Good luck in building your army, and I hope if you find this useful, learn some stuff. Justin says, this is a timely episode. I just bought the Drukhari Combat Patrol. Nice! Welcome to the Dark City. Yeah, the Duke, right? The Duke will be cool. No one reads the rules. Eldar in 10th. Prove that. Yeah, that's right. Armand Nexus says, the original Realspace raid feels so hodgepodge. I'd love to see more universal application of strats and rules as you mentioned. I agree. It would be cool if, you know, then again, they've shown that they will take stuff and fix it. You know, like they fixed AdMech, right? They gave them more options. They changed some of the Gene Stealer Cult stuff. The army rule's terrible, but like the detachments are really, really cool and flavorful, right? And now I will use Disi Ravagers as a term forever. Yeah, that's what we call them. Disi Ravagers. That's literally the term. Disi Ravagers. If they diss everyone, they're like, diss you and diss you. If Corsairs could use Venoms and Raiders, do you think they'd have a place in the army? Scouting Venoms could be nice. Yes, I think that would be great, to be honest. Drukhari are very lucky to get a detachment early to solve their issue. Yes, and now, like, folks are enjoying the faction. It feels really good. Adding Skysplinter helped tons, yes. Hello, Zinth. Good evening. Okay, let's dive in to the next segment. Ready? The next detachment. I should probably drink some water. Delicious. Agua. Hello and welcome to the next detachment breakdown. Today we're going to be talking about Skysplinter Assault, the second detachment available to the Drukhari faction. We're going to go over the stratagems, we're going to go over its army special rule, we're going to go over the enhancements, and I'm going to give you my thoughts and specific stuff, tips and tricks that I have thought of that might help you get better with this detachment all in all. So, let's dive in. So Skysplinter Assault, the army, the detachment special rule is Reign of Cruelty. Now, note that it is spelt rain as in rain, not a king's reign, but rain, which is going to get everybody wet, right? Because it's just everywhere. Each time a Drukhari unit from your army disembarks from a transport, until the end of the turn, that unit's ranged weapons have the Ignores Cover ability, and that unit's melee weapons have the Lance ability. This is one of the best detachment rules Games Workshop has written for a faction. And the reason being is because it very directly impacts a faction the way that you want to play the faction in the first place. Which a lot of the times is, I want to put everything in transports and boats, and I want to yeet them forward at the enemy. And if they get out and they have guns, their guns get better. And if they get out and have close combat weapons, their close combat weapons get better. And it synergizes so well with the shooting units of the army, the in and out of transports. It synergizes very well with the ability to get in and out of transports using things like Venoms or the stratagems that are available to the faction. And it synergizes very well with your close combat units like Wyches and Incubi and even things like Grotesques if you put them inside of a transport. It even makes things like Kabalite warriors or Wracks that don't necessarily have the best close combat potential punch above their weight class when it comes to combat if they charge and stuff out of a transport. So ignoring cover, always really useful. It's like getting an additional AP on your weapons. And Lance, +1 to wound, means that your stuff is always going to be decently good at wounding stuff in close combat, which I think is very, very useful. It's like the way that Drukhari wants to be played in a detachment rule, which is really neat. So let's go over the 4 enhancements for this detachment. So Phantasmal Smoke is any Drukhari model. While the bearer's unit is wholly within 6 inches of a friendly transport, the bearer's unit has the benefit of cover and the stealth ability. So, once again, not an enhancement I use very often at all, but if you're going for a more defensive build or you like that ability to like stick around your transports and stay alive, something like a large Court of the Archon, 10 Kabalites, a Court, the Archon, all wholly within 6 inches of a Raider, or a unit of Incubi, for example, that you want to keep close to transports, and it's a larger unit, you want to keep them in cover and hard to hit, it can be synergistically good. The thing is, it is an enhancement that works well with how you want to build a Skysplinter Assault. Transports, units in transports, getting in and out of transports, and it just works very well in synergy with the army rule, right? But it isn't like I wouldn't normally if I'm getting shot, my unit is getting shot and it's outside of a transport, my unit is going to die. That's just how it works. I play Dark Eldar. My units are going to die. So I don't rate Phantasmal Smoke as high, even though the synergy is quite good. Sadistic Fulcrum. So a Drukhari model only, each time you spend a pain token to empower the bearer's unit in the shooting phase only, you can select a friendly transport within 3, and that transport is also empowered. Can be quite handy if you're running out of pain tokens. Very, very good with something like a Tantalus. Like if you are running a Tantalus the Sadistic Fulcrum is quite handy because you can empower the unit that's next to the Tantalus, and that will then empower the Tantalus as well, so you get more bang for your buck. So in certain builds, it can be very useful to help with pain token management early on in the game. Of course, we went over pain token management in a different video, so make sure you check that video out where I break down like pain tokens and that mechanic as well. Then we have Spiteful Raider. So another Drukhari model only, right? Each time the bearer's unit destroys an enemy unit in the fight phase, if that enemy unit was in range of one or more objective markers of the when the bearer's unit was selected to fight, you gain an additional pain token. So this can be quite handy at, once again, generating some pain tokens. One of my favorite little combos is a Heamonculus with Spiteful Raider in a unit of Wracks. And they go around in a transport, and they jump out of a transport, go run onto something that's on an objective, and then they kill it for like triple pain token. So they get one for being Wracks and killing a unit, they can get one for killing a unit, and then get one for Spiteful Raider for killing a unit, which is awesome. Right, it can be quite handy, especially if you just want, if you're playing against stuff that has lots of infantry, works really well. An Archon with some Incubi that just goes and wants to target stuff close to objectives. Nice handy way of just getting some extra pain tokens to help you keep that damage output potential high, right? That's the whole point of the pain tokens, is you want to keep that damage potential good, right? And kind of flowing. And then we have the Nightmare Shroud. Probably the best enhancement in this detachment, hands down. It's a Drukhari model only. Each time the model's unit disembarks from a transport, so when that unit disembarks, until the end of that turn, units cannot use Overwatch against the bearer's unit. It's very useful if you want to try and keep a unit of close combat squishy models alive, like Incubi or Wyches. And it combines and synergizes very well with the Vect aura, so you can have one Archon that has the, say, Warlord Vect aura of making stratagems hard to use around, which increases Overwatch. And then you could have another Archon, say, with a unit of Incubi, or a Succubus with Wyches, or whatever, that can get out of a transport and just not get Overwatched at all, because the Nightmare Shroud says no. It says, not allowed, no transports, no Overwatch for you. That Nightmare Shroud is one you see very often, and it is a very powerful enhancement. However, let's dive into some of these stratagems. Unlike the other detachment, the Realspace raid, the stratagems in Skysplinter Assault are the reason I play Skysplinter Assault. I have played Realspace Raiders once or twice since the Skysplinter Assault was released, and I've only played it in Crusade narrative games for a Crusade purpose, like for a narrative purpose. If I'm playing competitively, Skysplinter Assault is my go-to, mainly because the stratagems themselves lend themselves to play the faction just the way that I feel it should be played, that gives you a better chance at winning the games that you want to play. So, some of them are more situational, of course, than others, which is fine. However, I do love every single one of these stratagems. I've used every stratagem. I've used it. I love it. Okay? So, Vicious Blades, 1 CP in the fight phase, any fight phase, just after a Drukhari transport has selected its targets. That transport, after it is fought, rolls a dice for every model inside of the transport, and on a 5+, does a mortal wound to a maximum of 6. Every rack model gets an addition. Like, if you're racks in the transport, you get +1 to the roll. So it's on 4 pluses for racks. So basically, they stab you from inside the transport in combat. I have used this a lot. One of my favorite combos is any really tough target that you need to try and kill, a Catan, or like a big nasty vehicle or transport, or like high toughness value monster, like a Tyrannid monster, things like that. You want to save your command points until you have 3 or 4 command points. And then the combo wombo is you grenade, right? So you toss to do mortal wounds. Then you tank shock with the raider to try and do mortal wounds. And then you vicious blades with everybody inside the raider to try to do mortal wounds. So essentially you get 6 dice on 4s to do mortals, then 10 dice on 5s to do mortals from the tank shock, and then 10 more dice on 5s and or 4s to do mortals up to 6. And the potential there is up to 18 mortal wounds with 3 command points. And that's not including shooting and combat and the actual attacks and things like that as well. But in a pinch, Vicious Blades really helps you eliminate and finish tough targets. And I really, really like it. It's also something your opponent has to keep in mind. If they sort of like pile into a transport. Like if they're like fighting you and they pile into a transport and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I've got an extra CP and he's got a Marine left or a couple of Marines left with 1 wound or 3 wounds left in there or whatever. And you're like, I'm going to Vicious Blades you just to do some additional damage. And if I kill you, right, then I'm free next turn. It's like spending a CP to get yourself out of combat, right, and be able to move, advance, and charge, which is really, really good, right? Then we have Pounce on the Prey. So Pounce on the Prey is in your movement phase, just after a Drukhari infantry unit disembarks from a transport that made a normal move. You target the infantry unit that disembarked from the transport, and until the end of the turn, your unit is eligible to declare a charge. So you move a transport, disembark, and normally you cannot charge after that, but you spend a CP targeting the unit that got out, and they are able to charge. This is such a powerful rule. I love this stratagem so much. It means you can move your transport 14 inches up, get out 3 inches. That's 17 inches of movement for anything. Incubi, Kabalite Warriors with a Court, Wyches, Grotesques in a transport, whatever it is, and then charge from there. The threat range of 29 inches from any of your transports is massive. And your opponent needs to respect that threat range. It is crazy how much of an impact this stratagem has had on just this stratagem alone. It wins you games. It is so good. I cannot state how good it is. It means you can stay way back, you can shoot, you can force your opponent to get close, and then when you're ready to pounce, you can just yeet a transport forward, get out, and have a very reliable threat range, charge range to get into combat. And it synergizes so well with other elements of the game, like of the army, like getting back into Venoms and using, Wraith-like Retreat to get back into transport. It is incredible. CP and Skysplinter Assault are a very powerful resource. So make sure you keep track of your command points. Are very, very useful, very, very important as well. So the other 2 stratagems that we're going to look at here are 2 other really good ones. Wraith-like Retreat is another game-winning stratagem. At the end of any fight phase, you pick 1 infantry unit that fought this phase, and they can either make a normal move or fall back move. They have to end wholly within 3 inches of a transport and get into that transport, unless they are Wyches, in which case they can just make a normal move or retreat and can go in any direction and don't have to get into a transport. The tactical implications, I could do an entire video on just Wraith-like Retreat. If you have a Witch unit, you can move out, go charge something like a Rhino. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just 5 Witches. Go fight a Rhino. Pile into the Rhino, consolidate into a Rhino. Rhino fights, maybe kills a Witch, and then use Wraith-like Retreat and move the Witches 8 inches backwards into your opponent's deployment zone and put them on his objective. And all of a sudden, he does not score primary. That's one example. Another example, the main example of Wraith-like Retreat is you move your Raider up, you disembark your Court of the Archon, you allow your Court to charge, the Court jumps in, charges, and fights, right? And then from there, you end up it fights or whatever, and then you end up fighting. And then at the end of the fight phase, you move your back and you get back into your Raider. And then you're hidden, your Raider was behind a wall, and your opponent can't shoot your Court back anymore, right? And they have to try and get to the Raider somehow, or if not, next turn, you move the Raider up again, you get out, you charge something else, you get back into the Raider, right? Wraith-like Retreat is awesome because it allows you to play a non-interactive game, which is what Drukhari want to do, is not be interactive. I do not want you to shoot me. I do not want you to kill me. I want to hide behind my walls. And this allows you to do that. Then we have Skyborne Annihilation. Now, this is a more nuanced or situational stratagem, but I have found a lot of use with it, especially since I started using a Court of the Archon. Now, this allows one Drukhari unit for your army that disembark from that transport to get sustained hits 1 on their shooting. If they're Kabalite warriors, they get sustained hit 2. Now, don't forget, a Court of the Archon joins a Kabalite warrior unit. So a Court, an Archon, and all the guns in a Kabalite squad are a Court. And it's really fun when you move a transport, you get out and get ready to charge, and then you Skyborne Annihilation, and you've got 2 blast pistols that might do 3 hits each, and you've got a blaster that might do 3 hits each, and you've got a splinter cannon that becomes sustained 2 instead of sustained 1, and you've got a dark lance that might be 3 hits each. That little unit packs such a punch that I've done like 6 hits with blast pistols, 3 hits with a dark lance, you know, and all of a sudden that one little unit kills way more than it should. Don't forget, they get out of a transport, they also ignore cover, right? So they're ignoring cover, and with a pain token, the Archon allows them to reroll hits and reroll wounds, so you can fish for the 6s, and if you do get a 6, then it's very reliable wounding as well. One Dark Lance with Sustain 2 that hits on a 6, there's a 1 in 6 chance, right, of being as powerful as a unit of Scourge, right, for a CP. It's very, very cool. I think it is worth it if you really just try and get them to do some work. I think it works out really, really well. And last but not least, we have the 2 last stratagems of Skysplinter Assault. Swooping Mockery. In your enemy's movement phase, after an enemy ends a normal move, advance, or fallback, you can pick a Drukhari transport that's within 9, and that transport can make a reactive move of 6 inches. A normal move is 6 inches. This is one of the more situational ones. It is very powerful to have reactive moves when you're playing the game. And it can be very, very powerful to like move a transport to move block someone or get behind a wall. A lot of the times, if I'm using it to essentially move the transport in a position where once the transport dies, the models inside can get out somewhere safe, and my opponent can't just kill the unit and the transport. That tends to be what I use it for a lot of the times. Sometimes I use a move blocking, but a lot of times it's only for that, like, oh, I'm going to move it this way so that if you shoot my Venom, they get out on this side of the wall. Or if you shoot my Venom, I'm going to disembark onto this objective and then hold this objective next turn, right? So that's the kind of thing I use Swooping Mockery for. Last but not least, Night Shield. Night Shield is in your opponent's shooting phase. Any Drukhari vehicle is selected as shooting. You give it a 4+ invulnerable save for a CP. I don't recommend it on a Venom because I've tried it multiple times and Venoms just don't survive even with a 4-up invul. They have 6 wounds. They just die super fast. On a Raider, kind of handy. On a Ravager, kind of handy. On a Tantalus, very good. Tantalus has 18 wounds, so a 4-up invul goes a long way. The place I've loved using the Night Shield is on my Void Raven bombers because they come in, they have stealth, so -1 to hit already. They've got 12 wounds, decent amount of wounds. They're high toughness or like relatively high toughness. Give them a 4-up invul, and all of a sudden that Void Raven bomber soaks up an entire, say, turn of shooting from your opponent, or forces them to switch their targets to the other one, and then they didn't kill your bomber, and then you have the bomber again, which has lots of guns. The Night Shield is surprisingly good. And it does, but you have to use it at the right moment. You can't use it like right away. You have to like soak up some shooting, hope that you survive, and then the next thing your opponent shoots you, pop it, and then popping it allows you to survive again. That then either forces them to shoot a third thing at it, or they split their fire and then you survive, right? So it's like you have to like, you know, the Night Shield is one of those situational ones. So there you have it. That is a full breakdown of the Skysplinter Assault. I really, really like this detachment with the Drukhari, and I think it is one of the most iconic ways to play Dark Eldar. It encourages you to play the army the way it's supposed to be played, with lots of transports, lots of units inside of transports, and it plays like fast and quick and maneuverable, but it also, the detachment rule allows you to do damage when you get out and commit. Either get out of your transport to shoot, ignoring cover is very good, especially when our Dark Lance is like AP3 and things like that. Being able to to have Lance in combat. Allows even Kabalite warriors to wound anything on a 5+, which then with a pain token is AP1. And if they have an Archon, it's reroll hits and wounds. And so there's lots of synergy within the Skysplinter Assault in general. But let me know what you think with a comment down below. If you haven't liked this video, make sure you do. And if you'd like to, subscribe to the channel. None of this would be possible without the channel Patreons, so thank you so much to them and the YouTube members. Thanks to them, I get to do videos like this. The link is in the description down below and is the best way to support what I do. I'll catch you on the next video, and I'll see you later. The Dark Kin. There we go. Awesome. So, of course, if you're just tuning in, I am doing these in little segments to cut up into a video later. So thanks a lot for coming to hang out and being a part of the chat. Let's go back in the chat. I'll kind of go through the chat in between here. I want a detachment to get 18 Grotesques in. Yes, that would. I hope we get a Coven detachment. Cabal related one. I was going to say yes. Agreed. Water is an overpowered unit to have. Water. Yes. Delicious water. Realspace Raiders felt bad to use because it always felt like you were running it underpowered, and sometimes with luck you could eke out. Felt like fighting one hand tied behind your back. Yes, my Realspace raid list was quite good. The 6 Talos, the Cronos, Urien Rack, like it was a good list. Skysplinter makes me play like a junky space pirate. Yes, I always imagine Dark Eldar playing like that. Yes. Then you are playing correctly. They're the ultimate merchants, always trading up. Always trading up. Always calculating, I will gain more than bleed. Do I dare? Do I dare? Yeah, you always have to see. Is it worth it, right? The murder token greatly feels like you're always looking for the next fix. It's honestly a great army rule. Lore and game-wise, chasing murder highs. It is. You're like, oh, I need a pain token. I need to kill that. It's one of the things, when you play Dark Eldar, you want to play, don't play fair. You want to play fair as in you don't want to cheat or anything. But I mean, you want to gang up on your opponent. You want to have 1,000 points of your army, kill 200 points of your enemy army. 2,000 points of your army, kill 500 points of your enemy army. And not let their other 1,500 points deal with any of your army. And if you can do that multiple turns, it's like you can't lose. This attachment is so good until all your boats are gone. Sure, the key is keeping the boats alive, right? But a good Eldar player, or a good Drukhari player, will keep the boats alive. And a Drukhari player that's still learning will have their boats die too quickly, right? And that's just part of the pains, the pain of learning the faction. To be fair, if Dark Eldar raid runs out of boats, they'd be filling moats. Ha! Very funny. Telling someone they don't get to Overwatch 10 Incubi on the Archon seems like a heck of a drug. It is really fun, actually. Shroud, one of the best enhancements of the game. Absolute value. Absurd value, yes. Pills for drills. Denying Fire Overwatch from my opponent's Land Raider Redeemer, then flipping it over with a Brick of Incubi made me fall in love with this detachment. It is one of the few detachments that can 100% do that, not out of luck, it's standard, right? That combo is gross. Never thought of actual tank shock alongside Vicious Blades. Oh yeah, grenade, tank shock, Vicious Blades, fantastic mortal wound. And then you can mix it in too if you're trying to kill an infantry unit or a non-vehicle unit or whatever. The Reaver Jetbike flyby is also quite good, right? Like a Reaver Jetbike flyby to do mortals, and then to grenade, and then to tank shock, and then to Vicious Blades. You can just do so many mortal wounds, which is just the flyby doesn't work against vehicles. So can confirm that mince my bug monsters. Yes, it does. About venoms become flying daggers. Correct. I think my thought process is correct, but assuming a raider has 5 Kabalites and 5 Racks, would one need to roll the 5 dice for each separately? Yes. You'd have to roll 5 Kabalites on 5s, 5 Racks on 4s. Yeah. Wraith-like Retreat is why I only use 1 or 2 Raiders and more Venoms, because 1 unit can use it per turn, so it's usually pick 2 from Lelith, which is Court Cavs or 10 Incubi. Correct. One of the reasons I don't use 10 Incubi in my competitive lists. I have my 10-man, which is the Kabalite Warriors with the Court and the Archon. They're 10 in a Raider. They get Wraith-like Retreat. Everybody else gets Venoms. So the Venoms are free. It's like a Wraith-like Retreat for free. So I want to use the Venoms as much as possible. And then there's 1 Raider with in and out, Wraith-like Retreat. Airplanes, yes. Brother Tobias says, I liked the video. Nice. And I'm subscribed to the channel. Awesome. Thank you, Brother Tobias. Really appreciate it. I love Skysplinter so much. The rules revision and new detachment made them feel like Drukhari again, throwing all the way back to 5th ed with pivoting raiders. I know, right? At least they fixed the pivoting rule. Like, you know, it was a little bit crazy, but they did fix it. Colin says, don't forget about lethal hits with the court. Good times. I never forget about lethal hits with the court. That court is incredible. Okay. Okay, let's dive into some of this stuff, shall we? Lelith is bonkers. She is fantastic. Okay. Hello and welcome to the unit by unit part of this tactical breakdown series, where we're going to be looking at everything Drukhari. And we're going to be looking at each of these individual units, one at a time, so that you can learn a little tips and tricks and stuff that I've learned about the different units in the Drukhari army. So today we're going to be looking at the good old Archon. So the Archon is essentially one of the different characters that you can pick for a Drukhari army. He tends to be the warlord because of one of his special rules, and he leads leaders of the Cabal. They are definitely nasty. They're not necessarily too good. They have a good save with their Shadow Field. They have a great ability that synergizes with the army in general. So let's take a look at the Archon and what makes him tick. So the Archon is movement 8, toughness 3, 4 up save, which is about average for any elf. He's 4 wounds, so he's not like 3, but he's not 5 or 6. You know, he's 4 wounds. He's relatively easy to take out. He's leadership 6+, and you'll notice this throughout all the Drukhari stuff. They're good leadership. And he's objective control 1. Now, the range weapons, he can either take a blast pistol, which is a 6-inch gun that hits on a 2 with strength 8 -3 D3 damage, or a splinter pistol, which is anti-infantry 3+ assault, and a pistol that hits on 2s, is strength 2, but it is anti-infantry 3+. I would always recommend the blast pistol. I think the blast pistol is better as it stands right now, especially with synergizing with a lot of the other rules like Skysplinter assault. Last but not least, in melee, he has the Husk Blade, which is 5 attacks that hits on 2s at strength 3, -2, 2 damage. However, it is anti-infantry 3+. So against infantry, quite useful. Against not infantry, if you're using Skysplinter, it is okay because it wounds on 5s against high tough stuff, and goes to AP3 with a pain token. Now, don't forget, pain tokens allow you reroll hits in combat, which can be really useful. And then synergized with, say, a Court of the Archon, it could get lethal hits as well, based on having the Lamian in that little unit with the Archon. So you could get lethal hits, and with some of the special rules, could get even better. So the Archon is a basic leader. He does have the Power from Pain rule, which is standard for most old Drukhari stuff. While he is leading a unit, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll wound rolls of 1. So even if you're not pain tokened, you just get reroll 1s to wound, which can be really handy in a pinch. Do not forget this rule if you have run out of pain tokens. While the unit is empowered, however, with a pain token, the model can reroll the wound roll. So reroll hit rolls for being empowered and reroll wound rolls, which really makes the Archon a force multiplier. Now that the Archon can lead Incubi, very handy because you put him in an Incubi unit. Incubi's reroll hits, reroll wounds, especially if they're hopping out of a transport. They can have a crazy good close combat potential, but an Archon is also very, very handy in a shooting unit, like a unit of Kabalite warriors that has a blast pistol, a dark lance, a blaster, a shredder, and a splinter cannon, allowing you to get reroll hits and wounds at range, not just in close combat. And so the Archon is one of the most versatile force multipliers available to the Drukhari, and they're relatively cheap. They're not too expensive in terms of your unit. You're usually going to be taking at least 1 to be your warlord. Why? Well, because of the Devious Mastermind ability. Now, make sure you take a look at the current Tournament Companion or the current Minotaurium Field Manual with the current rules changes that they've done for whatever the patch of Warhammer 40,000 we're in right now. But the rule normally is once per battle, your opponent, if your Archon is the warlord, you can mess with opponent stratagems. The way it works as of filming right now is that your warlord will have a 12-inch bubble around him where any enemy unit that is targeted by a stratagem has to pay an additional CP to use that stratagem. Very, very handy. It's called Reign of Confusion, and it essentially creates a bubble around which stratagems become more expensive, which in-game can be incredibly powerful, especially when you get nice and close and get ready for combat. So, an interrupt is more CP. A CP reroll is more CP. A heroic intervention becomes more CP. Any defensive stratagems or offensive stratagems your opponent is using can be more CP. So keep that in mind. Last but not least, the Archon is equipped with a 2+ invulnerable save that cannot be rerolled once failed. This means that you do have to roll one at a time, because as soon as you fail it, it shuts off. Now, you don't get it for the whole thing. You have to roll one at a time, and then as soon as it's failed, boom, done. Yeah. And that's it. That's how that works. The Archon is like that. Is what we call the Shadow Field. It's not actually called the Shadow Field, which is funny here, but it's a 2+ invulnerable save that cannot be rerolled, and as soon as it's failed, it is gone. So very, very cool. You can make like 30 saves in a game, or you can fail the first one, which does make sense. As for different war gear options, he can join a Court of the Archon, Incubi, or Kabalite Warriors. Don't forget, a Court of the Archon can join Kabalite Warriors that have been joined by an Archon. So that's my favorite to go to right now with my Warlord Archon, is to run him with the Kabalite Warriors that have been split by Venom, and then I put all the guns, the Court, and the Archon in a Raider, and it's like one of my favorite units. I do like to keep options for the Archon, so I'll have a unit of Incubi, and I'll have a unit of Kabalites, and I'll have a Court, and depending on what my opponent is using, I'll put him in Kabalite Warriors if I need rerolls to hit and wound and shooting, right? If I need more shooting, like against Chaos Knights, for example, I'm like, oh, I want to shoot you before you get close to me, so I'm putting them in that sort of unit. If I'm playing against World Eaters, for example, or Thunderwolf Cavalry, I'll put him in with the Incubi, because I definitely want to make sure that when he goes in, the Incubi get reroll hits and wounds rerolls with a pain token. So all in all, the Archon becomes one of the most versatile units and force multiplier units in the Drukhari arsenal. So let me know what you think. How many Archons do you take in your army? I take 1 to 3, which is as many as you can take. But leave a comment, like this video if you haven't already, and leave a subscription if you haven't either. Huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. Thanks to them, I get to do videos like this, and I hope you have learned something. I'll see you on the next video. The Dark Kin. And that's for the Archon. Okay, so the Archon itself, pretty handy. I like Archons. They're really, really good. The Court is my VIP, says Colin. Yes, yep. Love the vid picking up things I'm not noticing despite playing them for ages. I really wanted Tantalus, but worried it may go to Legends, says Lay. Sadly, that kind of could be the case. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens with that, to be honest. I think that is there a likelihood that it could go to Legends? Maybe, I think. But I don't know. Who knows? Like, they've been keeping a lot of these big units or big Forge Worldy things as Forge Worldy things, Randy says, Court is so good. I had my Court plus only Archon take down Canis Rex, Nemesis Dread Knight, single game, weathering, shooting from both. Yes, a Court. The Court is very good. I really like the Court. I've seen a person forget the reroll of one rule. Yes, Dorian. It is one of those things that people forget. It is, I highly recommend trying to keep track of it. A great leader. He is a fantastic leader. But I'm also the fool that should tattoo on my head the Incubi Battle Shock rule. Yes, it's good to remember your rules. The Beast Pack will probably go to Legends. No, don't say that. Never. Rip Hyrule. Yeah, I know. Then again, there's no rhyme or reason. They're like, oh, all these things are really cool. They're dead to us, You're like, I've got 2 Reapers. I have 2 of the really cool Dark Eldar Reapers that have the long guns and they're Legends now. I use them when I play Crusade, for fun. You know what I mean? Gonna have to root around my bits box and put together a Court. Yes, Pilsford, you should. Court is awesome. Let's not talk about Scourge. I'll have 2. Right, there you go. Yeah, too bad. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. The Beast Pack Master. Hello and welcome to the next unit by unit video here on Skaredcast. Today we're going to be looking at the Beastmaster, one of my favorite units in the entire Drukhari range. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it, we're going to go through it, and we're going to talk a few tips and tricks that might help you use the Beast Pack better in your games of Warhammer 40,000 with the Drukhari. Of course, let's dive right in. So, the Beastmaster, right off the bat, is one of the most overwhelming and confusing data sheets you will ever read in your life, because you have to remember 4 different profiles, 4 different weapon profiles, 5 different weapon profiles, as well as a variety of different special rules. That's needless to say on how to use a Beast Pack effectively. I will say, though, that if you have a Beast Pack in your army, the likelihood of you winning the game goes up. If you don't have a Beast Pack in your army, the likelihood of winning the game does not go up. So it is definitely an important thing. And as I say, hashtag Beast Pack equals best pack, because it's the best. So, you know, folks like 2, 3, they're relatively inexpensive. I wouldn't be surprised if they go up in points at some point because it's just so good. So, they all move 12 inches. They all have toughness 4. They all have a 6-up save and a 6-up invulnerable save. They all have leadership, objective control 1. And then where they vary is the wounds and the leadership. So the beasts, so the Clawed Fiend, the Chimera, and the Razorwing Flocks are leadership 8. The Beast Pack Master is leadership 6. Now it is important to note that this is relevant because the Beastmaster is not an attached leader, which means, number 1, you can allocate wounds to the Beastmaster to kill him before the beasts have died, right? So that's something to keep in mind. Number 2, he cannot be precisioned out of the unit because he is not an attached character. He's just part of the unit, so he cannot be precisioned, right? So that is an important thing to note. As for wounds, you have 3 wounds on the Beastmaster and 3 wounds on the Razorwing Flocks. You have 5 wounds on the Clawed Fiend and 2 wounds on the Chimera. The unit composition is 1 Beastmaster, 1 Clawed Fiend, 2 Chimera, and 3 Razorwing Flocks. So if you do the math, that's 12, 17, 21 wounds. 9, 12, 17, 21 wounds that are toughness 4 for 105 points as of filming this, which is wild. That's like cultist level points per wound. It is one of the most efficient units you will ever get. That's not even counting the fact that it can actually kill things and has incredible speed and really helps the Dark Eldar synergy within the army in and of itself, right? So, let's dive into it. So you have 1 ranged weapon on the Beastmaster, which is a Splinter Pod. It's a 2-shot weapon at 18 inches, which is anti-infantry 3+ and assault. So it's just hits on 3s, wounds on 3s against infantry. That's it. It's assault, so you could advance and shoot it if you absolutely needed to shoot it. In melee, you have an Agonizer on the Beastmaster. It's 3 attacks that are poison 3+, so anti-infantry 3+. They're AP -1. You have a Clawed Fiend, which is 5 attacks. All the beasts hit on 4s, which is devastating wounds, strength 5, AP 1, 2 damage. So that's, if the Beast Pack's going to do damage, it's normally the Clawed Fiend that rolls well for you, and then that'll kill stuff. The Chimera Talons are lethal hits, right? So that's another rule to remember. It's 4 attacks each. It's strength 5, no AP, just 1 damage. So it's 8 attacks there. And then the Razorwing Feathers are 6 attacks each, sustained hits 1, strength 3, AP 0. So you have a ton of attacks, all with different rules, all with different strengths and APs and different special rules. It can be very overwhelming to learn. Like, you're literally staring at this card as you're rolling, and that was me for the first 2 months of playing with the Beast Pack, because I felt that it was very confusing. Now, they all have an invulnerable save, and they're beasts. Now, it is important to note that in terms of keywords, every model has the beast keyword, which means, yes, the Beastmaster, even though the Beastmaster is mounted, the entire unit is beasts, and the entire unit can go through breachable terrain, like walls, right? That's important to note. Mounted does not stop you from being able to go through walls. It's beasts allows you to go through walls, right? The Razorwings do fly as well as the Beastmaster, so it's just something to keep in mind. And it also means it's a character unit because the Beastmaster is a character. As for abilities, the unit has a 9-inch scout move that you can use it before, like after you know who goes first, they get a 9-inch scout. Very important. You can move forward to get aggressive into the enemy, or you can sidestep or move backwards to safeguard the unit if you go second, as an example. They also have power from pain, so they can be empowered and can get reroll advances, can get reroll hits in shooting, which I would never use, or reroll hits in combat, and an additional AP, which is really, really good. Rerolling hits and an additional AP for the Beast Pack. It's one of the pain tokens I use early in the game, is to empower Beast Pack to kill like infiltrating units and little like skirmishing units as well. Now, it's important to note that the other rule is a Beastmaster. So, while this unit contains a Beastmaster model, you can reroll charge rolls. Now, this is something I have seen folks forget. The Beast Pack rerolls charges for free and has a 12-inch move. With a scout that is 21 inches off the line, off your deployment line, with a reroll charge. So your threat range with the Beast Pack on turn 1 is 33 inches away from where you deployed it. It makes the Beast Pack incredibly good. It's so fast. It doesn't advance and charge, sadly, but it has a 12-inch move, and some of the models fly. So it gives you a lot of options for charging, disrupting, tagging stuff, you know, things like that as well. You also get reroll hit rolls of 1 for beast models in this unit while the Beastmaster is alive. So even if you don't have a pain token, do not forget you get reroll hit rolls of 1 for the beast models in the unit to give you just that little bit extra of math in your favor. All in all, a Beast Pack can go in and kill a Lictor, it can go and kill a Neurolictor, it can kill a unit of 5 Space Marines with a pain token. Like, it will almost kill a Rhino from full on a charge, unless the Claude Fiend goes ham and you roll a bunch of 6s, then it'll just kill it. So the Beast Pack is a very powerful, powerful tool. As for unit composition, there's not really any choices or options. You get 7 models in the unit. The Beast Pack Master is on a little fly base, like a Hellion, and everybody else is on 40mm bases. So just something to keep in mind as well. Now, as for using the Beast Pack, I recommend using the Beast Pack aggressively early on. If you go first, the Beast Pack should be moving and advancing or charging or getting in the opponent's way to essentially trap your opponent in your deployment zone on one flank or the other. Moving up and forcing your opponent to kill the Beast Pack on their first turn while not really being able to move past the Beast Pack to get into the midboard. This then allows you to use Kabalite Warriors in Venoms or Raiders to get onto the objectives in No Man's Land, to sticky the objectives, to help you score primary, which is one of the issues that Dark Eldar have a lot of the time, scoring primary. The Beast Pack Master helps you with that. Now, if you go second, the Beast Pack Master can be more of a countercharge unit, or can be put in a position to then move out and prevent your opponent's second turn push, that then allows you to sort of regain the pace of the game. Something that's important to note about a Beast Pack is if you're good at wound allocation, it can be very tough to take a Beast Pack out. So, slow rolling your saves and allocating one model at a time is massively important with a Beast Pack. If my opponent is shooting me with a bunch of bolters, right, I'm going to be putting stuff on either the Beasts, the Razorwing Flocks, or the Chimera, which are 2 wounds each, right? 1 damage at a time. If my opponent is shooting me with 2 damage weapons, I'm going to make sure I'm allocating it to the Beastmaster or the Razorwing Flocks or even the Claude Fiend, because it will make the damage inefficient. The last thing I want to do is put like a 2 damage attack on a Chimera, because that'll just kill a Chimera if I fail a save, right? I want to make sure that I'm making sure that my opponent has to spend as much effort as possible to kill the Beast Pack Master. Remember, 21 wounds at toughness 1. It is one of the toughness 4. One of the toughest units in the Drukhari book. And if your opponent doesn't dedicate some good shooting and or combat at the Beast Pack, it can stay alive more than your opponent wants to. And a Beast Pack that stays alive for longer than 1 turn is going to give you back its weight in gold. Because then turn 2, you can pass a battle shock test or whatever, and then jump in to get behind enemy lines, for example, or move block something else. It just gets crazy for your opponent if you haven't kept them alive. But I hope that gives you some food for thought when it comes to the Beast Pack. Leave a comment on the video, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And a huge shout out to the channel Patreons and members, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, that is the best way. The link is in the description down below, and I'll see you on the next video. The Dark Kin. Okay, well, that's it for the Beast Pack. Nice. The Beast Pack is actually really cool. I love Beast Packs. I tend to run like 1 normally, but you know, 2 is good, 3 is good. Like you can't. Beast Packs are not bad at all. Fatass says, since we're talking about the good old Dark Elves, how do you beat them as an Orc player? Kill the transports. I've recently played against them, and they had a lot of stuff that move, block, and kill me off objectives. Yeah, you have to leverage your speed, so don't lose your fast stuff early. Like, one of the mistakes I see Orc players do is they use their things like Storm Boys too early on against Dark Eldar and Eldar. Like, a Storm Boy is one of the, like, scariest things against Dark Eldar because they're fast, they can jump over screens, you know, that sort of thing. Also, bikes, like bikes with Dakas, right? Like, just volume of shooting is super important, especially into stuff. And the Squig Boys, those Squig guys are crazy tough to deal with. And so I would leverage like a Squigosaur boss with like a bunch of Squigs as like a hammer unit if you're playing into a lot of Dark Eldar. I know it's not the same thing, but the Beast Pack in 10th reminds you of the Court in 9th. Correct. Yeah, it's gives you very similar vibes, right? Yeah, 100%. I was loving 2 Beast Packs when they were 120 points. 2 in my minimum enlist, but I usually take 3. Yep, Beast Packs are just great. Wait, so how does the Court with Kabalite work in case of a transport? I mean, there are 14 of them, 15 with Archon. How do you get them into the transport? Well, Powell, that's a great question. So the key is to split the Kabalite squad with the Venom, right? So you can split everything before you attach stuff to units. So the Venom splitting happens before you attach stuff to units. So you grab a 10 unit of Kabalites, you split them into 2 5s, and then you can put a Court with one of the 5s to then make 9 models, and then you put an Archon with the Court and the Kabalites to make 10 models, and that unit can go in a Raider, for example. You can also just do 5 Court with an Archon and put them in the Venom if you want, or you can do 10 Kabalites with a Court and an Archon, and then put them in a Tantalus, which has a 16 strong unit capacity. So you can bring them in the largest transport we have, which is the Tantalus, which is a Forge World model, which is a big boat. It's like very, very big. And that's the other option. Or you can just have them on foot, which I would never recommend, because then they just die very, very fast. Randy says, Court Archon, Cabs, yep. Yep, thank you, Randy, for answering that question. Tau Tactics, hello, Tau. Ah, yes, the best unit in the Drukhari army. Beast Packs. Yeah, they are the best, Tau Tactics. As said from the best Drukhari player in the world. That's me. It's me. I'm the best Drukhari player in the world. Beast Pack kill team, please. I know, that'd be so cool. If they got a kill team, though, that means we get new plastic kits, which would be awesome. Anthony says, I've been getting smashed by Tau when I hang back. Should I zoom up in their face and be more aggressive? There is a great game on Tabletop Live, which was me against Tau. And that was a few weeks ago. Watch that game. That'll give you a good example. It was me against Tau, and I played, and I crushed this Tau player. And you will be able to see it. It's on Wargames Live. I don't know where it is, but check it out. It's one of those. But it's a combination. The key is you have to be aggressive, but not too aggressive, because anything that's in the open just gets killed, right? But you have to kill the spotter units. Like, that's the keys. You have to go out of your way to kill the stealth suits, kill the pathfinders, kill the piranhas. You have to kill those spotting units to really bring their efficiency down. Wargames Live? Wargames Live. That's what I meant. My apologies. It is on Wargames Live. There is 2 videos. One, which was Video of the Week on Wargames Live, which I'm actually wearing Joe's t-shirt. Yeah, see? Wargames Live. That's the t-shirt I'm wearing today. Shout out to Wargames Live because he's awesome. And it was me against Sisters of Battle against Riley Tremblay, who's a fantastic player. That was a great game. You get to see on there as well. And there was also one against me against Tau, which was like the night before, which you can also find as well. Just got off work, says Jonathan. Are you going to post this as a video? Yes. This will be multiple videos. So I'm doing like little segments and then chatting with chat in between. So it's like a long stream, but it'll be like back and forth. And doing it so, you know, as like a comprehensive Drukhari breakdown. Next week, I'm going camping. So I'm trying to get some content in the bank for next week. I guess, and the week after, and the week after, and the week after. But hopefully this is useful for folks. Okay, let's move on to the next unit. Oh, yeah, it's going to be so fun. I'm going to canoe for like 3 hours to get to an island to camp with my brother, my 2 brothers, my son, my dad, and my cousin, who's come up all the way from the States, which is going to be really cool. Okay. And welcome back to another unit by unit video. Today we're going to be looking at the Court of the Archon, another iconic unit in the Drukhari range. I'm going to go over the unit itself, we're going to break it down, kind of go over a couple of tips and tricks for the unit itself, and hopefully this helps you get better with the Drukhari. I hope you're learning lots as we've gone through the series of stuff. And let's just say the Court is one of the most efficient damage dealers in the Drukhari index. I didn't use the Court much at first, but with Skysplinter Assault, it has given new life to me using the Court of the Archon. And once again, kind of like, you know, we talked about Beast Pack in an earlier video, in a previous video, the Court of the Archon is one of the most overwhelming units to get used to. It's also not readily available. All the models are fine cast, or so you have to source them, you have to convert them, so they're not an easy unit to get a hold of. However, if you do get a hold of them, they are one of the coolest, most efficient units you can get in the Drukhari army in general. So let's dive in. So every single model in the Court has the same profile. It moves 8 inches, has toughness of 3, has a 5-up save with a 5-up invulnerable save, which is a better invulnerable save than most of the Drukhari stuff, right? It has 2 wounds each, leadership of 6, and OC of 1. So pretty standard elf-style chassis, but the 5-up invul save is quite nice. However, the 5-up regular save means that it's not as tough as a Kabalite unit. Like a Kabalite squad has a better save, but they have a better invul, so they're good at like tanking some damage sometimes. You know, nothing to like write home about. Now the Court has a variety of rules and weapons, and each of the units, each of the models in the Court adds something to the unit that it's attached to. And all in all, this means that you need to learn all this stuff to really kind of use the Court effectively. And remembering the rules is like half of the battle when learning how to use a Court effectively. So, a ranged weapon. So you have 3 ranged weapons. You have the Eye Burst, which is on the Medusa. That's the guy with the little brains, right? It is a pistol torrent. It's a pistol. Oh, nice. I just learned something new. It's a pistol. It is a 12-inch range, D6 hits at strength 6, -2/1 damage. It's a pretty cool flamer. -2 is not bad. It doesn't ignore cover, however, but when you get out of a transport and you're playing Skysplinter, for example, it will ignore cover. So AP2 is not terrible. Then you have a Shard Carbine and a Splinter Pistol. Both of these guns are on the Slith, on the Snake model, which means that you are going to only be able to shoot one or the other. Just remember, if a model shoots a pistol, if they're not a monster vehicle, they can only shoot pistol weapons. So you're either shooting the Shard Carbine or a pistol. They're both assault. One's a pistol. They're both anti-infantry 3+. One is 18 inches and 3 shots. One is 1 shot at 12 inches. So, like, let's just say you're probably not going to shoot the Splinter Pistol almost ever. You're mainly going to be shooting the Shard Carbine, right? Okay. And then we go into combat. So in combat, you have a close combat weapon, which is the weapon equipped by the Medusa. Now, this is the same as like a Kabalite close combat weapon. So when you're joined up to a Kabalite squad, the Medusa's close combat weapon can just be rolled together with regular close combat weapons. It's 2 attacks, hits on 3s, is strength 3. No AP. The Shiameshi Blade is anti-infantry 2+, and it's 4 attacks that hit on 3s at strength 4, AP 2, 1 damage. Now this is on the Lamian, right? So she's very important for this unit. Then we have the Slith Battle Blade. So that's 3 attacks, hit on 3s, strength 5 AP 2, and 2 damage, right? Once again, a completely different profile, but same AP as the Shiameshi Blade. And the Urgul Talons that are sustained hits 1. They are 6 attacks that hit on 3s and strength 4 with AP 0 and 1 damage. So they're very similar to the close combat weapon, but they are strength 4. So in some cases, you want to roll them separately. Don't forget that a pain token in close combat will give +1 AP to all of these profiles. So the Shiameshi Blade and the Urgul Blade go to AP 3, which is really good against things like power armor, right? And the Urgul Talons in close combat weapon goes to AP 1, which can be handy against lightly armored troops. Even a power armor goes from a 3 up to a 4 up. Now, the abilities of the court are power from pain. Now, that and every single model, as I said, adds a completely different rule to the unit. So it can be very, very, very important to keep this in mind, but you need to remember this with every single unit. So the Lamian. If you have one or more Lamian models in the unit, you have lethal hits on everything. Now, this is one of the most important rules for the core of the Archon. Lethal hits on everything, both shooting and close combat. I cannot begin to tell you the ramifications of this. So you combine it with with an Archon that goes in the unit, and then you combine it with a Kabalite squad, right? So you get a Kabalite squad, you attach a court, you attach an Archon, and all of a sudden it's lethal hits on everything. So Dark Lance, lethal. Blaster, lethal. All your poison rifles or poison weapons, lethal hits, right? The Archon gives you reroll 1s to wound innately, and with a pain token, you get reroll hits, and if there's an Archon in the unit, you also get reroll wounds. So you can fish for lethals against tough targets by rerolling those hit rolls to hope for a 6 and just not have to roll to wound. And it also works in close combat, which then you can mix in with something like Lance, right? To then get Lance and lethals, which is like other detachments like Blood Angels have to pay CP for rules like this. We just have it built in with the Lamian, which means that against things like Catan, right, or big tough units, all of a sudden the basic close combat weapon, like the Medusa close combat weapon right here, is 2 attacks that hits on 3s at strength 3, but are now AP 1, Lance, and lethal, for example, and you have more of those in a unit as well, and you're just rolling a volume of attacks that can just do a lot of damage that your opponent might not see coming. The Medusa, which is the brain stem thing that shoots the little flamer. In your shooting phase, now that's important, it's only in your shooting phase, after this unit has shot, if any of these attacks hit an infantry unit, that unit must take a battle shock test. Now, we talked earlier about the value of pain tokens and how to get pain tokens. This is a great way of getting pain tokens. Is shoot an infantry unit, cause a battle shock test. If they fail it, you get a pain token. It's also really useful into certain matchups, right? Certain units, like accursed cultists, can only do a surge move if they are not battle shocked. So you can always try and shoot a Medusa flamer at them to try and battle shock them so they can't surge at you, right? Like that can be really useful. Or if you're trying to like steal an objective away from a Custodes player and they've got a banner and everybody's like high objective control, you can try and battle shock them to lower their OC to 0, and then have like your witches that were standing right there or whatever steal that objective away from them. It is not a guarantee, but it is a mechanic that is important to remember. Defensive stratagems can no longer be used on battle shocked units, right? Like if they have a feel no pain, or if they have a fight on death stratagem, or if they have something that you're gonna have to like get rid of, do not underestimate the power of a battle shock. Then we have the Slith, the snake model. So while a Slith is in the unit is -1 to be wounded. So of course, elves are toughness 3, so anything that's strength 6 or higher is going to be wounding them on 2s. All of a sudden, changing the math from 2s to 3s is a massive increase in survivability for that unit. So all of a sudden, your opponent has to put a lot more effort into trying to kill that toughness 3 unit, especially if you have some models in cover, or if you've got an enhancement on the Archon that makes you -1 to hit, or whatever it is that you're doing. It can really force your opponent to shoot or even in combat, fight with multiple things to take out what should be a relatively easy unit to kill. Because -1 to wound, if you're strength 3, right, and you're wounding on 4s, all of a sudden it's 5s. If you're strength 4, right, or 5, you're wounding on 3s, it goes to 4s. Like, the survivability of this unit just increases exponentially with that -1 to wound. And last but not least, you have the Urgol. While the Urgol is still alive, that unit gains fights first. And in this meta, in 10th edition Warhammer, fights first is one hell of a drug. It means that the core of the Archon can now be used for a variety of things, like Heroic Intervention, right? So Heroic Intervention, charge in, you have fights first, so guess what? You get to pick the first fights first. So if somebody charges and you heroically intervene with a court, all of a sudden, you get to do some damage before they fight you, right? Another great use of it is for surge moves. You can put it up in front of a surge unit that doesn't have fights first and shoot at that surge unit. The surge unit jumps into you. You still have fights first, so even though you didn't charge, you can still fight them before they fight you. It is not to be underestimated, especially when you still have, say, lethal hits and you have a pain token to give you reroll hits, reroll wounds. You can do a heck of a lot more damage than your opponent thinks before they get to swing back with multiple damage characteristics. The Archon with 2 damage, the Slith with 2 damage, and a bunch of 1 damage attacks, which just do a volume of attacks as well. So, all in all, especially with a 5-up invulnerable save, the core of the Archon doesn't really have too many options. As for declaring, you just make sure that you declare in battle formations like where you're going to be attaching stuff to, and don't forget, splits with Venoms happen before you attach characters to units. So you can, of course, split a Kabalite squad, attach a court and an Archon to the same 5 Kabalites and make it a unit that then fits in a Raider, and that's my recommendation, is I'd recommend using it that way. It also makes sure that the Sergeant for the Kabalite squad is with the court, which then gives you access to the grenade keyword. So then you have grenades as a thing to get in there. And if you have all the guns in the court, you've got the Dark Lance, the Splinter Cannon, the Shredder, the Blaster, this Blast Pistol from the Kabalite squad Sergeant. All of a sudden that unit packs a mighty punch in a small package. And relatively inexpensive for what you get. Other than that, that is the core of the Archon. I hope that gives you some food for thought. One of the key things to do with the court is wound allocation. Massively important. Make sure that you're taking multiple damage attacks on the Kabalites or the attached unit models in the unit. Don't forget, Kabalites have a 4-up armor save, so try and put them in cover to make sure they have a 3-up save in cover, so small arms fire can go easily onto the Kabalites that are in the cover. Don't be afraid to lose your Shredder, your Splinter Cannon, your Blaster, your Dark Lance. As for the court itself, one of the first models that I will kill is normally the Medusa, simply because it is the least useful unit. The Battle Shock is fun, but it is the first court model that I usually kill. Then it's usually the Slith, then it's the Lamian, and usually the last model I'll kill is the Urgol, because the Urgol and an Archon together, last buddy buds, are still fights first, which is very, very important. Thanks a lot for tuning into this video. I hope you found it useful. Make sure you like, share, and leave a comment and subscribe. And a huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon. The link is in the description down below. Thank you so much, and I'll catch you on the next video. The Dark Kin. Okay, there we have it. Boom. The core of the Archon. One of my coolest units, or one of the coolest units in the whole universe. This is just phenomenal. I freaking love the core of the Archon. It is just incredible. Let's go through some of the chats here. Up in Canada, friend the hikes all the time. Pictures of the mountains and lakes are amazing. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, we're going to go up to Algonquin Park, I think. Brilliant. Thanks. And Randy, thanks. No problem, pal. Eric says, Lamian hands out lethal to all Kabalite warriors to unit as well. Oh, yes. To the whole unit. To the whole unit, she gives lethals. Lethal to entire unit is very efficient for 20.1. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's very... The court is very good. It's very, very good. Unit becomes 33 to 50% more resilient just from the rule of the Slith. Yes. No wonder Skyborn Annihilation makes that unit so deadly. Lethal, poison, sustained hits too. Reroll hits and wounds with a pain token if there's an Archon in there. It works. I would say there is a place for double court. If you want to run like a double court, I think there's a place for it. Tau Tactics. What's the downside of running it with the full Kabalite squad and the Tantalus? Just keeping it efficient? It's just a lot of points invested in a unit that's toughness 3. Right? So the Tantalus is great, but most people worth their salt will just kill the Tantalus instantly. It's very hard to hide a Tantalus. Like it's handy, it's fun. Like AP2 on the Tantalus is kind of poop, to be honest, on the guns. That's why I prefer the Void Raven bombers with the AP4. So because I'm already running the points on the Void Raven bombers, I can't really put a Tantalus, so I have to have a Raider. So because I'm running a Raider, that's where the court goes with the smaller unit of Kabalites and the Archon, because it's in a Raider instead of a Tantalus. But if I'm running a Tantalus, even then I would do 10, because I much prefer splitting the Cabs with a Venom and having 5 little Kabalites in a Venom to go off and like do actions and press buttons and stuff like that, instead of being like constrained to the court. But not downside, but why do you prefer the small package? I hope that answers your question, Tau Tactics. Bogdan says, which enhancement on Archon combined with the court? I usually don't run any enhancements on my court unit. Yeah, but if I did, it'd probably be the... if I was running a Tantalus, it'd be the Empower Tantalus with the same token that I empowered the court with. But normally, no enhancements on that unit. Any suggestions for suitable proxy models for the court? Pure, I do not know. I would convert them more than proxy. So, like, use some of the... If you need a Slith, you can use, like, the Daughters of Cain. Have, like, all the snake ladies. Like, they make for really good Slith conversions. As for Nurgle, you can probably use, like, a Crypt Ghoul or, like, a Ghoul from, like, Flesh Eater Courts. From Medusa, I know, you could probably 3D print a thing or find, like, an extra head. As for Lamian, you can just like make a female Drukhari, and like I know, give her like a stabby blade or use a witch or something like that. Like it's relatively easy to kind of source it. Tau Tactics Tantalus, remember, is huge comparing to other models. It costs a lot as well, so maybe that. Yeah, so that is one option as well. Okay, moving on to the next unit. Hello and welcome to the next video on our breakdown of all the Drukhari units. Today we're going to look at the Cronos, one of the best units in the Drukhari Codex, I would say, in terms of survivability, cost efficiency, and general strategy for your Drukhari needs. So let's dive into it, shall we? Now in these videos I've gone through the generalities of the units themselves, and I give you some food for thought, some tips, some tricks, and I hope that it helps you in your journey of becoming a better player with a wonderful faction that we call the Drukhari, and I hope you've been learning lots as we go. So, the Cronos is a Coven unit. It is a monster. They come in units of 1 to 2, and they're like very cheap for what you get. You get 7 wounds with a 3-up save with a 5-up, feel no pain. So they're tanky, they're chonky, and they have some really good rules that synergize with the rest of the Drukhari faction. So they are a 7-inch move, toughness 7, 3-up save, 7 wounds, with leadership 6 and an OC of 2. So they are the same stats as a Talos, which is a more killy aggressive version of a Cronos, but for cheaper. They have 2 ranged weapons. So you get a Spirit Siphon, which is a flamer that ignores cover. Finally, an ignore cover flamer. 12 inches, D6 hits, strength 5, AP 1, 1 damage. And a Vortex, which is a blast that ignores cover, which is 18-inch range, D6 shots. Hits on 3, strength 5, -1, also 1 damage. Now, it's important to note when building your list in like the app, the Vortex is an option that you have to click, and it doesn't automatically give you the Vortex. It is free, and it doesn't change anything, so you literally just miss out if you don't take it. So I highly recommend you take it. It's what we colloquially call the butt gun, because it's the little disc on the see the little disc on its butt. Yeah, that's the Vortex. And then as for melee weapons, it has Spirit Leech Tentacles. It's 4 attacks to hit on 4, strength 5 with 0 AP. So in combat, it's not exactly anything to write home about, right? So as for abilities, it has Deadly Demise 1, has a Feel No Pain 5-up. So as most Coven units, it has a Feel No Pain, which is really good. It does benefit from Power from Pain as well. and has an aura. So the Pain Parasite aura is every time a pain token is removed from your pain tool to empower a unit within 9 of this model, you roll d6 on a 4+, you get a pain token. Now, this is important to note because as an aura, don't forget, auras don't stack, so you can only ever do this on one. It's not like you can roll for each Cronos within range of a unit you empowered. And because it's not at the start of a phase, you have to use your tokens before you can roll for your pain aura. So you empower your units, and then you roll for the pain tokens you used, and those get put back in your pool, but you cannot use them in the same phase because you've passed the start of the phase part, so you get to use them next phase. However, they really help in the efficiency of your pain tokens, which is your army special rule, because of the fact that it allows you to say start with 3 pain tokens, and as what I said is use your pain tokens when you got them, and Cronos really help with that. Because you can go, okay, I'm going to give 1 to this unit of Scourge, 1 to this unit of Scourge, 1 to my court or whatever, or this unit of Kabalite warriors, and then make sure they're all within range of a Cronos, and then get 1 or 2 back, which then means if you didn't kill anything, you still have 1 in your back pocket that you can use for a charge later, or you can use for, shooting next turn to get another pain token. So it's very important to have those Cronos in and around your army to help you regenerate those pain tokens and allow them to go from phase to phase, essentially, right? So that's important to know. So number 1, Cronos. Very basic, straightforward use. Use it to get pain tokens back. Number 2, has decent shooting. It ignores cover, which is very handy. AP 1 on all its guns. Has a blast gun, so very good against, like, hordes. Like, if you run them in units of 2, you can actually have some pretty decent anti-horde clearing with 2d6 blast shots to strength 5. AP 1 ignore cover, very good against, like, Tyranids or Genius of the Cult or, Guard that are using a lot of infantry, or even other Eldar and Drukhari units, because like strength 5 is quite good. So cultist units are very good to like target with them as well. All in all, decent shooting, not bad, and it's on a monster. Now the last bit is, in the current edition of the game, Cronos are one of the most efficient ways to get actions done. They're extremely cheap, right? In points wise, relative to, say, unit of Wracks. Like, a unit of Wracks is more expensive than a Cronos and gives you 5 toughness 4 wounds with a 6-up invul and 5-up feel no pain. A Cronos is cheaper than Wracks, gives you 7 toughness 7 wounds with a 3-up save and a 5-up feel no pain. So if you're looking for like a screen or something to do actions and survive, a Cronos is more likely to. And so I really like the Cronos for that. Plus, it can do actions and be around the board and do a sabotage or a containment or anything like that. And it's one of the reasons in my current list I've been running 2 single Cronos, not only for the Pain Parasite aura, but also for their ability to just stick around and do stuff while the rest of my army's trying to kill things. Like, a Cronos is just floating around. So going around and pressing a button or being in the right place at the right time is like just what a Cronos does. And if your opponent wants to shoot at it, they kind of have to or kill it. They have to put more effort into it than they want because of the fact that it's relatively tough and can just survive because it has a feel no pain, right? So it is one of the coolest units in the book. It is definitely not something that I've built a list around. However, there is something to be said for a triple unit of Cronos, 6 Cronos with all of the guns, with like Urien Rakarth. Like, you could actually make something with that, and it's relatively cheap. Very, very cheap to do something like that as well. But let me know what you think down below with a comment on the Cronos. Do you like the Cronos? Do you not? I know some people are very polarized about the Cronos directly. Of course, if you like the video, make sure you leave a like, share the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And a huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on the Patreon page. The link is down in the description below, and I will catch you on the next video. The Dark Kin. And there you have it. Okay, Cronos. I love Cronos. They're fantastic. They're really, really good. They're one of my favorite ones. And I, ever since the beginning of the thing, Cronos were just good in general. Female models from Crimson Court makes a good Lamian, says Randy. Nice. Nico says, running 2 court combos has a hidden check. After battle results have been resolved, if opponent player is hostile, roll battle show test to withhold laughter. If friendly, roll BS test to friendship. As in, you're saying that your friends would be salty if you took double court. Another important thing to note about the court, actually, is, at least right now in the current Pariah Nexus, is because you put a court in a Kabalite squad, they also become battle line, which then means you get all of the cool benefits of like battle line rules with a court, which is like, you know, heroic for free, or use go to ground for free, or shoot and still do actions, or, you know, well, you can't really do the whole. Actually, you could. Now that they've FAQ'd the fact that how many points is that? It's a half of the cost of the unit of Kabalites. It's 55 points. Yeah, you could actually have a court come in from Strat Reserve with an attached leader and everything. Now that they've said that the Kabalite squad is halved, like that the two halves are half the point cost, you could actually do that in the one special rule that you can bring them in turn one on a flank or something. You know, that'd be kind of interesting. AOS models are fine for proxies, I agree. I'm so here for this video, says Cody. Matt, I missed the beginning. It was a live stream. You can always just, you can go back and watch it from the beginning. Yeah, you're going to rewatch it once it's posted? Yeah, 100%. I want him to be able to clip this up, make shorts, but I don't want to try to train of thought too much. Oh, Cody, I'm making individual videos of this video, just so you know. Kind of like what a minimum unit of racks used to do last edition. Agreed. I just don't own any of them to try them out. Usually just around mounted Cabal spam with court, maybe some racks. Yeah, that's, you know, there's a lot of different options that you can use. Corey, I used a court to hold an objective. Opponent got kill units on objective, got 3 unit kills in 1 turn. Yeah, it happens. Like, it is what it is at that point, you know. It's the luck of the draw. Made my Slith out of the Bride of Cain Snake Ladies. Yep. Yep. The Snake Ladies for Daughters of Cain is one of the ways to do it. Oh my goodness gracious. We're almost 2 hours in, and my gosh, I need a new chair. Oh, this chair is starting to kill my back. Okay. On to the next one. Whew. Finally going to start playing Drukhari, not Eldar, says Dorian. Nice. Welcome. Welcome to the true kin, my friend. And welcome back to another video in our unit by unit series. Today we're going to be looking at Drazhar, the Master of Blades, and how he fits into the Drukhari army. Of course, as always, we're going to go over the unit itself, some of the options, some tips and tricks, and hopefully you learn a few things when it comes to using this model in your games of Warhammer 40,000. So let's dive in to Drazhar. He was a mainstay in 9th edition Drukhari, right? So if you look at his options, he's just pretty straightforward. He's a killy, close combat character. I don't think there's much to say about that. He's just very, very much like just go in and fight stuff. That's what he's designed to do. He has like the best armor save in the entire Drukhari series release. 2-up save. He moves 7. He's toughness 3. He has a 2-up save. He has 5 wounds, leadership 6, and OC 1. It's a pretty standard elf build, but a 2-up save is quite nice. He does have a 4-up invulnerable save as well, so out of invuls, he's actually got a pretty decent survivability chance as well. Now, as for weapons, he only has one weapon, the Executioner's Demiclaves, which you can use as a single blade, which is 5 attacks that hits on 2s at strength 6 -2, 3 damage with devastating wounds, or with his dual blades, which are twin-linked, strength 7 attacks, weapon skill 2+, strength 5 AP2, 2 damage. So you can either do 7 2-damage attacks or 5 3-damage attacks with a variety of special rules. Now he is a leader and he can join units of just Incubi. So that's something to note. He can only join Incubi units. And he has a Power from Pain as a rule, of course. Now, one of his special rules is Master of Blades. So while he's leading a unit, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, they get +1 to wound. So this can be really handy in a unit of Incubi, which is what you're putting them in. He won't get it if he's by himself, right? However, a lot of folks have been using Realspace Raid, which gives you Lance, right? When you charge and you get out of a transport, which makes the +1 to wound from Master of Blades a bit irrelevant. Now, it can be handy against a unit that's -1 to be wounded, because then you get the +1 to wound from him, +1 to wound from Lance if you charge, which will then offset the -1 to wound. So in some cases, it can be handy. But one of the main reasons that it's useful is once your transports die, he has a +1 to wound, regardless of whether or not you have transports to disembark from to get Lance. So in like protracted games where he's like on foot and stuff, the killing capability remains high and doesn't rely on you having vehicles around. The second part of his rule is vicious execution. Now, once per battle, when this model's unit is selected to fight, you can use his ability. If you do until the end of the phase, the melee weapons equipped by this model have precision, so you can target attached characters, and each time an enemy character model is destroyed, you gain D3 pain tokens. If that character was the Warlord, you gain 3 pain tokens instead. So he basically goes in and can, like, once per game, it's a free epic challenge, so you can precision models out, characters out of units, and if he kills units, you get additional pain tokens. It's like a nice little injection of pain into some matchups like Guard and things like that. It can be really handy because they tend to have lots of little characters lying around. Or against certain armies like Orcs, it can be really good because you can target out a war boss. They don't necessarily have the best saves, so you can try and kill a war boss or a pain boy or something like that to kind of like get that ability out. Or even against like Necrons, where you're trying to kill a techno monster from the race to take away their feel no pain for the rest of the game, right? So it can be quite handy. However, it is once per game, and it's only a set number of pain tokens if you kill a Warlord. Now, don't forget, you also get a pain token for killing the model, so it's D3 pain tokens in addition to the pain token for killing a model, right? So it's D3 plus 1, technically, or 3 plus 1. And so it is just handy to have in your back pocket. Now, Drazhar is a great unit that can go in and do damage. He works well by himself even. Like, he can go in and just try and use Vicious Execution by himself. However, he's the same cost as an Archon. And I will tell you, I played with Drazhar like 10 to 20 games with Skysplinter. And every time his unit went into combat, I wish I would have had reroll to wounds. And the Archon with a pain token just give you reroll wound rolls, which makes the rest of the Incubi unit much deadlier. So Drazhar, in and of itself, really cool character, but I feel he just falls a little short from what I would want him to do, which is a shame because he's such a cool model. Now, does he have a place in your army? Absolutely. But you have to make sure that when you put him in, you have a plan for him specifically, and you understand how you can use him to the best of the ability. So if he vibes with you, take him, try him out, use the Vicious Execution, use the Master of Blades to try and, like, depending on what your meta is, it might actually be very, very useful to have a precision once per game and a 2-up save, right? And an invulnerable save that's a 4+, right? So something handy to have. However, whatever it is you think, let me know in a comment down below. If you haven't liked this video, make sure you like the video. And of course, stay tuned for more of these videos as they are released. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. So if you'd like to support the channel, that is the best way, and the link is in the description. After all, I've been Skari, your grateful host. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Okay, Drazhar. That was it for Drazhar. He's pretty cool. I like Drazhar. It's a shame that I feel that the Archon's just better. Like almost 100% better every single time. It's just one of those things. It just happens to be how that works. I want to use Drazhar so much, but reroll wounds with Archons is so addictive. Yeah, reroll wounds with an Archon is like literally like the thing. It's just the thing. Lamian can be converted from a GSE Magnus. Yeah, you definitely could. Like the Magus, yeah, you could make a Lamian male, female, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just try and make the weapon options about the same, and make the profile about the same, right? It's not killing the Necromancer against a mixed bag with the infantry keyword gone. A lot of our weapons do not work. No, you want to get rid of that Techno Monster. Kill the monster. Kill him dead. No feel, no pain is way better. It means your Dark Lances can actually kill them. Question is Drazhar tanky quick enough to work as a solo cowboy going behind enemy lines somehow? like, you know, there's like I've seen a lot of this, like solo Lelith, solo Drazhar, right? Solo solitaire. Like, sure, it's like a poor person's solitaire, or you know what I mean? Like it's like there is value in that. It's just not my playstyle, right? Is there something you changed to make it more viable compared to an Archon? Um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if he had like reroll once to hit and reroll once to wound instead of +1 to wound, I think that would be better. You know what I mean? Like it would just mean like he is more efficient without a pain token. You know, something like that. Knight Shadow people, if you can find them. Good Drukhari conversion photo. Yep. Honestly, it doesn't matter if he's not the best. It's still strong and cool. Classy Bear. Yeah, I agree. He's still pretty cool. Drazhar is cool. Like, he's Drazhar. He is, like, iconic. You know, I remember since, like, his little, you know, Drazhar the Master of He Looks Like a Praying Mantis days, which I have the model around there somewhere. You know, it just is what it is. But, yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, let's move on. Move on to the next one. We got lots of these to go through. And I hope you're having fun so far. I hope you're learning lots. You know, like the video if you haven't already. Share it with someone if you haven't already, if you're watching the live stream, right? And leave a comment. Leave a comment for the algorithm gods so the folks can enjoy this. You know, if folks want to learn Dark Eldar, there's a great way to learn some Dark Eldar. So it's just a good way, you know, from the best Dark Eldar player in the world, Tau Tactics. That's right, it's me. I'm the best Dark Eldar player in the world. Love you, Cody. Love you. You're doing great work out there. Oh man, Grots needs some rules model love. 100%. Okay, let's dive into the next one, shall we? Okay. Hello and welcome to another unit by unit video here on Skaredcast. We've been going through all of the different units in the Drukhari Index, and today we're going over the next one, which is the Grotesques. Grotesquely cool looking and terribly made. Other than that, we're going to go over the unit, its breakdown, weapon options, and some cool tips and tricks that will hopefully help you get better at using this unit. Specifically, it is a unit I've used quite a lot over the last couple of months, either for fun or at competitive events. So if you have any questions or comments, make sure you leave them in down below. But let's dive in to the Grotesques, which are Coven units, right? They're nasty meat machines. One of my favorite anecdotes for anybody who's brand new to the Drukhari faction is there's a cool story where Urien Rakarth, who is the leader of the Prophets of Flesh, which is the Heamonculus Coven, goes and allies with the Tau to fight some Tyranids. And then he asks the Tau to send him a diplomatic and cultural envoy exchange and be like, ooh, send me a bunch of your Tau people so I may learn about your custom and cultures. And the Tau are like, absolutely, 100%. Oh, Urien Rakarth. Like, that alone should be a red flag. And then they go, and they don't hear about them for a while. There's no contact. And then eventually the Tyranids show up again, and then the Drukhari sort of like trick the Tau to go to this one place and massacre everyone. And then the Tau come back and counterattack against the Drukhari, and then the Drukhari unleash their special weapon, which is a bunch of Grotesques that are all blue skin-toned. And that was the cultural exchange, a.k.a. Urien Rakarth had a great time and turned them all into Grotesques, which I think is one of my favorite stories in all the Drukhari lore as well. Oh, it's one of my favorite lore stories. I love it. But Grotesques are meat machines. They're just lobotomized, raged and fueled, like Bane from the DC universe. Just press a button, they get all juiced up, and they roar forward. And that's literally what they're designed to do, right? So that's literally what they do. So Grotesques are meat machines, right? So you've got movement 7, which is standard. Toughness 5, so tough for a Drukhari infantry unit. They have a 6-up save with a 6-up invul, so it's a 6-up. They're 4 wounds each, 6-up leadership, so they're good leadership with OC of 1. And they do have a 5-up Feel No Pain, so all Coven stuff has a 5-up Feel No Pain. So 4 wounds with a 5-up Feel No Pain is quite efficient at making your opponents multi-damage weapons inefficient, especially things that are 2 damage. So like things that are 2 damage shooting at a grotesque are pretty inefficient, right? Even 3 damage things can be pretty inefficient if you spike some of those 5-up feel no pains. Now, grotesques themselves can have a liquefire gun, which it's free and they don't lose their melee weapon for taking it, so I highly say you should just take the liquefire gun. And they have a melee weapon. The liquefire gun is a torrent flamer, so it's a flamer, 12-inch range. It's D6 hits, it's strength 4, AP 1, 1 damage. Biggest thing about the liquefire gun, though, it does not ignore cover. Now, why does it not ignore cover? I don't know. It's spewing acid and liquefying goo all over. I don't know why it doesn't ignore cover. Is it because they made it AP 1? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would they make it AP 1 and then just not... Like, just make it ignore cover and give it AP 0. Whatever. Like, it's a flamer. Like, flamers should just ignore cover as, like, a rule. You know, like, any torrent weapon should just ignore cover. That should just be part of the torrent weapon rules. Okay, anyway. Then for melee weapons, they each have a monstrous weapon, which is 4 attacks, hits on 3s, strength 5, AP 1, 2 damage. So, decent damage, decent strength, decent amount of attacks. They hit decently. Don't forget, Pain Token elevates these guys in close combat to rerolling all hit rolls and then an AP of 2, which can be very handy, especially into sort of like marine style bodies, like space marine style bodies, because you're very efficient into them, right? Now, the strength 5 is a little bit of a letdown, in my opinion, especially when you start getting to like any vehicle that's toughness 10. Or any monster that is toughness 10. Like, toughness 9 is okay, but like as soon as you hit that toughness 10 and you go from wounding on 5s to wounding on 6s, their efficiency just drops. Like, it tanks in terms of damage output. However, what sort of rules do they have? They do have power from pain, so they can get a pain token to get better. And they have mindless killing machines. So, each time the unit in a model in this unit is destroyed, if they haven't fought yet, on a 4+, they get to fight on death. So they have a 4+ fight on death. So if they haven't fought in combat, they get fought. You roll a 4+, they fight on death. One of the coolest things to do with this is you can combo it with a preemptive pain token. So like, you give them a pain token, your opponent charged the unit of grotesques. You know the unit of grotesques is going to die. So you give them a pain token preemptively. The enemy unit attacks. They kill all the grotesques. You roll your dice, and a couple of them might fight on death, and then because they have a pain token, they can reroll hit rolls, so they can kind of punch back. So they do make for a good screen that can sort of like damage the enemy in that trade and make it easier for you to mop up whatever attacked them in the first place. Now, they're not the best unit, but they're relatively cheap. You know, for the point cost, you get a minimum unit is 12 wounds at a 5-up feel no pain. You know, for a little bit, like, they're probably one of the most efficient wound units in the book. That's not a beast pack, right? So like, it's up there. So beast pack and grotesque, you get like a good amount of wounds. So I've actually really enjoyed putting 1 or 2 units of 3 in my list just to have like as a bait. I just put them right in the middle, in the open, and the edge of my deployment zone, and they're there to like go into the middle of the board and do an area denial or establish locus early in the game or something like that. But I don't care if they die. My opponent charges them, they probably fight back. They have flamers, so they're decent at overwatching. And if my opponent moves long-range guns to shoot at the grotesques, they've literally just put themselves in the open. So then all my Scourge and my other guns that actually do damage can see them. So it's like a win-win for me. So like, I don't mind 1 or 2 grotesque units here or there as like a cool little distraction unit. But they kind of fit that role. I don't expect them to do much, but they live long enough to be annoying. They do enough damage to be dangerous, and they survive long enough to like frustrate my opponent's target priority, if that makes sense. Yeah. So it's just like, it's just an interesting sort of like, they exist in this interesting little bubble. Like, I have seen armies that run large units of them, especially in Realspace raid for the -1 to be wounded, in which case then they become like a big part of the army itself and like how you play the game itself. But all in all, I personally like the MSU Grotesque style build. However, whatever it is you've done with them, let me know with a comment down below. Of course, if you haven't already, like this video, leave a comment, share the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. It's thanks to the Patreons that I get to do videos like this. So if you'd like to support the channel and allow me to do more content, the best way is on Patreon. The link is in the description down below. Other than that, I'll be back on the next video, and I'll catch you later. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. Grotesques. I like them. They're pretty good. Okay, let's look at chat. Because the models aren't available, use Gellerpox Infected. Yeah, that's good. Like, you kind of have to make do. I've used Bullgrin that I've converted, Ogres from the old world that I've converted. The Talos and Cronos have lots of the face plates and like extra limbs and stuff, so you can kind of really convert them nicely. You can make it. Beastpack and Grotesque both out of print. I know, RMX. They're just out of print. Sadly, most of our line is just out of print. It's just how it is. 7-inch move is kind of annoying when most are 8. Yeah, that's also annoying. But Incubi are 7, right? So it's not unusual. Spanish player ran 6 of them in WTC. Powell, yeah, like a unit of 6 is not bad. Like they act as a good, like get in the middle of the board and just sit there, and they've got flamers for Overwatch, right? Which can't, like 6d6 flamers is no joke. Incubi only has 7 as move. Oops, says Colin. I know the Archon has 8 though, right? So like the Archon, I believe the Archon has 8. So I know Drazhar is 7. I thought the Archon was 8. Like the Court is 8. Beastmaster. Archon is 8, which is really fun because like when you get out of a vehicle, the Archon moves 8, right? And he kind of gives an extra inch of movement to the Incubi because he's like leading the Incubi forward and really kind of gets up there, which kind of helps with the rest of it, which is really handy to have as well. So always good to remember, you know what I mean? Urien resorting after them healing. Yeah, that also makes sense. Urien can't, but he heals, like he'll heal 1 that's wounded up to 4, right? Dan BFS says, I've been running 6 and I'm taking 6 to Super GT. That's amazing. That's awesome. Like I'm glad you're having I'm glad you're using those grotesques. Like I've been using 2 units of 3, but it's very easily just combined into 1 unit of 6, right? Suicide charge a Tantalus with grotesque for mortals and fight on death. Yeah, you could definitely do that. That's a lot of points for a suicide mission. Ideally, a suicide mission is less points, right? More efficiency, less points. Okay, let's dive into the next one here. Heamonculus. Hello and welcome to another unit by unit video. Today we're looking at the Heamonculus, another one of the characters in the Drukhari breakdown. Now, of course, I've been doing a video for these for each of the different units in the Drukhari series. Going to be talking about the special rules, how to use it, what little tips and tricks that I've learned over the years, and I hope you enjoy and learn something from it. Without further ado, the Heamonculus. So the Heamonculus is essentially the Coven character. Now, he is a leader, so he can definitely lead Wracks. And he has a couple of special rules. There's a Power from Pain rule, which is standard for all Drukhari stuff. Now, I wish a Heamonculus could join Grotesques. And I wish, like kind of like they did with the Archon, that was going to, that they added the Archon's ability to join Incubi. I hope the Heamonculus at some point can join Grotesques, because it would make Grotesques very good. And that would be awesome. And I would take a Heamonculus and Grotesque every time. And it would be so cool. But let's take a look at the Heamonculus. He's movement 7. He's toughness 4, so one of the toughest just elves that you'll ever see. He's a 6-up save with a 6-up invulnerable save. 5 wounds, so he's got the most wounds in a character. Leadership 6, an OC of 1, with a 5-up feel no pain. So he has a good feel no pain. He has a good toughness, decent movement, good amount of wounds. Pretty tough little character. Now, the Heamonculus is a toolkit character. He's not like, he's not as much as a force multiplier as the Archon is. But he has some really good rules that are very useful to remember when you use a Heamonculus. Namely the fact that both in range and in close combat, the Heamonculus has base precision on all his attacks with anti-infantry weapons that do multiple damage. And that is something that is very easy to forget. And when it does come up, it comes up a lot and can frustrate your opponent to no end. And I will tell you this right now, it comes up a lot. And I absolutely love the Heamonculus for that reason alone. Plus, he is a Drukhari character, so can be given enhancements. He's not an epic hero, right? So can synergize well with enhancements, and he's relatively handy. So, the Stinger Pistol is a one-shot weapon that hits on 2s, strength 2 -1, D3 damage, but has anti-infantry 2+, and pistol precision. It is only AP 1, so that is a bit of a bummer. However, if you get out of a transport in Skysplinter, you will ignore cover. If you give it a pain token, you will reroll hit rolls. And with anti-infantry 2+, if you're shooting at an infantry character, you will wound on 2+. With precision, it means you could try and target like a real squishy character that's inside of a unit. And with D3 damage, it is dangerous to most like sub-level characters, like every Gene Stealer Cult character, there's 3 wounds. Or some Sisters of Battle characters that are 3 wounds. Or guard characters that could be 3 wounds. Like there are so many little minor characters that are 3 wounds that the Heamonculus pistol alone is like super dangerous against, right? This next is the melee weapons, the Heamonculus tools and scissor hands. These are 5 attacks that hit on 2s. They're strength 3 -1, D3 damage as well, and they're anti-infantry 2+ and precision. So you have 5 attacks that go in to a unit that if it's infantry, you're wounding on 2s, hitting on 2s, right? You have AP 1, but with a pain token, it is AP 2, and it's D3 damage. So yes, on the low end, it can be 1 wound, but on the high end, 2 wounds that go through can be 6 damage, which can kill like a Space Marine character in a single couple of damage rolls. Massively important, especially now that you can roll both damage rolls together and then fast roll them to then see if you need to re-roll either of them to try and get an additional like damage pip, right? Like with a CP reroll, it's very, very strong. Pain Boys, for example, are a great example. Any orc characters, like the Heamonculus is like a precision machine, which a lot of people don't see coming, when he just runs in and like poke. Remember, when I talked, if you were following the series, early on I talked in Skysplinter Assault, I talked about the enhancement is 10 points where you get an additional pain token for killing a unit on an objective. And it's one of the reasons I love giving it to the Heamonculus in a unit of Wracks, because he runs in and he can precision out a character that's, say, on an objective to get an extra pain token for Spiteful Raider, an extra pain token if he's with a unit of Wracks for killing a rat because he's an Iraq unit and they made a kill, and pain token for killing. So he could go in, kill a character, get 3 pain tokens if they're on an objective by himself. Like, that can infuse your next turn with a huge amount of pain tokens. And then you can just spend willy-nilly to, like, really increase the efficiency of your army, right? So it's just something to keep in mind there. As for special rules, he has 2 special rules. Number 1, Power from Pain. While this unit is leading a unit, models in the unit have a Feel No Pain 4+. Very handy with the unit of Wracks, which is the only thing he can join. The whole unit gets a 4-up Feel No Pain. Like, because they're only 1 wounded and they have a 6-up save and a 6-up invul, it's not that incredible, but it does mean that against small arms fire, they tend to shrug off like just basic 1 damage attacks very efficiently. And so it's not terrible. As for the Fear Incarnate, it's an aura. Enemy units within 6 inches have -1 to battle shock or leadership tests. So they can fail their battle shocks or leaderships better. And that is really handy, especially when you try and combine it with the battle shocks to get extra pain tokens, or, you know, if they're under 50% strength, then they have to take a battle shock. Just a cool little aura to have. And then, of course, with the other detachment, the Realspace Raiders, works really well with the Crucible of Malediction enhancement. If you're within 6 inches when you pop it and you're empowered, it's -2 leadership to those units within 6. and then -1 to those within 12 if you're empowered, which is very, very handy, right? All in all, the Heamonculus is a like little assassin. That's what I would look at him as, is like really go in and try and like dig out those characters that are inside the enemy units. And he doesn't really have any options. He can take enhancements. He can only really join racks, and that's kind of what I would use him for. Is that sort of like you'd be surprised there's more precision than you think here. Combine that in like a unit of racks, for example, that's 10 strong, or even 5 strong, that has a hex rifle. The hex rifle is also precision, so you could actually like reliably take characters out at range with precision and then jump in and take characters out in combat with precision as well, taking away synergies from the enemy or like buffs that they really wanted for units, and then having like that be one of the first waves that jumps in to kind of pull the characters out, and then have a second wave of damage dealers like Incubi in the court, which then can like take advantage of the fact that all these units have lost their buffs, right? So it is, you know, it's like a 1-2 punch, and the Heamonculus really, really helps with that. Other than that, let me know if you've been using Heamonculuses with a comment down below. If you like this video, like it, share it, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. I've been doing content full time for 5 years now, and it's only thanks to the Patreon that I get to do this full time. So if you'd like to support the channel, the best way is by becoming a YouTube member or a channel Patreon. The link is in the description. Bonus Discord, bonus content, TTS League, Crusade League, computer game evenings that we play. It's a variety of things, and join the most positive community on the internet for Warhammer. Other than that, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Darkkin. There you go. Heamonculus. Actually, the Heamonculus is, like, I've used him more in, like, friendly games, you know, like, you know, when it comes to, I guess, is it friendly matches when it comes to, what is it called? Like Crusades and stuff like that. I've been having a lot of fun with the Crusades with that guy, and honestly, it's been really, really fun to play. It's only because of that that I actually get like that I get like I know so much about the Heamonculus is literally because I've used him in like Crusade games and whatnot as well. Killer Painboy in shooting and Warboss with fight, very scary. Oh yeah, Luis Gustavo. Like, the Heamonculus can be really scary when it comes down to it, right? Does he boost his Feel No Pain on a unit as well? Yes. His Feel No Pain does go to 4 up as well. Of course, it only really comes into play if he's precisioned, or if there's so many attacks that it kills all of the racks and then starts going on to him, because you'll have it until the end of the activation, right? Send a Heamonculus and racks in with your Incubi. Yeah, you could racks in, -1 leadership, Incubi, battle shock test, boom. Or jump out, Heamonculus nearby, Medusa, Flamer, right? Battle shock test, right? Ally in some of these the Harlequin gunboats, the Void Weavers or whatever, so they can shoot, pop, 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 and do like battle shock test. Make sure there's a Heamonculus nearby, -1 leadership. Like, there's lots of ways that like little buff could like actually come in handy, right? Send a Heamonculus and his aura. It goes nicely with pain token generation. Yep, yeah, 100%. Give those boys infantry for good's sake, Games Workshop. They are infantry. Death Jester is very good at making battle shock tests. Yeah, so Death Jester as well. Like, you have a Death Jester, you could do like a double whammy where you get the Heamonculus to shoot into a character, maybe do some damage, then the Death Jester can pick precision and try to take out the character. Character dies, and therefore battle shock test, and you know, and it's -1 and all this good stuff. So there's lots of cool little combos you can kind of fit there as well. I like it. I think it works really, really well. Okay, let's dive in to the next unit, the Hellions. One of the most underappreciated units this edition, I would say, in my opinion. Hello and welcome to another Skaredcast unit by unit video. In this series, we've been going through all the units in the Drukhari Index, and I've been giving you tips, tricks, breaking them down, and giving you a little bit of food for thought for each of the different units in the Codex, or in the Index. Today, we're going to be looking at Hellions, one of the most underappreciated units in the Index by far. Is it with good reason? I think it's with good reason. They are a shadow of their former selves. I have been able to use them to some effect in competitive lists. I have used them a lot in narrative and crusade style games because the models are just awesome. But what makes the Hellions tick and what sort of like makes them not tick? Let's kind of take a deep dive into the Hellions themselves and maybe some food for thought that you might take into your next game. So let's dive in to the profile of the Hellions. So the Hellions move 14. They are toughness 4, so they're relatively tough. They have a 5-up save, decent save, with a 6-up invul. Okay, I say decent save on a 5-up. You can tell I'm an elf player. 2 wounds, so, you know, like, they're decent amount of wounds. Leadership 6, like Drukhari, good leadership, and only OC 1. That's one of the things I feel that they should be OC 2, but that's just me. Now, Hellions do have power from pain. And as for keywords, they're Eldari, they fly, they are Witch Cult, which works well with certain detachment rules, stratagems, for example, like if you're playing in Realspace Raid for the Advance and Charge. They are also mounted. Now, mounted is a good keyword if you're playing against something like Poison that doesn't affect mounted, it only affects infantry. However, a lot of those sorts of rules are now working into non-vehicle, non-monster units, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they change Poison to non-monster, non-vehicle unit, right? For the time coming. But mounted means that they're not allowed to go through walls. Now, this does mean that moving Hellions around the board can be inefficient because it's hard to get them from A to B in a straight line. They have to go around, they have to charge around walls. They can't really use that fly effectively. And so staging areas in a lot of competitive games, because, you know, in competitive games, you've got like terrain, which is nicely defined by areas like a footprint. And so there's usually like a wall on the edge of that footprint where if you are infantry, you can kind of tuck into that corner. And then from that corner, you have a decent launching point to go and attack the enemy, right? But as a Hellion, you can't really tuck into that corner because then you'd have to go all the way around the other side, like this, boop, all the way around the other side to then like be able to go one way or the other. So their movement is like less efficient by going around. They can't really use that fly effectively. Well, that's just something to keep in mind with Hellions. However, they've got a decent complement. I just feel they're too expensive what you get, and they just bounce off of stuff they're not designed to kill, right? And they just bounce and they just instantly die, and that's the thing with them that makes me sad. Now they do have like their sergeant can have a splinter pistol, sure, one-shot little pistol, but you're rarely going to be using that gun. Most of the time, you're going to be using the splinter pods. So splinter pods are 2 shots at 18 inches. Hits on 3s, strength 2, AP01 damage, but they're anti-infantry 3+, they're assault, and they are twin-linked. So against infantry, they can provide a high volume of shots. A 10-strong unit of Hellions has 20 shots that hits on 3s. A pain token gives them potential reroll hit rolls, and then they are wounding on 3s against infantry, and with twin-link, they're rerolling wound rolls, which can provide a high volume of saves on a unit, right? Whether it's an infantry unit especially, right? So if an infantry unit has low armor or invulnerable saves, or if they've got like a 3-up power armor save, you can just make them roll lots of dice. So into infantry, not terrible in terms of shooting. And then the twin-linked can be handy if you're trying to get that last wound off of a vehicle or a monster, and you just only have Hellions to shoot. You know, you can try and shoot them as best you can, right? Now, in melee, they have the Hellglaive. So that's their standard weapon. So sustained hits 1, right? And they have 3 attacks each. They hit on 3s with strength 4, -1, 2 damage. So AP1, 2 damage, good. Strength 4, it means that as soon as you hit that toughness 8, so any monster or vehicle, like their efficiency just disappears, right? And they're 3 attacks each. So 30 attacks standing still in a 10-man unit with Sustained 1. With a Pain token, they become AP 2, so pretty decent AP. And Sustained means you can reroll all the hit rolls to get a bunch of hits. So it can be very good into sort of like light infantry, like light troops like infantry. When I played Hellions, I had the chance to play against a guard army that was playing a lot of cavalry, like the horses. And so they were fantastic in that matchup. They were also fantastic into, you know, just regular Space Marines because they're AP2, they're 2 damage, they can kill Space Marine bodies. Things like Blood Angels, you can hit them, they die, they're taking lots of saves that are 2 damage. Very efficient way of killing Space Marines. However, then you play into something like Custodes, and you just, the Strength 4 just doesn't cut it. You play against Tyranid monsters, the Strength 4 just doesn't cut it. You kind of have to use them to kill Termagants and Hormagaunts and things like that. So it's like, it does one thing okay, and then everything else is kind of, you're paying way too many points and they just die way too quickly. So it's like they're just at the cusp. Now, the Heliarch or the Sergeant can be equipped with a Heliarch weapon, which is a Sustained Hits 1, Anti-Infantry 3+ weapon. It's 5 attacks. There's Weapon Skill 3, Strength 3 -1, 1 damage. So it is like, I don't, like, it's extra, it's 2 extra attacks, but you're losing damage. And it's anti-infantry 3, so it's decent against infantry. But at the same time, it's like, I would much prefer to just keep the unit the same and focused on one thing, which is like all the same thing, go in, charge, and stuff like that. Now, it is kind of good that you can give a Phantasm Grenade Launcher to the Sergeant, which then gives the unit grenades, which does allow you to do damage with grenades. Like, that is always good, and I found that little units of 5 Hellions with Phantasm Grenade Launchers were great, like, skirmishers to go and, like, bully little units of, like flayed ones or scouts or infiltrators or like little like skirmishing style units. Hellions will beat up on other skirmishing style units, but then against mainline units they just die. They just instantly die against like Terminators or against like Custodes or against a Dreadnought. Like, they will just get instantly murdered. And then if your opponent can see them, you know, and they're not hidden, they just die. So they're very fragile. So you kind of want to keep them in reserve and do like a rapid ingress play a lot of the times. You know, and that's kind of like the only time I've really been able to use them effectively. Now, they do have a special rule called Hit and Run. So this unit is eligible to shoot and declare charge in a turn in which it fell back. It is a very handy rule. However, they tend to not survive long enough to use this rule, or very infrequently will they survive to use this rule. So it's a cool rule, but they're not survivable enough to really use it in the current state of the game. And that's really what I found, is a really cool unit, has decent rules, can be very good in certain situations, but they're hard to maneuver around the board, and they're very fragile. So their cost does not really justify how fast they die, based on the fact that the damage they do does not justify their cost or how fragile they are. Anyway, so that's my food for thought. But let me know what you think about Hellions down below. Now, I prefer, if I'm running them, I run multiple units of 5, or I run one big unit of 10 and then 2 units of 5 to make sure I have some skirmishing units and then one hammer unit that I can use against like horde units of infantry. They're very good into like orcs, for example. But let me know what you think. Leave a comment. If you haven't already, like this video and share it with someone. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. Without the Patreon community, I would not be able to do this. So if you'd like to support me, the best way is on Patreon. The link is down in the description below, and I'll see you in the Discord. Other than that, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Hellion time. Nice, I like Hellions. Like, Hellions are so cool, man. I wish Hellions were, like, better. Because they're just, like, cool. Jonathan says, hey, Skari, will you be releasing this video on, as a video? Yes. This is a live stream, so I'm doing this, like, massive, long video. But I'm also going to be splicing this up and then releasing it as individual videos for a unit-by-unit series. Yeah. Classy Bear says, I like Hellions, but sadly putting in a Ravager is going to be better points-wise in most cases. 100%. Ravager tends to just be better in general. Oh. Do you think Advance and Charge will put them over the top instead? Well, to be honest, I think a couple of things would make me really like Hellions. If they could get Lance, they would actually be okay. If they were OC2, they would actually be okay, because then you could use them for, like, capping points. And that's sort of like those are the two main ones. Or if their invul was a 5-up. If they had a 5-up save and a 5-up invul, like, any combination of those, like Lance, an extra OC, and then increasing their invul save, like, so their survivability is just, like, just a little bit bigger, so they can take advantage of their special rule. Like, based on me actually playing with them, like, I've actually put them on the table and played games with them, right? Like, that's sort of like where my head is at with them. So, yeah, just a note, just a food for thought there. They would benefit from a leader of some sort. Yeah, a leader would actually be bad. Like, the Baron would be pretty cool. Like, bring them in and maybe the Baron would give them Lance. So you get, like, one unit that's, like, pretty good in combat or something like that. Charles Metz! Oh my gosh, one of the OGs. How's it going, Charles? Nice to see you, man. Ah, it's been a while. How are things going? How's life treating you? Just give our poor Hellions infantry. Yeah, infantry would be another great solution for Hellions. You know what I mean? Like, just be a great solution for Hellions. You know? It would just be really, really good. Good water, though. Water is delicious. I can't believe I've almost drank this entire thing. It's going on 3 hours now. I hope you're enjoying it, everyone. I hope you like this video that I put up for all of you. Show your... Hello, Alex. Show your support by sharing this video on social media. And, no, I'm serious. Signal boost this video. Send it to a Drukhari friend or a non-Drukhari friend that's annoyed with how you play Drukhari and you beat them all the time, so they can learn how to beat you. Leave a like on the video, all that good stuff. Damien, how's it going? Just tuned in? Hello. Well, it's 2:30 a.m. here, and I have a game today at 11. I'm still here, so yeah, awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's fantastic. This is why I did. I was like, I should really do this video. And I was really hoping to do something that made me feel productive today. And I did some coaching calls. I was like, okay, that's productive. And then I played a video game for a bit, and I was like, that's not productive. So I was like, you know what I need to do? I need to do this video. And I was like, I just need to get it done. I need to sit down and just crank it out and just finish it and get it done. And I haven't had dinner yet. So let's just say I'm a little hungry, but I'm doing this for all of you folks, so you can learn things. Okay, let's dive into the next unit. There we go. Some of that. Hello and welcome to another unit-by-unit video here on Skaredcast. This is a series where I've been going through every single unit in the Drukhari Index and giving you a basic breakdown on all the different units. Tips, tricks, things that I've learned, things to keep in mind, and I hope that it really helps you. You know, we've had a live stream going, and I've done clips of this over and over, so huge shout out to Ian. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. That's amazing. That means a lot. Thank you so much. The Incubi themselves are like iconic close combat killing machines. They've been like that since when I started playing the game in 3rd edition Warhammer 40k. I'm dating myself already. But back in the day, the Incubi would go in a raider, and because there was no Venoms back then. And your opponent's question would be, which is the Incubi raider, right? Actually, that was in 4th. Because in 3rd, you didn't have to tell your opponent in which transports were which things. It was all secret. You had to keep it. But the Incubi-filled raider tended to be one of the most highest level priority kills. And guess what? It is that way again. Incubi are incredible, and they're one of the best units in the index. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a Drukhari list without a unit of Incubi in them as well. So, let's dive into the Incubi. So, the Incubi and the Klavex, basically the same stats except for the wound characteristic. So, you have one Sergeant, which is the Klavex. He has 2 wounds. But everybody else is Movement 7, Toughness 3, a 3-up save, so one of the best armor saves you get in an Eldar book, Leadership 6, and 1 objective control. This unit has one purpose, and it is close combat murder. And you can attach Drazhar, and you can attach an Archon to them. Drazhar we went over before, Archon we went over as well. I personally prefer attaching Archons to Incubi, but Drazhar is not a bad choice either. They have a couple of good key things, but Incubi will kill pretty much anything in combat. Tough stuff, light stuff, infantry, tanks, monsters, especially in a Realspace raid detachment where they get Lance on a turn they disembark from a transport. Some people like large units of Incubi. I prefer small, killy units of Incubi because I prefer them being able to jump in and out of Venoms without having to use Wraith-like Retreat. But that is a personal preference thing, as most people like Incubi as a giant hammer that just beelines it for their opponent's toughest unit and just knocks them on their butt. So, what is their weapon? So their weapon is a Demi-Clave. Now, the Demi-Clave single blade, the Clave, sorry, the basic weapon is a Clave, which is 3 attacks, weapon skill 3, strength 4, AP 2, 2 damage. The Clave X can be equipped with a Demi-Clave, which then gives you the single blade, which is the exact same stats as the Clave, or a dual blade, which is 6 attacks, weapon skill 3, strength 4, only AP 1, 1 damage, but it is twin link. So it doubles the number of attacks, makes them 1 damage and 1 less AP, but it's very, very good if you're just trying to attack lots of infantry, right? And or if you've run out of pain tokens or don't have an Archon in the unit and you need reroll wound rolls to try get damage through. Do not forget, a pain token makes them reroll hit rolls and gives them an additional pip of AP. So they become AP 3, which is very good into most things. And rerolling hit rolls, especially because they only hit on a 3+, is also good to have. So pain tokens are pretty handy for your Incubi. So keep a pain token in your back pocket, ready to like murder something and jump in and do that. They also have power from pain, and they have a special rule called Tormentors. Now, we went over power from pain earlier, and Tormentors is a rule that essentially really helps with your army rules, so it's a good rule to have. At the start of the fight phase, each enemy unit with an engagement range of 1 or more models with this ability must take a Battle Shock test. So even though you can't have multiple Incubi units stack like multiple Battle Shock tests, right? You can have one Incubi unit tag 3 or 4 units, and each of those units has to take a Battle Shock test. Combine it with something like a Heamonculus for minus leadership or anything like that, and all of a sudden, there's some good synergy with that. Because it happens at the start of the fight phase, you can choose to do this first before you allocate pain tokens. So a lot of the times, an Incubi unit will generate the pain token that they need to use, right? So they can generate it and then allocate it to themselves. So it's a nice little thing to have, a nice little synergy. Cool thing about Incubi as well is they have a 5-up invulnerable save. So one of the better invulnerable saves that you will find in the army. Incubi can be in units of 5, or they can be units of 10. I prefer 5 strong units to go in little Venoms, so you can move a Venom or get out of Venom, go fight something, kill something effectively, and then hop back into your Venom for free to keep them alive because they're still toughness 3 and squishy. Or you could use a large unit in a Raider and then essentially get out, go kill something, and then hop back in using Wraith-like Retreat. The key to Incubi is they will usually kill whatever they attack. It's can you keep them alive to do that more than once. If you can do that, you're getting great value out of your Incubi. They're inexpensive. The character is about the same cost as the unit itself. So you double the cost of the unit by putting a character in it like an Incubi, but then you really make them efficient, especially with an Archon, which gives them reroll hits and reroll wounds with a pain token. Or even if you don't have a pain token, reroll 1s to wound with an Archon. Do not forget the reroll 1s to wound with an attached Archon. All in all, Incubi, one of my favorite units, the most iconic units in the Drukhari book. I have tons of them. I could run 3 bricks of 10 if I wanted to. However, I prefer the little 5-strong units because MSU is king in my books, and I rarely need 10 to do anything. Other than that, let me know what you think about the Incubi in the comments down below. I hope you found this little video useful. And like the video, share it, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And a huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon. The link is in the description down below, and I'll see you over there. Ah, the Dark Kin. Yeah, Incubi. I like him. I like him. Thank you so much, Ian, for the gifted memberships. That's amazing. That means a lot. Thank you very much. Enjoy your memberships. Alex, Pure, Little Tiny Dragon, Jimmy Bofosho, and Patrick. Thanks a lot for hanging out and watching and everything. Skari creating member berries for me talking about 3rd and 4th. Oh yeah, Anthony. 3rd and 4th edition, like we go way back. You know? Like back in the day. Back in the day when Drukhari were still pirates. You know, or they were still Dark Eldar back then. Oh my gosh, my back is murdering me. My favorite model of all time was the one Incubi on Vex Barge with the cloak. Yes. Yeah, those like classic cloaked Incubi, the bodyguards, were really cool. Any wants for new units, new kits? I want Vect tank back, says Corey. Yeah, I would like I hope like the one unit I think would be really cool would be bring back the Decapitator. Credulak or whatever, the Decapitator, like the Mandrake special character. I feel like him and the Duke Sliskus, like the Corsair pirate, and then the Decapitator. Those would be 2 very iconic units I would love to see back. The Demiclave dual blades can also be good as a middle attack between other Incubi and Archon against 3-wound models. Yeah, but Varanza, that is a fantastic like observation, especially when you're looking at yeah, 100%. I like that. It's like a nice little handy thing to have just in case, because you have lots of attacks, right? It's very good. Classy Bear, reroll wounds from Archon just seems so hard to work without on strengthful weapon. Yeah, especially when you have Lance, right? Like I've had Incubi run in, reroll hits and wounds, and then +1 to wounds, so wounding on 5s with a pain token, AP 3, they like pop a Land Raider. It's like pop, and the Land Raider just disappears. And you're like, oh, well that was easy, you know? Why did I shoot any Dark Lances at this? Bring back Archon on a Jetbike, says Charles. Oh man, Archon on a Jetbike. It's funny. I might be playing some 3rd edition soon with like Luca and some other people. Like we'll do a 3rd edition like throwback game, and I'm totally converting an Archon on a Jetbike for that. Oh, I do miss the old Dark Eldar. That got points for capturing their victims. I know they actually like legitimately. There was a mission for that too. Yeah. Tormentors is one of my most forgotten rules. Oh man, Tormentors, which is like the little. They used to be pistols. They used to be pistols in the helmet. But then they Horrifexes, man. Horrifexes were the weapon. Okay, so anybody who's brand new to this edition, okay, there used to be this thing mechanical pinning, which is like you would make your a unit take say it's like the old battleship. You take them, make them take like a battle shock test, but if they failed it, they were pinned and they literally like hugged cover. They're like and they didn't do anything for a turn. They like lost a turn. And the Terrafex / Horrifex was a little blast weapon, so it had a little template, and you shot it, and it didn't do any damage, but it caused a pinning test at -1 leadership for every model that was hit by the blast, which meant that if you clumped up on a combat or whatever, and then you got Horrifexed, all of a sudden you're like leadership at -4 or 5, and then like a big expensive unit would just like hunker down, and be like, oh no, the nightmares. Oh, it was one of my favorite troll weapons of all time. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. I feel our inherent urgency to eliminate an entire unit to get a pain token kind of feels like we're in a hurry. Yes, that's true. We just want to murder stuff, not take them back to the Dark City. But, you know, now it's like you're supposed to suspend. It's like disbelief, you know? It's suspend your belief or whatever. Vaughn says, fights first are the bane of Incubi for me. How do you usually deal with them? I shoot them to death. Fights first units, I tend to shoot them to death. I don't like running into fights first units. That's just, why would I? They're just going to kill me. So I'm not going to charge them. Literally suicide. Either that or you tie them up with something that they can't kill, like a raider, you know, or like, and just hope that they can't kill it as efficiently. Nico says, my lord, we are dying. Does it look like I can secure that Carnifex? Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Oh, man. Ah, memories. Good old memories. You know, one of those things. What are they? Memories? Yeah, I remember those things. They were fun. They were a fun thing to have back in the day. Kabalite Warriors. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. Hello and welcome to the unit by unit video. Today we're going to be looking at the Kabalite warrior, the mainstay of the Kabalite forces of the Drukhari. Now this is a series where I've been breaking down every single unit in the Drukhari army, and this video is no different. We're going to go over the unit itself, some options, the basics of the unit, and some tips and tricks that you can use in your next game. So I hope you sit back and enjoy, and let me know what you think after you've watched the video. So all in all, let's take a look at Kabalite warriors. So Kabalite warriors are, they're like a battle line unit. They're your basic battle line Kabalite squad unit. Now, each model moves 8, toughness 3, has a 4-up save, which is a pretty good save, especially when you put them in cover. The 3-up save, it's not bad. It is 1 wound, leadership 6, so decent leadership, and OC 2. So good objective control. Battle line, so they synergize very well with missions, and they have a good armor save and a good movement. They're like an all-around fantastic unit for very low point cost. They, in my opinion, is one of the best things you can ask for in a unit, right? Now, they come in 10s. You cannot have more or less. However, you can use something like a Venom to split the unit into 2 squads of 5, which then allows you to have more control of objectives and more units to do stuff. And I feel like Venoms and Kabalite warriors go hand in hand. They have a couple of really cool rules as well that make Kabalite warriors sort of like an integral part to any Dark Eldar list that I build. Even themed lists that I build that have like Coven or Witch Cult, I will bring Kabalite warriors, at least one unit, because they are that good that I would find it hard-pressed to make a list without them, especially playing competitively as well. So, all in all, every Kabalite warrior is armed with a Splinter Rifle, which is a 2-shot gun, 24 inches, 2 shots, hits on 3s, strength 2, AP 0, damage 1. But it is anti-infantry 3+, and it's assault. So at its core, you have an anti-infantry gun that can sit at 24 inches at long range, has full capacity at long range against infantry, and it's assault, so they can run and still shoot. Very, very good. Now, 5 models in the unit can be different. So out of 10 models, you have 5 of them that you can switch around the war gear. So one of them can have a shredder, one can have a blaster, one can have a splinter cannon, one can have a dark lance. Those are like your long-ranged guns. And then one of them can be a sergeant, and the sergeant can have a blast pistol, can have a close combat weapon that's a little better, and can have a phantasm ray launcher that gives you the grenade keyword. So I highly recommend blast pistol, saberite weapon, phantasm ray launcher for the sergeant, and then one of each of the guns for the other 4. So shredder, blaster, dark lance, splinter cannon. That means that you have 5 that just have little rifles and 5 that have guns, right? Or some sort of utility. So that's where the Venom comes in. We'll talk about Venoms later. But ideally, you want to split them with Venoms and put 5 with guns in a Venom, what we consider a Skari boat. That's very much a trademark, Skari boat. And you hide it behind a wall, and then they hop out, they shoot, and then they hop back in. And then they hop out, they shoot, and they hop back in, and you do that over and over again, so you get maximum value out of the shooting without getting shot back. Right, so that's at its core, that's the basic Kabalite warrior strategy. I rarely keep them in 10s, because 10 Kabalites die extremely fast, and I will always try and split them. It also means I have more units to do actions, and more units to have objective control, to sacrifice, to stop and uncap your opponent's objectives so they can't score primary as easily, to keep the game in your favor. Kabalite warriors are excellent. However, just like every Dark Eldar unit, they are 100% expendable, and every unit in your army is going to die. Do not forget this if you're a Dark Eldar player. Every unit in your army is going to die. Just get used to this. So, what are the different weapons? A blast pistol, range 6, 1-shot, Ballistical 3, strength 8, AP 3, D3 damage. A little bit of an anti-heavy infantry gun. Blaster is 18 inches. It's 1-shot, strength Ballistical 3, strength 8, AP 4, D6 plus 1 damage. The AP 4 with ignore cover for a Skysplinter comes in handy quite a lot. And it's D6 plus 1 damage, which is like a last cannon, right? It's like pretty good. A Dark Lance is heavy as well, but it's 36 inches, 1-shot. Hits on 4s, strength 12, AP 3, D6 plus 2 damage. Very good anti-tank weapon. A Shredder is Assault and Torrent. Does not ignore cover, though, sadly. Unless you're in a Skysplinter and you disembark from a vehicle. 18 inches, D6 shots, strength 6, which is actually, strength 6 is really good. Because against anything that's like toughness 10 or 11, you're still wounding on 5s. So, like, war dogs and armigers, monsters, like, you'd be surprised how much damage that Shredder does. 1 damage, though. The Splinter Cannon is 3 shots at 36 inches. Hits on 4s. Strength 3, AP 1, 2 damage. This is like a heavy bolter. It's sustained 1, it's heavy, and has anti-infantry 3+. So it's like an anti-infantry heavy bolter. A Splinter Pistol, which I would probably never take, and a Splinter Rifle, which we went over before. So you have a good plethora of weapons. And I would highly recommend you keep all the guns in the gunboat and all the rifles in the other boat to make sure they have a job to do and they can do that job, right? Skari boat, a proud part of our heritage, says Harborn. Yes, a Skari boat is a proud part of any Drukhari's heritage. Get to know this. Skari boat. As for melee weapons, every model is equipped with a close combat weapon, which is 2 attacks. The hits on 3s is strength 3, AP 0, 1 damage. And a Saberite weapon on the Saberite, which is 3 attacks, hits on 3s, strength 3, AP 1, 1 damage, but is anti-infantry 3+. With a pain token, don't forget though, you get +1 AP, which brings that to AP 2, or the regular close combat weapons to AP 1, so they can be handy, right? They do have power from pain. They have a 6-up invul save. They can have the grenade keyword. Don't forget, it's only the unit with the little phantasm grenade launcher that gets the grenade keyword. So as soon as that sergeant dies, your grenade keyword goes away. So, you know, it's usually the last model I kill because I want that grenade keyword. And they have a rule called Sadistic Raiders. If you control an objective marker at the end of your command phase, and this unit, or any transport this unit is embarked within, humongously important, is within range of an objective, it remains under your control. So they have sticky objectives. So if they control objective, even if they're within a transport, they sticky it, and you don't have to have anybody on it, and it stays into your control until your opponent takes it from you. Now, this is really important as well, because even if your model is like you have 1 Kabalite left from the squad, and he's in a transport, you don't have to take battle shock tests for that model while they are in a transport. So they can still safely sticky objectives from inside of the transport and not have to take battle shocks. It is a fantastic rule, and that is one of the main reasons I take Kabalite warriors. Now, as for the gun part of the unit, we talked about the core of the Archon. I love the synergy between a Kabalite warrior squad and the core of the Archon. They have so many guns, right? So many guns. However, you put them in a court, or you put a court with them and an Archon, and all of a sudden they get reroll hits and wounds, they get lethal hits, and in Skysplinter Assault, they get ignore cover at range, and then they get lance in close combat. So that unit can do an incredible amount of damage of shooting, grenades, incredible amount of damage in combat, and then run away back into the transport with Wraith-like Retreat. So you get multiple turns of good shooting, good combat, from what looks like just a little unit that doesn't really look like much, like your average battle line unit. Except you can squeeze the efficiency out of this unit to know, like, to the umpteenth degree. Plus they're OC too, so they're really good at just sacrificing to get onto an objective and, like, stop your opponent from scoring points. All in all, Kabalite Warriors are incredible, and I love Kabalite Warriors. They're just so good. But let me know what you think about Kabalite Warriors with a comment down below. Do you like them? Do you not like them? Do you use them? Some people like 2 units. Some people like 1 unit. What camp are you in? Let me know. Of course, if you liked the video, leave a like. Share the video if you haven't already and subscribe to the channel. And a huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. The best way to support the channel is by supporting on Patreon or a YouTube membership. The link for that is in the description down below. And I will see you on the next video. The Dark Kid. Bye, everybody. Kabalite Warriors. I love them so much. Skari boat. Just an explosive distraction. Ignoring Kabalite Warriors ain't a good idea, so it may work out. Yes, true. It's not about how much it hurts. It's about how much it hurts the other side. True. A walk-in Skysplinter Assault is not using it to the fullest. Correct. Grenades is a really good... Yeah, grenades is awesome. I love grenades. One of the best keywords in the entire game. Pairing with special weapons, it can give a punch. Is that grenade option any good? Yes. Yes, it is. It's free. Yes, it's free. Just Phantasm Grenade Launcher, free grenade keyword. Yeah. Kabalites are the backbone, and I can't imagine running a list without at least 10. Yeah, 100%. Like, just for the sticky objectives. Like, Kabalite Warriors make it into every list just for sticky objectives. Like, literally just for sticky objectives for me. Like, and that is it. Oh, man, we've got Lelith coming up next. Heck yeah. Absolutely love it. I love Lelith. Lelith is so cool. Lelith is so cool, so cool, so cool. Lelith is awesome. Lelith Hesperax. Okay, perfect. Yeah, sticky objectives is... Like, a lot of times I get a lot of, like, new Dark Eldar players or Dark Eldar players that reach out to me and go, hey, Skari, I can't seem to win at the primary game. I'll tell you, it's a combination of Beast Pack and sticky objectives. And sticky objectives is, like, the reason I score primary a lot of the time. Because your opponent can kill any unit you have on an objective. They'll just shoot them to death. They can just use bolt pistols, and your entire unit is just dead because you're Dark Eldar. So you just need to score it without scoring it. Without being on it at all, and then just just use your strength and your movement to like stop your opponent from getting onto the objectives to then not allow them to flip it back to theirs, right? Like that's the key. that is literally the key right there. But that's what I would recommend there as well. Okay, moving on to the next one. Unless anybody has any, make sure you post questions as I'm talking. If you thank you so much to everybody who's coming to hang out and having a good time, like hang out and chatting. It means a lot. Thank you so much. If you have any questions or comments, I will read them in between segments. So post them in the chat and I'll go through them and stuff like that as well. Okay. Anyone in chat read Lilith's book? I haven't read it yet. I want to read it. No spoilers. No spoilers. Okay. Whew. Hello and welcome to another unit-by-unit video here on Skaredcast. I've been going through every single one of the Drukhari units in the Drukhari Index, and today's no different. We're going over one of my favorites, Lelith Hesperax, the absolute murder queen of the Drukhari. She is a boss, and I can't wait to sort of explain and talk a little about her and like tips and tricks and stuff that I really like to use with Lelith Hesperax. So stay tuned. Let's dive in to the Queen Witch herself, which is awesome. So Lelith Hesperax has a standard sort of like build for any sort of like Eldar character. You have movement 8, toughness 3. She has a 6-up save, but she does have a 4-up invul, which is very good. She has 4 wounds, so very easy to take out once she takes damage. Leadership 6 and only 1 objective control. She does have fights first, and she is a leader. She can join witches. So she joins a unit of witches. You probably want to do that. Sometimes I've seen her run solo. Fights first is a very powerful rule, and you should definitely leverage fights first a lot with her. Now, she has equipment. She's equipped with Lelith's Blades, which are anti-infantry 2+, and sustained hits 2. She has 8 attacks that hit on 2s, of strength 3 -2, 1 damage. Already a great amount of attacks. They're only 1 damage, which can seem a little underwhelming at first, until you remember that it's sustained 2, anti-infantry 2. So she's running into infantry, and you have a pain token. That's 8 attacks, rerolling everything to hit to just fish for 6s. Every 6 is 2 hits. I've had her hit a unit 24 times, I think, was like the max I ever did. 24 hits. And then wounding on 2s, she gets like 16 to 18 wounds, and they're all AP good. Even though they're only 1 damage, that's 18 saves in combat. She gets wild when she pops off. It is crazy. Now, she does have faction, power from pain, but where she shines is with her special rules. Her first rule is Brides of Death. That's right, her Brides of Death. While this model is leading a unit, models in that unit are fights first. And each time a model that unit makes a melee attack, you get +1 strength and +1 AP. So right off the bat, she increases everybody in her unit of witches to strength 4 and AP 2 instead of AP 1. And she increases her strength to strength 4 and AP 3, right? Just off the bat, right? Without doing anything. And she makes the whole unit fights first, which is also incredibly good. And then we have Thrilling Spectacle. Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, you can use this ability. We call it just go Super Saiyan, right? Just once per game, do the boop, press the button, go Super Saiyan on her. She changes the attacks characteristic of her blades to 12, and she gets a 3+ invulnerable save. So once per game, you can make her attacks go to 12, right? Remember, with a pain token, sustain 2, like she's getting a stupid amount of attacks. Like imagine giving her an epic challenge and she just like puts all of these wounds on characters inside of a unit, just like step, 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 step. Like she is awesome. Don't forget with a pain token, you also get an additional pip of AP. So she goes to AP 4 and all her Brides of Death, right? Her witches go to AP 3, which is incredibly good into anything that doesn't have an invulnerable save. Space Marines go to a 6-up save. Guardsmen just never get a save. 4-up saves just don't get a save. It's just, you just don't get saves. So it is, she makes her unit of witches infinitely better. Now, in a Realspace raid detachment, that's pretty decent. But in a Skysplinter assault, having Lance on top of all of this stuff when you get out of a transport means that she will punch way above her weight class. And considering a unit of witches is 90 points, she's like, I don't know, 80 points or something like that. She's super cheap. It is a very low amount of points for a output damage of way more than what you paid for. Now, of course, they don't live very long, but that's where jumping in and out of Venom works to keep them alive, or Wraith-like Retreat to jump them back into a Raider as well. All in all, I think Lelith is one of the best, most iconic, strongest characters in the Drukhari arsenal, and I highly recommend you try her out if you haven't already, because she will definitely surprise you, as she surprised me. I was not in Lelith camp for a long time until I started using her, and then I found out that she alone could kill like 3 Custodes from a unit of Custodes by herself, and I was like, this is worth every penny. And then the fights first in the current season with Heroic Intervention and like all this stuff, it's just a good combination of rules. And there's a lot of infantry in the game. And even against non-infantry, when they charge and they get Lance, just having a stupid amount of attacks just from that one model at high AP can even threaten vehicles and monsters. And so that's where Lelith comes into play for me. She's like a little assassin. I tend to put her in a unit of witches that I've split in a Venom. She goes with 5 witches in a Venom, so I can use the Venoms get in and out for free. And then the other 5 witches go and are 10 objective control that I use to, you know, throw onto an objective to uncap it or something along those lines. Other than that, let me know what you think about Lelith with a comment down below. Like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already either. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons and members, without whom none of this would be possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon. Gain access to the bonus Discord and extra content every single week. The link is in the description down below. Other than that, I'll catch you on the next video. I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. Harlequins are Lelith wannabes. Oh, is that how it is? Is that how it is, good sir? Is that how it is? Death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, Lelith is literally death by 1,000 cuts. It's a mind game. Either they have to move, or they have me move it. Yeah. Lelith, plus-wise and game-wise, is a pure carnage. Her whole package screams kill. More than that, a Karn. And pair it with a unit of witches, never let me down. Yeah, she's a monster. I absolutely love Lelith. She is very, 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 very good. Absolutely love her and what she does. Yep, 100%. Death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, she's running her what all the time? Hello, Hellbricht by Hellbricht. Yeah, she just stabs. Stab, 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 stab. Stab, stabby, stab. As long as it's infantry, she'll murder it. Yep. Vaganza says, I hope they give her and Wyches the Morgan Vol treatment. Add points to her and take the exact amount off Wyches. Hopefully make Wyches playable with a Succubus. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be, we'll see what happens with that. Like, I'm always curious to see what they do with that sort of stuff. Charles says, the funny part about Lelith is she does more damage than her squad does. I know. Lelith does all of the damage in that squad. Like, and then the squad, if she didn't kill, like, the thing, then maybe she, like, the squad does the last wound or whatever. But she does the damage. Harlequin Solitaire vibes, yeah. Oh, so she's way better than a Solitaire. Like, way better. And cheaper, too. She'd murder a Solitaire instantly. She'd be like, step, 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 step. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Then again, who knows? Because they both fights first. If the Solitaire charges Lelith, Lelith wins. If Lelith charges a Solitaire, Solitaire wins because they both have fights first. So, it's just, it is what it is. How does that work? I don't know. Okay, on to the next one. Still waiting for the new Mandrakes. Feels like 6 months since they were first announced. Isaac. Yeah, I know. Actually, there's a box of the new Mandrakes at the Tabletop Forge, which is here in Barrie, the new Kill Team set. So I guess if you... Is there a set? No, it's not a box of Mandrakes. No, I don't. Oh, was there one? I don't know. There might have been one. Oh, my ears are hurting after using this headset for so long. Hello and welcome to another Skaredcast unit-by-unit review. This is a series where we've been going through every single unit in the Drukhari Index. And today we're going to be looking at Mandrakes, the sneaky shadow monsters of don't tell your mother about their origin. So we're going to talk about them, a little bit about their tips, tricks, their stat block, things like that, and abilities, and hopefully it gives you some food for thought and a few options in order to learn them a little better and potentially use them in your games. So without further ado, let's dive in. So Mandrakes themselves, they move 8 inches, they're toughness 3, they have a 7+ save, so they literally have no armor save to speak of, but they do have a 5+ invulnerable save, which is essentially the save they're going to be making all the time. They have 1 wound, they're leadership 6, and are only 1 objective control. At its standard thing, they're basically elves. They basically have the elf stuff. Now, they have both close combat and shooting potential. Their shooting is a Bale Blast. It's an assault weapon. It has devastating wounds. It's 2 shots at 18 inches that hits on 3s at strength 5, -0, 1 damage. So, great unit. Like, 5 is 10 shots, hitting on 3s, at 18 inches, strength 5, so decent at wounding stuff, and 6 is 2 dev wounds. I love Mandrakes because they chip away 1 or 2 wounds that you need, and if you combine multiple units of Mandrakes shooting at 1 target, it can actually do quite a bit of damage. Combined with the fact that they have infiltrators and they stealth is also very, very good as well. They have infiltrate, they have stealth, just standard rules. So you can use early in the game for setting up screens, stopping enemy scouts from getting into your lines too quickly, and they're stealth, so it changes the math a little bit when trying to shoot them. However, they're very vulnerable to torrent weapons, and they will die almost instantly to anything that has a flamer. Now in melee, they do have 3 attacks each with their Glimmer Steel blades at hitting on 3s, strength 5, so decent strength, AP 0, 1 damage. Important to remember that a pain token does increase their AP to 1 and gives them full rerolls to hit. So against like light infantry or stuff that isn't just like tough multi-wound models, a unit of Mandrakes of even 5 strong, 15 strength 5 attacks that are AP 1 rerolling all hit rolls can actually kill stuff. Now, I haven't tried this yet, but you could put 10 Mandrakes in a Raider and run them in a Skysplinter assault and then pop them out and have all their shots ignore cover, and then have them run into something with strength 5, and then have Lance as well, which then gives them Lance at strength 5. If it's a 10-man unit, that's 30 attacks, rerolling all hit rolls, strength 5 with a pain token, AP 1 with Lance, which against anything that is not toughness 10, you would be wounding on 4s against monsters and large stuff like that. So it's a very cool unit that has a lot of like different things you can use. But one of the main reasons folks put Mandrakes in their list is because of their ability Fade Away. It's what we colloquially like to call in the Warhammer community as uppy downy. Essentially, At the end of your opponent's turn, if this unit is not within engaged range of the enemy, you can remove it from the battlefield, and then in your next reinforcement step, so next turn, they can basically deep strike back in. They don't have the deep strike special rule, but they just arrive like a deep strike, so 9 inches away from the enemy, and they just arrive. So they arrive, and they're great for mission scoring. They're great for screening, putting up screens and kind of dropping them where you need to block enemy movement. But if you draw some like tactical cards, or you have like a mission that you're trying to achieve, they're very good for that early, mid, or late game. And they're also really good at sort of picking them up, and say if you need to kill something that's really tough, they can also like land and support like an attack onto a monster or a Catan or a vehicle that you need to try and kill. Because of their devastating wound shots as well. So I've done them in that capacity. The popping up and down is massively important to the Drukhari, because movement wins games. So it allows you to not commit them to any part of the table. And I'll tell you right now, keeping your Mandrakes alive for long periods of time makes you win the game more. So there's a direct correlation between keeping Mandrakes alive over the course of the game and your ability to win the game. And sometimes they have to sacrifice themselves to stop things like World Eaters jumping in your face. So you have to like use their infiltrate to stop the scout. And that is like their use in life, is to stop the pressure. But sometimes you keep them way in the back corners, just in the back. If your opponent doesn't scout or have infiltrate that can kill you, they are in the back corner. They're staying alive, right? Like that's, Mandrakes are one of those key units that you do not want to throw away, right? And then, of course, little tips and tricks like going into transports, getting out of transports to get Lance. They have lots of attacks, so they can be very threatening to like infantry units like Guardsmen, or just like Genestealer Cult single wound models. They're strength 5, so they can actually tassel quite handily against like light vehicles even, or light like infantry, like tougher infantry, that sort of thing as well. But just keep that in mind. But Mandrakes, all in all, great utility piece that I would highly recommend to put in any Drukhari army, mainly for point scoring, thanks to their fade away special rule. Also, the new models look awesome. But let me know what you think. Leave a comment down below. Like this video if you haven't already, and subscribe to the channel for more content. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is by doing it on Patreon. The link is in the description down below, and I'll see you in the exclusive Discord. Other than that, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Shadowy Mandrakes. Man, I love Mandrakes. They're so good. I really, really enjoy Mandrakes. They're like one of my favorite units. Hey, Lord Nerdbane. What's going on? Thanks for coming to hang out. Would you like to get secondary points? The Mandrakes. Yeah, Mandrakes help with secondary points. They really, really help with that. You just gave me an exciting chill. Gotta try that. 10 Mandrakes and a Raider. If they live, they can just fade away. Yeah, I know, right? It's like one of those things that I was thinking about the other day. I was like, oh, it'd be really cool to like try something like that. Oh, sorry, I just need to stretch my legs because my lower back is killing me right now. Good player versus best player. How do you use your Mandrakes? Yeah, exactly. How do you use your Mandrakes? Well, I use them in a transport. How do you use them? It's one of those things that's like kind of handy, could be really, really useful sort of thing. You never know, right? So, keep that in mind, folks. Good play. Now imagine Mandrake HQ comeback. Would be, I know, it'd be cool. Maybe we'll see like a cool detachment with them or something like that, which would also be really nice too. So, with that, let's dive in to the next one, which will be a Zarada. Zarada. Yes. Hello and welcome to another unit by unit video with me, Skari, your grateful host. We've been going through all the different units in the Drukhari Index, and the next one on the chopping block is the Raider, the iconic transport boat that the Drukhari use to get from place to place and to fight from. And of course, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Raider, some tips, some tricks, some food for thought in this quick little bite-sized video that you can take, and hopefully you learn a few things as you watch these videos. So let's dive right in. Raiders are awesome. I like them. They look cool. They're one of the most iconic units. They've been like that since, you know, 3rd edition Warhammer, where like all you could get was a Raider. So when they redid the kit and they added all the look is just iconic. It's just the Dark Eldar just screams boats and guys in boats, right? The folks that just jump out of boats, go stab stuff, and then they jump back onto the boat and they fly away into the sunset. It is a tank. It is a transport vehicle. It moves 14 inches. It is toughness 8, so it's one of the lighter vehicles out there. It has a 4-up save, so don't forget in cover, it is a 3-up save in cover. It does have 10 wounds with a 6-up leadership and 2 OC, so it doesn't really have a lot of objective control, and it only has a 6+ invulnerable save. So it's not exactly the toughest vehicle, but historically, Raiders have not been so tough. And historically, this is the toughest a Raider has ever been. So let's just put it that way. It is armed with either a Dark Lance, which is a 36-inch gun, 1 shot, hits on 3s, strength 12 minus 3, d6 plus 2 damage, which is an anti-tank weapon, or a Disintegrator Cannon, which is 36 inches, it is 3 shots, hits on 3s, strength 5 minus 2, 2 damage. So it's either like a better AP heavy bolter with no sustained, or a Dark Lance. I highly recommend the Dark Lance. I think right now that is just the way to go, as the game is at the moment. But if you like the Disintegrator Cannon, sure. You know, play what vibes with you, right? They just play what vibes with you. In close combat, it is armed with Blade Veins. It's 3 attacks that hit on 4s. They're strength 6 and AP 0, and they're only 1 damage. So, you know, it's token close combat attacks. Nothing crazy to take a look at or to write home about. Now, it does Deadly Demise D3, kind of like any vehicle. It's D3. It does have Deep Strike built in, so you can do some cool Deep Strike / rapid ingress plays with a Raider, which I think is very handy, especially if you put like 10 Incubi and an Archon in a Raider. You can like rapid ingress, Deep Strike it, and then like be in a position where you can just go and murder something that the enemy just, he just shows up, and pick a spot on the table and go kill. It is firing deck 11 though, which means with its transport capacity of 11, because it is a transport that can transport 11 models, and grotesque count as 3, so it does take less grotesque. You can actually have a whole bunch of guys with guns inside, and they can just shoot out of the Raider, right? Like the Raider just has extra guns if there's models inside with guns. Whether it's a Kabalite Warrior squad with guns, whether it's a Rack squad with guns, whether it's a Wyches pistols, whether it's a Court of the Archon. Of course, don't forget that none of the special rules for the Court will work, because it's the Raider that's shooting the guns with firing deck. Now, firing deck, in and of itself, as a Drukhari player, is one of the most useful rules that you can have, because not only does it allow you to shoot out of a transport, but it does things like, if you fall back and embark into a transport after falling back, normally you're not allowed to shoot when you fall back. However, because you have the because you are in the Raider shooting the weapons with firing deck, you get to shoot the weapons that fell back, right? So little things like that can have a huge impact on making sure that you get to shoot all your Dark Lances every turn. Now, even though the shooting capacity of a Raider is 11 and it can carry 11, it doesn't have to just carry 1 unit. It can carry multiple units up to 11 models. So one of the funnest things, or one of the things I used to do a lot when I started playing with Dark Eldar early in the edition, was I would take 2 units of 10 Kabalite Warriors, and I would take the 5 with rifles, and I would put the rifles in the Venom, and 5 with rifles in, and I put 2 sets of guns. So that's the Blast Pistol, the Dark Lance, the Splinter Cannon, the Shredder, right? And I would put all of the guns, both sets, 2 separate squads of 5 with guns in a Raider. So then the Raider itself would be equipped with 3 Dark Lances, 2 Blasters, 2 Shredders, 2 Blast Pistols, 2 Splinter Cannons, right? And all you need is 1 pain token to empower all of that. Because if you empower the transport, the firing deck models count as having count as being empowered, because it's the transport that's empowered, and it's the transport firing all those guns. So it's a very efficient way of having a crazy gunboat and being able to empower it for very little, right? However, it does take a lot of forethought. Like you have to have 2 Kabalite squads, you have to have 2 Venoms and a Raider, and then do all that and kind of go through all of those hoops to do that as well. Now, the Raider does have one special rule, it's called the Ether Sail. Each time this model advances, you don't have to make a roll. You can just add 6 to the move characteristic of the model. So it can move up to 20 inches on an advance, which is very handy in the first little bits of the game when you just need to advance and get it behind a building or stage it so then the models inside can then get out and do stuff next turn. So just something to keep in mind. Also important to note, if you have an assault weapon inside of the transport, you cannot like use an advance and then still shoot, because you can only use firing deck if you're eligible to shoot, which means one of the weapons on the vehicle would have to be assault, and that's not going to be the case because none of these weapons have the assault keyword. So just something to keep in mind. Now, of course, the Raider synergizes well with any of the special rules with a lot of different parts of the army, especially with the Skysplinter Assault, being able to get out of your transport and get lanced and ignore cover. Also, the ability to get back into your transport with a Wraith-like retreat, so it's very handy. I tend to not take more than 2 Raiders in a 2,000 point list because I feel they're a lot harder to hide than Venoms, and I absolutely love Venoms because they're easy to hide, and that's what, like, I want to hide my transports so they don't just die, right? And so it's just something to keep in mind. They're tall, right? So line of sight, they're long. They rotate, right? So you've got like the rotation, which is what, 2-inch rotation now. But even then, they still gain a little bit on the movement because they're actually 3 inches long from the nose. So they actually gain an inch when they rotate, which is fine. Just something to keep in mind. They also have decent tank shock with 10 wounds. With toughness 8, so they actually roll a decent tank shock. Not as good as a Ravager, which is like 9, toughness 9, but better than what it used to be, which was 6 dice. So they actually got a boost with the tank shock changes. All in all, there's lots of stuff you can put in a Raider. You can mix and match. Like a lot of the times, if you're putting something expensive like Incubi in a Raider, I like taking 5 Incubi and an Archon and a Raider and then putting 5 like Wracks or 5 Kabalite Warriors with just guns or 5 Wyches with just pistols in there. So that when you desperate breakout, like when the transport dies and you have to roll for all the models inside, remember, it's just a pool of models. You don't have to roll for each individual unit. If there's 11 models in the transport, you just roll 11 dice, and then for every one you get, you allocate a mortal wound to something. So it's nice to have a secondary unit in that transport if you have a killie unit inside that you don't care if it gets wounded, in order to be able to like soak up some of the mortal wounds so that you're not killing like your important Incubi. So for example, if I had a 10 strong unit of Incubi in a Raider with an Archon, I might even put like a Heamonculus or a Succubus inside, like a solo character that's like a few wounds. So if you roll a couple of ones, you can just allocate it to that solo character that isn't attached to anything. And then you don't have to kill any of your Incubi when you get out of a transport. Just little things to remember that kind of increase the efficiency of your army. But let me know what you think. What is your favorite layout, or what was your favorite thing to put in a Raider? And I hope that this gives you a little bit of food for thought as you learn how to use the different units in the Drukhari book or fight against them. Of course, a huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, best way is through the Patreon with the link in the description. And I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Drukhari, dear James. Oh, there's lots of back to chat. I can't wait. Yeah, I wish Corsairs could go in. Oh man, if Corsairs could go into Drukhari transports, I would have so many builds. I own 10 of these really cool Corsairs. I painted up. They look amazing. And I'm like, the fact that they have to be on foot just bums me out, man. Also, the fact that Proud doesn't help us with tank shock when in lore is what it's there for makes me sad. I know, right? Pump says, Dear Mr. James Workshop, I wish disintegrators were assault for advance and firing deck shenanigans. I do too. I honestly thought they were assault. We'll see. I feel like the disintegrator cannon is going to get a glow up in the codex. I feel like the disintegrator cannon is one of those things that's like nobody uses them. So they're gonna, like, I hope they bring back some oomph to them, you know? Drukhari may not have a lot of vehicle entries, but all of them is good, playable, can be used in every list. Now, question, because I've been following your bat reps, but it could have escaped me. How do you use firing deck? Oh, question answered. Sweet. Well, I'm glad I answered that question. Hey, Davis, what's going on? I arrived at the perfect time. The Raider is the third best unit in the Codex, just behind the Venom and Mandrakes. Yeah, they're both very, very good, Davis. I would agree. Have you used Deep Strike on Raider somehow for some shenanigans? Yes. Early on, I did more than now, but I have done it in the past, yeah. Damn, I'm learning so much now. I cannot get that from playing because none plays Drukhari in my town, says Pal. That's if you want Dark Eldar content. Actually, most of the folks that we chat with on a regular play, like the Discord, is filled with Dark Eldar players. Lelith and the Wyches out of Raider is such a nice blender. Lord Nerdbane, it is. It is a great blender. Skari, enduring the physical pain for us all. Such a marathon. Skari, is this your own personal version of Power from Pain? It is. It is. I'm very hungry. I can't wait to go eat food. I run 4 waiters. I'm waiting on my Tantalus, says Legendary Mike. Well, hopefully you get your Tantalus soon and then paint it up and make it look cool and put it on the table. Have fun with it. Charles, wonder if this video is going to be the most time Skari has said, the Darkin in an evening. I don't know, maybe. Maybe I instead of counting sheep, I just say, the Darkkin over and over until I fall asleep. You don't know. You're not my manager. You're not my manager. Oh, man. Such a fun time. Man, why is it that these things get to be so silly sometimes? I'm like, I thought I fixed it. And then, no. And then it's like, nope, you don't get to be fixed. Fingers crossed for assault ramps on Raiders. Well, they gave us assault ramps with Skysplinter Assault, right? Stephen Buss Photography says, I find holding objectives difficult with Inari. Would you recommend just going full Drukhari and focusing on sticky with Kabalites? Well, if you're playing Inari, just take Kabalites in Inari. Like, a unit of Kabalites and a Venom in your Inari army will really help you hold primary. Like, I'll tell you that right now. And then you can take Beast Packs, which increase the win rate of Inari by a lot. Harborn, Skari taught Heamonculus all the knowledge, yes. Justin, I'm not knowledgeable in the deep lore of the channel. Where does the Darkkin come from? Well, it's a funny story. So apparently I said it, I think I said it on a video sometime. I said it like one time. I was like, the Darkkin or something. But it was like in passing. It was nothing like crazy. I was like, the Darkkin, or I don't know. It might have not even been like a phrase. It was like, the Darkkin, or like something like that. But what happened is 3 or 4 friends, like that's Diogo and who else was it? There's a bunch of guys. It was Diogo, maybe Chris. It was definitely maybe Jason. Anyway, a bunch of the Canhammer crew. They basically would drive me back from a tournament, and they were talking about my channel. This was like 10 years ago, and they were like, "Man, that he said the Darkkin." I swore it, and they were like looking for it or whatever, and they found it on this video, and they found it hilarious. And so they were like, "Say the Darkkin, Skari or whatever," and it was just funny. And so I like recorded a voice note and sent it to one of the guys. And I was like, the Darkkin. And they made that his ringtone for like 8 months or like a year or something. Anyway, it became his ringtone. It was like this big funny joke. And so eventually I just started saying it. And now it's just a thing. It's been taken a decade. But it's now just a thing that I say. It's just how it is. No problem, Stephen Buss. Hopefully that helps. But yeah, Justin, if that answers your question, that's the story of the Darkkin. Little anecdote here or there, right? Doesn't hurt anyone. Okay, on to the next one. Let's go. We got this. We got this. Hello and welcome to another unit-by-unit video here on Skaredcast. This is a series where I've gone through every single unit in the Drukhari Index, and I'm telling you a little bit more about them. tips, tricks, things that I've learned, and hopefully you learn a little bit with me as well. Today we're looking at the Ravager, the iconic gunboat of the Drukhari pirates, which is essentially a transport that has no transport capacity, and instead we get more guns, which can be equipped for anti-infantry duty or anti-tank duty as well. So let's dive in to the iconic Ravager. So the Ravager is a vehicle. It flies. It has Deadly Demise D3. It does Deep Strike, so you can do some crazy Deep Strike shenanigans if you want with it. It is a 14-inch move. It is a toughness of 9, so one of the toughest Drukhari vehicles. It is a save of a 4+, which does become a 3-up in cover. 11 wounds, an odd number of wounds, but that's okay. It does have a leadership of 6 and an OC of 3, so decent objective control. It does have a 6-up invulnerable save and gets damaged when it has 1 to 4 wounds remaining, which will reduce its hit roll by 1. Now, you can equip it with 3 long-range guns, and you can have a mix or match. You can have 1 and 2 or 2 and 1, whatever it is you want to do there. I highly recommend when you take a Ravager, take a Ravager with 3 of the same gun. Just keep it focused to a task and just kill the thing that it's meant to kill with the guns that it has. So you can equip it with Dark Lances, 1 shot each, ballistic skill 3, strength 12, AP 3, D6 plus 2 damage to your anti-tank weapon, or a disintegrator cannon. So 3 of them, remember. 3 shots, ballistic skill 3, strength 5, minus 2 damage. In close combat has Blade Vein, so 3 token attacks that hit on 4, strength 6, AP 0, 1 damage. Now it does have Power from Pain, so you can give it full rerolls to hit, and an additional AP in combat if you do it in combat, / all the benefits from Power from Pain. Now, I prefer the Dark Lance. I think the Ravager with Dark Lances works really well, and I will admit, in 10th, I haven't really tried the Ravager with Disintegrator Cannons. I will say, though, in 9th edition, the Ravager with Disintegrator Cannons that was at the center and the center and Archon that gave him reroll hits and wounds rolls of 1 was like a mainstay. And but now it's designed to be more of a like anti-tank tank, right? In my opinion, I think that's the best way to run it. Now, it does have a cool rule called Eradicate the Foe. So every time this model makes an attack that targets a unit that it's at its starting strength, you can reroll hit rolls of 1. So anything that's unwounded, basically, you get reroll hit rolls of 1. So it's a great way of like early volleys in a game without having to use pain tokens. And I think that's one of the main strengths of a Ravager, is that you can try and get some early kills or try and get some early like softening ups without having to use a lot of pain tokens. So if you're using pain tokens on like Scourge early on, you can like start a volley with a Ravager, see if it does any damage. And then if it does, then kind of switch to a Scourge unit that now has a pain token to then like finish the job, right? So it's like, I feel the Ravager works really well in unison with Scourges. And I tend to not rate the Ravager too high because it doesn't have the ability to hide again. So as soon as it commits and can see something, if it didn't kill what it needed to kill, or your enemy can just move something and shoot it, the Ravager just dies. They are not really that durable. They just die. And that makes me very sad because I love Ravagers and they just synergistically, they sort of like miss the boat. If you're running them in the Realspace raid detachment, you do have access to Strike and Fade, which does keep like a Ravager alive. You can like pop it out, shoot, and spend 2 command points, pop it back behind cover to keep it safe. And then with the Skysplinter Assault, you can give it the 4-up invulnerable save from the Night Shield, which does really help keep it alive, but it's not like a guarantee, right? A 4-up invul does really help, but it's like you can fail it, and then it just instantly dies to like a Melt-A-Gun or 2. All in all, it's a cheap gunboat that screams, that has good tank shock potential at toughness 9, and is self-reliant. Like, you don't have to rely too much on pain tokens for it to do damage, because its Dark Lances do hit better. They hit on 3s, other than like Dark Lances on Scourge that hit on 4s but are heavy, so you know, or on Kabalite Warriors that hit on 4s, or like a single Dark Lance on a Raider, right? So I feel like an ignore cover mechanic on a Ravager would make it like better, so that the Disintegrator Cannons would be more appealing, or the Dark Lances would be more appealing. But We'll see how it is. All in all, I think that it's a good option if you own a Ravager and don't have Scourge. Use it. If you like the Fire and Fade mechanic, that works really well too. You can also Deep Strike it too. But I would highly recommend to use it with the Dark Lances and make sure that they're the first thing shooting early in the game to try and like make use of their Eradicate the Foe as well. They're also one of the only gunboats, the only gunboat that's the Cabal gunboat. So in something like Realspace Raid, you actually have access to the reroll all wound rolls ability on a Ravager. So if you gave it a pain token and it's shooting at something that is half wounded or under 50% starting strength, you could reroll all hit rolls and reroll all wound rolls, which can come in quite handy with, say, Disintegrated Cannons, right? So there are different options, but it just depends on which way you vibe. But the main way to use it would be as a gunboat for designated anti-tank guns for now. Other than that, let me know what you think. What's your favorite loadout? Are you one of the folks that built the Combat Patrol as the Combat Patrol told you to build it, which was a mix of weapons? And if so, how do you feel about that? Other than that, share this video if you haven't already. Leave a like. And if you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon. So huge shout out to the channel Patreons. And I'll see you on the next video. The Dark King. Bye, everybody. By the way, hello, Dead Man. What's going on? Dark Techno. Oh, yeah, Dark Techno Monsters was awesome. That, like, was so fun. I do miss the 5++. I feel like 5++ on all the vehicles would be really good. At least the Tantalus kept it, you know what I mean? Charles Parker. Would you think, as a gunboat, the Ravager could take Haywire? See, look, back in the day, Disintegrated Cannons were like a plasma cannon. They had 2 firing modes. Then they turned them into more like a fancy heavy bolter. So I kind of hope that they bring back that whole overcharged version of the Disintegrated Cannon. Maybe do it like extra AP, extra strength, extra damage, but then like hazardous. So like make it like a little bit more appealing. Really like, hey, you could take these Disintegrated Cannons that can like overcharge, right? Or take just boring Dark Lances, you know, that sort of thing. Ravager is nice, but Scourge do the job better. I still love a tank with 3 Dark Lances. Yeah, Scourge, the reason Scourge do it better is just Scourge just don't get shot back, right? Like that's the key, is just don't get shot back, right? Like that is what makes Scourge survive, is the fact that they, you know, they just don't get shot back, right? That's just that. It's just you want to make a skirt, like you want to make Ravagers better, just do that. Like there's a way to do it where you kind of like pull your Ravagers to a side or a flank and use terrain to kind of like keep them from getting shot from like different angles or whatever. So you can try kill the target that they can see and then not get shot back, and then they live another turn and they kind of swing around from cover to cover. So that's a way to kind of do it as well, I guess. Okay. At least give it sustained or blast. Yeah, that would be really good. Gonna magnetize my Raider Ravager to swap around. I know Scourge are better, but I'm in the faction for boats. Yeah, that makes sense. And my play group isn't super competitive. Yeah, that's fine. Ravagers are good. They're not bad. There was a reason they went up in points. I don't get why Drukhari has no hazardous in the whole codex. Because we know how to make weapons. Von Sapon Thame. We know how to make guns. Guns that don't kill us. Scourge are. Happy Donald. Disintegrators just need some serious buff. Yeah, Disintegrators need a buff. They're just meh. You know, like, why would you take one when a Dark Lance is just infinitely better? Like, that's just how it is, sadly. In my opinion. And also in all of your opinions. Then again, I will probably make a crazy list where I'm like, only Disintegrator Cannons, and then, like, see if it works. Just for fun. Because why not? Okay. Moving on. Hello and welcome to another Skaredcast unit by unit video. In this series, we've been looking at every single unit in the Drukhari Index one by one. I've been going through the stat blocks and abilities and cool things that hopefully you're learning a lot about as we go. Today we're looking at the Razorwing Jetfighter. Now, you know I have a soft spot for aircraft because aircraft are actually really cool and because they break the rules of the game, which I enjoy. which is awesome. And the Razorwing Jetfighter is one of those vehicles. Now, as of filming, the Razorwing Jetfighter is not the go-to aircraft for the faction. The Void Raven Bomber is. But it does have some really cool synergies and some good guns. Now, it is a little bit too expensive for what it does. Hopefully, it goes down in points by the time you know, in the future. We'll see. But it is really cool. And I have played a game. I have played games with multiple Razorwing Jetfighters, and I like them. They're not bad. You know what? They're okay. They're not the most efficient, but they are okay. So let's take a look at your Razorwing Jetfighter. It's a vehicle. It flies. It's an aircraft. It has Deadly Demise D3, and unlike other factions' aircrafts, it comes stock with stealth, which is one of the coolest things about Drukhari aircraft, is stealth. Stealth on our vehicles, especially the aircraft ones, are great. In an edition where they took away the -1 to hit aircraft, we kept it. Stealth is still there. That's pretty cool. It does have power from pain, so it gets access to the reroll hit rolls in shooting and or combat, and can get that extra AP in combat if you ever needed it, I guess. So it does move 20 plus, like all aircraft has to move a minimum of 20 inches. It is toughness 8, so the same toughness as a Raider, has a 4-up save like a Raider, and a 6-up invulnerable save. It has 10 wounds like a Raider, and is leadership 6, but has OC 0. So it's very much like a Raider without the transport capacity for double the point cost, almost. Oh no, more than double the point cost. Now, it is either equipped with 2 Dark Lances or 2 Disintegrators. Of course, the Dark Lance, 36-inch, 1 shot each, hits on 3, strength 12 -3, d6 plus 2 damage, so an anti-tank gun. Or the Disintegrator, which is 36 inches, 3 shots each, ballistical 3, strength 5, AP2, 2 damage. So that's the first thing. You get to pick one of those, either 2 Dark Lances or 2 Disintegrators. I prefer the Dark Lance. I think it's very good at like just shooting Dark Lances at like small light vehicles, like transports, like Raiders or like Venoms or Rhinos or Venom Crawlers. Just little like not like Chimeras, like very good at like killing transports. It is also equipped with Razorwing missiles, and the Razorwing missile has 3 different firing modes. Now, before you shoot, you have to pick your missile when you select in your targets. You can either use a monocyte. They're all blast, by the way. They're all blast. The monocyte missile, they're all 48-inch range, is D6 shots, hits on 3, strength 6, -1, 2 damage. So really good at like killing marine-style bodies, right? The neurotoxin missiles are my favorite. They are anti-infantry 2+. They're also D6 plus 3 blast, right? Hits on 3, strength 2, AP 0, 1 damage. But they are anti-infantry 2. So very, very cool. And then the Shatterfield missiles, which are D6, hits on 3, strength 7, AP 1, 1 damage. These are like the ones I don't really use ever. They used to be reroll wound rolls, but they don't do that anymore. So it's like strength 6 -1, 2 damage, or strength 7 -1, 1 damage. You're usually just using monocyte missiles because they're AP 1. Like the only time you'd use strength 7 missiles is if you're shooting at something that's strength 12 or strength 13, right? Sorry, toughness 12 or toughness 13, where you need to like wound on 5s instead of 6s. So the math means that you might get a damage in, right? Like that's like the only time I can see that happening. But against strength toughness 3, you're shooting strength 6 missiles. Against toughness 4 to, you know, to 6, you can do the strength 6 missiles. I don't know. I feel like the AP 1, 2 damage missiles are just better. And then the last option you have is to either take a twin splinter rifle. So it's rapid fire 1. That's really funny. It's not even the normal, right? Rapid fire 1, twin linked, 1 shot, hits on 3s, AP 0, strength 2, 1 damage, anti-infantry 3+, assault. Or a splinter cannon, which is 3 shots at 36 inches, hits on 3s, strength 3, -1, 2 damage, sustained hits 1, anti-infantry 3+. Take the splinter cannon. At least right now, it's just better. I would highly recommend the splinter cannon. As for combat, it has 3 attacks that hit on 4s at strength 6 at AP 0. You can only be charged by stuff that has fly, so you're only ever going to fight stuff that's probably going to kill you, like death company. So you definitely don't want, like with jump packs, you definitely don't want to use like, don't worry about the close combat attacks. So the Razorwing Jetfighter has a lot of guns, and it does come with a cool rule called Ground Attack Craft. So whenever it makes a ranged attack that targets an enemy unit that doesn't fly, you get +1 to hit. So it goes to hitting on 2s with everything. So it's very efficient even without pain tokens, which is something that I really like. And it does mean that, like, it comes in and has a volume amount of damage, right? The best thing about aircraft, of course, is the old towering rule. And that's the only reason I really rate aircraft at all. Is, yes, they have to start in reserve, right? So they start in reserve, they come in, but then they use true line of sight, which means that if you can see something, you can shoot it, right? It doesn't matter if they're behind like a footprint, right? Like in competitive 40k, there's lots of footprints. Those footprints sort of like block line of sight infinitely high. But if you aircraft, you ignore the footprint and only use physical line of sight blocking areas like physical walls and like floors and stuff that actually blocks line of sight, which means that aircraft get to pick their targets quite effectively, and it's the one reason I really like them, because you can really kind of target the things your opponent wants to hide, and that's where the value of aircraft comes in. And the Razorwing Jetfighter has a decent amount of guns. It can shoot tanks, it can shoot infantry, and things on the ground that don't fly, you get like more efficient at killing it. So it's okay. It's too expensive what you get, but it can pack a punch. But let me know what you think in the description down below. Now, one of the cool ways to use it is in Inari, because the neurotoxin missiles are anti-infantry 2+, and the splinter cannons are anti-infantry 3+. So you can actually use Blade Storm to make them AP2, right? Because they're critical hits on 2s and critical hits on 3s, which in Inari could actually mean that you get some pretty decent mileage out of the Razorwing Jetfighter. But let me know what you think with a comment down below. And a huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, support on Patreon today by clicking the link in the description down below. Thanks to them, I get to do videos like this, and I hope you enjoy them, because it's thanks to the Patreon community you get to watch this stuff. So other than that, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. Razorwing Jetfighters. I love them. They're so good. They're so good. They're so good, man. Once upon a time. Okay, there we go. I will remember that once upon a time. Does fly vehicles use the new pivot rules as well? Well, fly vehicles do, yeah. Anything that has a base size that's larger than 32 inches, 32, yeah, 32, oh my goodness. 32 millimeters, whatever the heck it's called. Anyway, yeah, they do. They change the pivot rules. Aircraft don't care. They literally have unlimited movement. 20+, unlimited. Like the pivot rule is just pointless for them. And it says the pivot is 0, so you can't use it. The pivot is 0. No, it says the pivot, you can't use it to travel less distance. Oh yeah, you can't. You have to move 20. Like in aircraft, you move 20. Pivot is free. Whatever. It's whatever it is. You move 20. You can't move less than 20. That's just in the aircraft rules specifically, because if you move less than 20, you die. So you don't want to physically move less than 20. And it says your base has to actually end 20 inches away from where you started. Like you actually physically have to traverse 20 inches. Yeah. Okay, we're starting to get to the end here, which is nice. Good. This has been a long stream, folks. 4 hours and going. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. I'm exhausted, but I'm having a great time with all of you. So thanks a lot for hanging out while I do this. Glad the immobilization rules aren't around anymore. Oh yeah, dead man. I remember when Land Raiders got immobilized by like a bush. You know, you'd be like, oh, here goes my Land Raider over a bush. Oh, immobilized. No. It was so bad. That's why you always paid for those, the little dozer blade on the Land Raider till they took it away. Except for the Black Templar Land Raider. The Black Templar Land Raider could always take Dozer Blades as well. Difficult terrain was a nightmare. Yes, yes it was. Dozer Blades, baby. On to the next one. Hello and welcome to the Skaredcast unit by unit video. In this series, we've been looking at every single unit in the Drukhari Index, one by one, and going through their stat blocks, their rules, tips and tricks, and things that you might be able to use in your next game with me, Skari. Of course, if you have any questions, make sure you pop them in the comments, and we'll get to those in a second. But today we're looking at the Reaver Jetbikes, Witch Cult Extraordinaire, super fast, flying around the arena and chopping limbs off. That's kind of like what the Reavers do. And of course, we're going to talk about them in your games of Warhammer 40,000 as a Drukhari player. They are iconic, the model looks amazing, and right now they're used mainly as a skirmishing unit to go out and get points, to kind of screen and move block enemy models from going to where the enemy wants them to go, and because of their decent objective control, they can actually steal objectives away from like things that aren't like dedicated troops that take objectives. So let's take a look at the Reaver Jetbikes. Now, they are one of the fastest things in the index with a 16-inch move. They are toughness 4 with a 4-up save, so one of the better saves as well, with 2 wounds. They are leadership 6 and have an objective control of 2. So decent objective control. A 3-strong unit, they come in units of 3 or 6, is objective control 6. So you can actually take objectives away from big monsters or vehicles or things like that, and they're very good for that sort of thing. Now, they come equipped each with a splinter rifle, so it's 2 shots at 24 inches, ballistical 3, strength 2, AP 0, 1 damage, but they are anti-infantry 3+ and assault, so they can fly around, they can advance, and still shoot. They're decent anti-infantry guns. Now, 1 in every 3 models, that includes the Sergeant, can have their splinter rifle replaced with either a Heat Lance, which is 18-inch gun, 1 shot, hits on 3s, strength 14, -4, d6 damage, assault melta 3, or a blaster, which is assault, range 18, 1 shot, ballistical 3, strength 8, AP 4, d6 +1 damage. Now, I personally really like the Heat Lance. I think the Heat Lance is just better with the extra strength for the strength 14. The d6 damage is less than d6 +1. However, if you get nice and close, within 9 inches, you really kind of take advantage of that melta, and it's melta 3, which means that you can really punish some stuff, even things that have like damage reduction, like Catan, because they cannot reduce melta damage. Then, of course, in close combat, they're all equipped with a Blade Vein. So it's 3 attacks hitting on 3s at strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. Or the Sergeant can be equipped with an Agonizer, which is 4 attacks, hits on 3s, strength 3 -1, 1 damage, but it's anti-infantry 3+. I do like the Agonizer. It doesn't mean you lose the Blade Veins. You actually gain it in addition to, but when you attack, you can actually choose the strength 4, for example, or the Agonizer, right, if you wanted to, for the Sergeant. They do have power from pain, like anything in the Drukhari book, and their special rule is called an eviscerating flyby. So each time this unit ends a normal move, so not a fallback, sadly, or an advance, so that makes me a little sad, you roll a die, you select an enemy unit that's not a monster or vehicle, so any non-monster, non-vehicle unit that it moved over, and roll a dice for each model in this unit, and for 4+, you suffer a mortal wound. So if you have 6 Jetbikes in the unit, and even if you clip the unit with 1 Jetbike, okay, you don't have to fly all 6 over the enemy unit. You don't even have to go the full distance. You can actually be in front of a unit, move till you touch the enemy unit, and then double back and literally just end outside of an inch. That alone allows you to roll the dice for every single one of your models in the unit. So you pick a unit because you flew over that unit. Even if you don't technically have to fly over, you literally just traversed it as you moved, and you go roll a dice up to 6 mortal wounds, which is really, really cool. Especially if you're not a vehicle or monster, you can do damage to them. It's just another way of doing extra damage. It is a little tough to pull off because of the fact that it's only during a normal move. So even though they move 16, you can't advance and do this, and you can't fall back and do this. So one of the best ways that I've found to use Eviscerating Flyby, especially with a big 6-strong unit, is putting your Reaver Jetbikes in strategic reserve and then rapid ingressing them, turn 2, turn 3, close to where your opponent is kind of like coming up on a flank, and just outside of like charge range, so that when your opponent kind of does their thing, they can't really interact with your Reavers, hopefully, and then you can fly over them, do mortal wounds, then shoot them, then charge them, and sort of like flip the flank back in your favor. So it's one of the best ways to use Reaver Jetbikes. I tend to do that a lot in narrative games, but I have done it on and off in some competitive games as well. Now, they have 2 War Gear abilities. 1 in every 3 models can take one of these War Gear pieces, and I highly recommend that if you take 3 of them, you put the heavy weapon change on the sergeant, because the sergeant can take the heavy weapon, and then give one of these War Gear abilities to the sergeant as well, so you can stack the sergeant, so he's the last one to die, basically. And so you get all these cool abilities and still have the sergeant's weapons and all that stuff as well, right? But you get a cluster caltrop. So for each cluster caltrop you have, you can re-roll one of the d6s to do mortal wounds with the Eviscerating Flyby. So if you have 6 and 2 cluster caltrops and 2 heat lances, you can reroll 2 of the dice. It means that you're on average doing 4 mortal wounds, quite on average, which is quite nice. The other one is a Grav Talon, which gives the bearer's melee weapons lance. Bit lackluster. Why? Because you can only give it to 2 models in the unit. So 2 models and a 6-strong unit. So only 2 models get lance. It makes it kind of lackluster. Like ideally, you're just going to go for cluster caltrops. The 6-up invul save on the Reavers is nice, but nothing to write home about. So there are 2 main ways, or 1 main way to use Reaver Jetbikes right now, competitively, which is running 3 strong units, because they're relatively cheap, and using them as a screen. They move really quickly, so they can get into places to do actions, to score points, or they can move quickly into place with assault weapons, so they can advance and move into place to move block, get between buildings and ruins, and stop vehicles or monsters from really moving through where they want to move, while still having some decent firepower to boot, because that heat lance can really pack a punch if it hits and wins. One of the best uses of Reaver Jetbikes is in the Inari detachments, because they get a free reroll to hit and a free reroll to wound with the current Eldari detachment, which then makes that heat lance very efficient, which you don't really get with the Dark Eldar, because you can get the reroll hit rolls with a pain token, but it's only for 1 gun, and then it might fail to wound. And that is always a feels bad. Other than that, I hope that gave you some good food for thought for the Reaver Jetbikes. Leave a comment down below and let me know what you think of the Reaver Jetbike. And share this video if you haven't already, like it, and give the channel a sub. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon. The link is in the description down below. And other than that, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. I'll see you on the next one. Bye, everybody. Okay, Reaver Jetbike's done. But hello, Scott. How's it going? Hello, how's it going? Nice to see you. Bladestorm works on splinter cannons. Did not know that. Yes. Yeah, it works on any gun, right? So it works really well on splinter cannons or anything that has an anti-something, because an anti-roll counts as a critical roll, which means that, with Bladestorm, like a unit of, say, 10 Scourge, right? Or Hellions. Say 10 Hellions with their little pedal guns, right? They're all anti-infantry 3+. So, and they're twin-linked, which means you could like literally twin-link all of them and shoot 20 shots, reroll. Well, you don't get reroll all hit rolls, which is a bit of a shame. But you get 20 shots, roll to hit, and then roll to wound, and then reroll wound rolls. And anything that's a 3+ is just AP2, right? Because of Bladestorm. You also do it on a unit of Scourge. You get 4 splinter cannons, and then 6 more Scourge with the carbines, which are 3 shots each. So then you have 12 splinter cannon shots, and then 6 times 3, you get 18 carbine shots, right? They're all anti-infantry 3+, and with, you've got all that stuff. And then you could like do a bunch of stuff like ignore cover with a Viper, and like maybe get reroll wound rolls with Doom, or reroll hit rolls with Guide. Like there's so many things you can do that you can leverage a lot of those cool like interlocking rule mechanics with the Eldar and the Drukhari in an Inari list. which is kind of cool. So you can get really creative with that sort of stuff, right? Currently have 3 of them in my 1,000-point list. Might be more when I get experience. Nice. That's awesome. Derek says, I don't know if mentioned, but you can give the Arena Master all the upgrades, which is kind of interesting. I definitely mentioned that. Yeah, I definitely did. That is one thing that I definitely mentioned for the Reaver Jetbike, because you definitely want him to be the last person to die, right? To get all the stuffs. Which makes sense to me. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no, what have I done? Oh no, I clicked the wrong button, man. I clicked the wrong button. No, no. Don't click the wrong button. Oh no, what the fudge? What the fudge, man? Silly fudge. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there, folks. We'll get there. It'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. Okay, okay. Boom. There we go. Ah. I don't know if your opponent is something like Custodians. Oh man, Scourges with cannons would be so gross with an RE. Yes, they definitely would. They'd be very, very good. I really hope we get something more for witch cults. Missing my full witch armies from the old days. I do. Every once in a while I'll run the witches. I'll be like, let's go witches, and then I do like a crazy list with all witches, and it's really fun. But it burns like a gasoline fire. It's like, and then it's like you're out of units. An RE list of nice if Rain is back in stock. Just saying. I expect there will be a further detachment rule for witches, says Scott. I would expect that too. Like we talked before, I think there'll be a witch cult, coven, cabal, and then like the mixed one. I think those are like the 4 that you'll end up seeing. Well, didn't even open my... See, I'm so tired. Okay, on to the next one. Let's do this, folks. Hello and welcome to another unit-by-unit video review here on Skaredcast. This is a series where I've been going through every single unit in the Drukhari Index, so you get to learn more about this iconic faction that I love to play. Today we're going to be talking about Scourges. Now, Scourges are everywhere. Scourges are Drukhari. Scourges are iconic, and there's a reason why they get more and more expensive with every single update. And that is because Scourges shoot every turn of the game, and your opponent can do nothing about it a lot of the times. Either that or they just die. But I absolutely love Scourge. Scourge are one of the coolest units, and I've been using them since the start of the edition, and I'm not going back. Okay, these Scourge are just awesome, and I love them, and their weapon option sometimes changes based on like what the missions are and how the rules work, but I love Scourge. So let's dive in to the Scourge themselves. At its forefront, Scourge are infantry. They are basically elves. They have a 14-inch move, so they're fast. They have toughness 3, a 4-up save, which is good, and cover, 3-up save, right? They have a 5-up invul, which is quite handy. It's like one of the better invulnerable saves in the index. 1 wound, leadership 6, and objective control 1. So pretty elfy, except they move 14. So, and they're infantry. So unlike Hellions, they can actually go through ruins and buildings, are not like slowed down by that sort of stuff. Now, they do have Deep Strike as a special rule, which is really handy, but I rarely Deep Strike them. I always tend to deploy them on the table, and most Drukhari players love Deep Striking them, which is great, but if you Deep Strike them, the opponents will disrespect you. You have to put them on the board to force your opponent to respect the open areas of the table, because the Scourge can move out and shoot, and they are the last thing I deploy because I want my opponent to deploy as much of their army as possible, and then I want to make sure I can put my Scourge in a position, sometimes very aggressively up on the line of my deployment zone, so I can move 14 inches out onto the sides or up into the middle and get angles and lines of sight on stuff from like the very beginning part of the game. Now, each of the Scourges is armed with a Shard Carbine, which is a 3-shot poison weapon, so anti-infantry 3+, it's assault. It's 18 inches, so it's a 3-shot gun at 18 inches. Nothing too crazy. However, in a unit, whether the unit is 5 or 10, because you can take 5, you can take 10, 4 models in the squad can take heavy weapons. And the Scourge in this case become very versatile because you can mix and match and make the Scourge do whatever it is you need. You need more anti-infantry guns, Scourge can take anti-infantry guns. You need more anti-tank guns, Scourge can take anti-tank guns, right? You need more short-range firepower, Scourge can take short-range firepower. You need to stay back and shoot from far away, Scourge can take far-away firepower. So Scourge in general are a very versatile gun platform. Now they're incredibly fragile, but they make up for that with their special rule. So the guns they can take, you can take blasters, which are an 18-inch gun, which is a one-shot, hits on 3, strength 8, -4, d6 +1. So you could have 4 of those in a unit. You could have 4 dark lances, which are heavy, but they're 36 inches, one shot, hits on 4, strength 12, -3, d6 +2 damage. So those are very, very useful at taking down tanks. You have Haywire blasters, which are my favorite gun for Scourge. It's 24 inches, 2 shots per Haywire blaster, hits on 4s, strength 3, AP 1, 3 damage, but here's the kicker, they're devastating wounds heavy and anti-vehicle 4+, which means they are the most dangerous thing against vehicles, more dangerous than a Dark Lance, but they tend to be only very useful against vehicles and very situational against other things because of their low strength. They can also take Heat Lances, which are assault, heavy, and Melta 3, but 18 inches, with 1 shot each, hits on 4, strength 14, AP 4, d6 damage. So if you just really need a hammer blow, you can go for 4 shots that either kill something or don't, and then you die, but they're like the strongest gun that they could have, right? And then you can also take a Shredder, so it's assault, torrent, 18 inches, d6 hits at strength 6, AP 0, 1 damage. So you could have 4 flamers if you wanted to. And you could also take splinter cannons, right? So you could have 3 shots each at 36 inches, anti-infantry 3+, heavy sustained 1, hits on 4s, strength 3, AP 1, 2 damage. So essentially heavy bolters, so anti-infantry. So depending on what you want, you can really make the Scourge as you'd like. Now the Sergeant can take a Solarite weapon, can take a Blast Pistol, which is like a little short-range gun that does D3 damage, is AP3. I personally take the Shard Carbine, and I take the Solarite weapon, because you can take the Close Combat weapon and the Carbine. The reason I take the Carbine is because it's an assault weapon, and so if I need to move in advance, shoot, and then winged strike, I need to be able to shoot to use their special ability, and if I advance, I can only do that for an assault gun, and if I have a blast pistol, it's only 6-inch range, so I really need to make sure that I can keep that unit mobile if I absolutely need to get into place, to screen, to move block, to get up behind enemy lines or engage on all fronts. So important to keep that unit moving. The thing that makes Scourge powerful is the ability they can take multiple guns. They can take all 4 of one type of gun. And sourcing the guns can be a bit of an issue, but if you've collected or 3D print different guns or convert them, you can just make sure that they're all armed the same way. And WYSIWYG your Scourge. Don't be that person that has one Scourge armed with every single different gun and counts them all as Dark Lances. Just WYSIWYG your Scourge. Please and thank you. Just make sure your Scourge are equipped with weapons and use the Talos bits you have, use bits from Raiders and other vehicles and stuff, and convert them. It's easy. Snip here, glue there. You can make it happen. They do have power from pain, and their special rule, which is the thing that makes them the kicker, is Wing Strike. In your shooting phase, after this unit has shot, so they have to shoot, right? And if they're not in engagement range with the enemy, they can make a normal move of up to 6 inches, and they can't declare a charge that turn. So the key there is they can move, they shoot, and then they hop back behind a wall so that you cannot shoot. The enemy cannot shoot you back unless they have out-of-line of sight guns. That is what makes Scourge so powerful, is the fact that they get to move out, they shoot, and they move behind a wall. So if they didn't kill their target that one turn, they have another turn and another turn and another turn, and your opponent, unless they go directly to where the Scourge are and charge them and root them out, right, or have lots of out-of-line of sight guns and specifically target your Scourge will be firing every single turn. This is invaluable and is priceless. That's why it doesn't matter how much how many points Scourge are. You usually see so many Scourge because of the fact that your opponent can't deal with them. So they're like a very reliable firing platform. I personally like having one unit with Dark Lances and one unit with Haywire Blasters. And those are the two units that I take in most of my competitive lists. Haywire Blasters are incredible into tanks, and they are very good into Armor Contempt and like Armor 2+ and Invulnerable Save tanks because they just do a ton of damage into almost every faction. Against Tyranids, though, they might not do damage in the same way, but they can move block, they screen, or if they roll a couple of 6s on their wound rolls, it's devastating wounds, 3 damage each. So they can sometimes do quite a lot of damage, even when it's against stuff that they're not supposed to normally wound. Access to pain tokens makes them very reliable at killing stuff because they can hit better, right? And it's definitely one of the main users of my pain tokens on my Scourge, right? And they really complement my Core of the Archon and my other Kabalite warriors with guns very well in order to kill the things I need to kill at range. They also have the grenade keyword, which is awesome because they just run around and they can like toss grenades and do like extra damage for no reason, right? And then in combat, they have 2 attacks each with close combat weapons. The solar weapon has 1 attack, and you can't 3 attacks, sorry, and you can give them a pain token for an extra AP and potentially reroll hit rolls even in combat. So they can like beat up a little unit of infantry that's like guardsmen or something like that, right? So do not underestimate the power of the Scourge. Other than that, let me know what you think down below. What's your favorite Scourge loadout? Mine is Haywire and Dark Lances, but some people love the Heat Lances. They just want to really punch something dead, right? And get really close and kill it. Some people really like blasters. Some people really like splinter cannons. What is your go-to choice for the Scourge? Let me know with a comment down below, and I hope you learned some stuff about the Scourge today. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, check the link in the description down below and sign up today for bonus content, Discord, TTS League, computer game nights, a Crusade League, and more, with a super positive community from all around the world. I've been Skari, your grateful host. Sign off until next time. Skari out. The Darkkin. Bye, everybody. The Scourge. I love Scourge. Grenades and keywords. Damn, says Powell. Yeah, they're awesome. They're so fantastic. I love my Scourge. Dark Lance better than Heat Lance only because of range? Yes, 100%. I don't want my Scourge anywhere within that 18-inch bubble. Like the Haywire's already cutting it real close. You know what I mean? Like real close. Yeah. Versus an opponent with indirect, would you deep strike them? No, I would not. Once upon a time, I would not actually. I want, as many people have noted, killing the transports is key. And if they're not shooting at your Scourge, they're shooting at your transports. I much prefer them shooting at Scourge. Scourge are like, you put them in cover, they have a 3-up save in cover. You know, they indirect only hits on 4s now, so they're like, they have to dedicate quite a bit of shooting. And even one Scourge with a Dark Lance, just like popping out, popping back in, popping out, pop. Like, it's just annoying. They screen, they score, they have grenade keyword. So, like, yes, I want my opponent to shoot my Scourge. Absolutely. Please and thank you. Don't shoot my Venoms. Don't shoot my Raiders. But if you don't shoot my Scourge, they're going to shoot you, right? So that's why I put them on the board. And if you deep strike them, your opponent is going to, like, kill everything that's not a Scourge because you didn't put the Scourge on, and disrespect the mid-board because they're going to move up and you don't have anything to pressure them at range. Scourge are a great range pressurer, right? So they're one of the best units to keep on the board at all times. You've changed my opinion on this. Well, I'm glad. May go forth and put it into practice. It takes only one good Dark Lance shot to scare the opponent into throwing everything at them. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's, you know, and it takes one good Dark Lance shot to keep people honest and be like, oh, my Rhino has 5 wounds left, but you've got a Dark Lance back there. Do I want to, like, risk my Rhino? Or do I keep it behind a wall? I keep it behind a wall, please. Please keep it behind a wall, you know? Also, Haywire is like Matt, like, so good. Haywire is just so good. I freaking love Haywire. I would love to stay. Time to sleep. No problem, pal. Otherwise, I'll lose my game by snoring. Take care. Thanks for the evening. We'll watch the rest later. No problem, pal. Thanks for hanging out. really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who is hanging out, and even I know it's late. I know it's late. So with that, let's go on to the next one. Hello and welcome to another Skaredcast unit by unit review. We've been going through every single unit in the Drukhari Index, and today we're looking at the Succubus. We're going to look at what the Succubus does, how she works, tips and tricks, special rules and abilities, and I hope you learn a little bit about this iconic Drukhari character as well. So let's dive in. The Succubus is a witch character, so it's that character. Which character? That character. So she goes with witches. She can lead witches. And she's the last of the characters that we have to see in this index breakdown. She moves 8. She has toughness 3. She has a 6-up save, but a 4-up invulnerable save, so decent invul. She's only 4 wounds, leadership 6, and objective control of 1. She's also incredibly cheap. Very cheap character that you can use. And she doesn't really kill too much, but she's there and adds a lot of versatility to like a unit. She definitely competes with Lelith, and I feel like right now Lelith just takes the cake in terms of choosing her over the Succubus any day of the week. But when we look at it, we have she can be equipped with a blast pistol or a splinter pistol, or no pistol at all. I highly recommend the blast pistol. 6-inch range, 1 shot at ballistic skill 2, strength 8, AP 3, D3 damage. Instead of a poison pistol, is 1 shot that's only against infantry, 0 AP, 1 damage. And she's equipped with succubus weapons, which are anti-infantry 3+, and she has 6 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 3, AP 2, 1 damage. So nothing too crazy, right? She has power from pain. And what really makes her, like, why you would take her is because of her special rule, which is the Storm of Blades. So while she is leading a unit, melee weapons in that unit have sustained hits 1. So in a unit of witches, she gets like 30 attacks plus her 6, hitting on 3s or 2s. With a pain token, you reroll hit rolls, and then you get sustained 1. So you're getting a lot more hit rolls than on average. So that's fantastic. It increases the damage capacity of her unit. She also has combat drugs, so if this model is empowered in the fight phase with a pain token, the entire model and her unit gains fights first. Now, this does not require her to lead the unit, so you can actually just empower herself to get fights first if she's by herself. However, fights first is very powerful in the current game. Very, very powerful. So I would highly recommend that you can use her as a countercharge unit for heroic intervention or things like that. So all in all, she's great. However, if she only strength 3 on all of the witches and strength 3 on herself, means that at the end of the day, the witches themselves aren't really going to kill too much, and that is why the Succubus is just a little lackluster. You kind of need to run her in Skysplinter Assault if you're going to get that lance on the turn that you charge out of a transport. And a lot of the times you'll see Succubus leading 5 witches and then Lelith leading 5 witches that you split in a venom to give them both the ability to fight first and both a little bit of punch in close combat. Because the Succubus and or Lelith tend to do the damage, whereas the witches are just extra wounds for the characters themselves. All in all, little utility character, very cheap. If you just need a cheap body to put an enhancement on or just something cheap to fill up points, the Succubus is a great addition to that. And if you really want to use her effectively in like a witch cult style list, that fights first is really what I would be leveraging to try and make the witches do the damage that they're supposed to do. But all in all, let me know what you think about the witch. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? I personally have used them here or there, but it's not my go-to in competitive play. In narrative play, I absolutely love my succubuses. You know Rosalia, she's been in every crusade that I've done, and she is awesome. Because that's when you get like enhancements and stuff, and like upgrades and battle honors to make a succubus cool and better. But as it stands, a little lackluster, in my opinion. So, what do you think? Leave a comment in the description down below. And stay tuned for more videos. Of course, a shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. The link is in the description, and that's the best way to support the channel. After all, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Darkin. Bye, everybody. The Succubus. The Succubus. Let's see. Haywire is your secret tech against demons. Yeah, I know. Against demons, against like Magnus, against like this. Haywire is like surprisingly good into stuff, especially on a Talos where it gets like the twin linked. Then it gets like real spicy, you know, because it's like twin linked and stuff. Oh, it's so good. The unit that will make you wish you had brought Lelith instead, says Scott. I agree. Every time I take my Succubi, I feel I should have brought Lelith. Just because Dev Wounds bypassing the invul? Yes, Justin, just because of that. I made a Votan player sad with my invuls this past weekend playing my demons. Yep. Yeah, that makes demons my current boogeyman. Can't seem to take any dent into them. Yeah, but yeah, the Core of the Archon's a great tool into demons. Khorne Berserkers scare me. They should scare you. Khorne Berserkers are scary. She's infantry 3+, so Lance wouldn't help. Not in damage to infantry, but Lance helps when she's not attacking infantry, right? So like vehicles, monsters. I run her with Spiteful Raider for clearing up points after shooting, says York. Nice. So it's a cheap, yeah, very cheap. Her and 10 points, not bad. Nice little piece, action piece. Yeah, she's also super cheap for like actions and stuff. Easy to hide, you know, not really expensive. She's like the cheapest action monkey you can buy for 45 points by herself. In a 1,000-point list, probably 2,000 point, you should just take Lelith. Yeah, Lelith is good for what she does. But Succubus, you know, I guess can also add a little bit of oomph. Oh, I just need to stretch my legs here. Oh my gosh. Oh, I just cracked my hip. Going on 5 hours. Let's go. Yeah, Wargames Live. Check it. Woo, woo, woo. It's my Wargames Live t-shirt. Okay. Oh, let's dive back in, shall we? Only a couple more left. I'm excited. We're already at tea. Ooh, it's exciting. It's almost tea time because I'm starving. So with that, why does her fight first proc when not leading a unit? Doesn't say. Yeah, you can 100%. A Succubus 100% gets fights first if empowered. She does not need to be leading a unit to get that bonus. That is just models in this unit get empowered. The sustain thing is very, very specific leading a unit thing as well. Oh, didn't have any of my size when he came to New Brunswick. Oh, that's a shame. He only had like, I think this is a large, but it's a big on me. Like it's like a size too big on me. But yeah, I used to being wrong. Thanks for clarifying, Archon. No problem, York. Thanks for asking questions. You know, questions don't get clarified unless someone asks them. So it's good when someone asks for clarification for a question, right? I think it's important. Okay, let's dive right into the next one. Hello and welcome to another Skaredcast unit-by-unit video. We've been going over all of the units in the index, and today we're going to be looking at the Talos, the iconic pain machine of the Covens for the Drukhari. It's a tough little monster. We're going to go over what options it has, how it kind of works and clicks, and a couple of tips and tricks for you to take home and use if you're learning how to play the Drukhari, as well as some cool things that I've learned over my many games with the Drukhari. So let's dive into the Talos. The Talos is on the same chassis as a Cronos, or the Cronos is on the same chassis as a Talos. They're like the same. Movement 7, toughness 7, 3-up save, 7 wounds, with a 6-up invul, leadership 6, and a 2 OC per model, with a 5-up feel no pain and deadly demise 1. Now, of course, their faction rule is power from pain, so they do get the power from pain stuff. They also fly, they're a monster, and they're a Talos, and they're Coven. So they get access to any of the Coven stuff, which is kind of neat. So in terms of that, the Talos can be equipped with 2 sort of arm weapons and 1 tail weapon. And it gives you some versatility, kind of like the Scourge. If you looked at the Scourge, it gives you nice versatility for like what you want the unit to do. But the cool thing is it can shoot and it punches as well. So it kind of does both, and it's tough. So it's not like super tough. You can take a unit of Talos in 1 or 2 Talos together. And I highly recommend pairs. Pairs of Talos work very, very well. And they're just under the cusp of they're 14 wounds for 2 of them, so they don't give up like any bring it down points really when playing like Pariah Nexus, right? Depending on what season of war we're in at the moment as well. So let's dive into this. So as for stabby weapons, you can take a variety. But let's look at the tail weapons first. So for the tail, you can take a twin Haywire Blaster, which is 2 shots at 24 inches, hits on 4s, strength 3 -1, 3 damage, but they are anti-vehicle 4+ devastating wounds, so very good against vehicles with 2 shots each, and twin linked. That's massive. It means that you're very likely to do devastating wounds to vehicles or devastating wounds in general. And with a 2 strong unit of Talos, that's 4 shots. So you could be doing 6 to 12 damage, usually, depending on how well you roll in the hit roll. With Power from Pain, with the Pain token, rerolling hits is not a bad thing, right? You can take a twin Heat Lance, so 1 shot at 18. Hits on 4, strength 14 -4, d6 damage. But it is Assault, Melta 3, and also twin linked. So you can advance and shoot, which is kind of cool. If you get nice and close, you get the Melta 3. It's only 1 shot each, so 2 shots with a unit of Talos of 2. However, it is twin linked, so you get the reroll hit rolls, but then you can offset the wound roll by like rerolling wound rolls because it's twin linked. So there's more likely that you're going to do a hefty damage there as well. You also get a twin splinter cannon, which is 36 inches, 3 shots, hits on 4, strength 3 -1, 2 damage. Anti-infantry 3+, sustained hits 1, twin linked. So a little bit of anti-infantry. You have Venoms and other stuff in the faction that does that sort of thing, so less likely to see it on a Talos, but of course, whatever floats your boat at that point. Or you could have a Stinger Pod. Stinger Pod is 24 inches, it's 2d6 shots, hitting on 4, strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage. Nothing else. Why would you take a Stinger Pod? They're not even twin linked, they're not a blast. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand why a Stinger Pod. Why? Like, they did the Stinger Pod dirty from last edition. Now, in one of the arms, as a ranged weapon, you can equip a twin liquefier gun. And I would do this every single time, because you can't have, like, you can have 2 close combat weapons, but you can only ever pick 1 close combat weapon to fight, and none of them become extra attacks except for one thing. So I would always take the twin liquefier gun. It's 1d6, strength 4 -1, flamer shots. So 12 inches, torrent, twin linked. It's a twin linked strength 4 AP1 flamer. That does not ignore cover. Do not forget this. It does not ignore cover. It's AP1, doesn't ignore cover. Right? Weird, but it is what it is. And I love it. Talos with 2d6 Overwatch hits from flamers with twin linked, it actually makes it quite a reliable flamer. I really like the twin linked flamer on it. And then in close combat. So in close combat, my go-to is the Talos Gauntlet. Talos Gauntlet is 5 attacks that hits on 4s, strength 8 -2, 3 damage. Absolutely love the Talos Gauntlet. However, you can take an Ichor Injector, which is an extra attack. It's 1 attack. Hits on 3, strength 7 -1, 2 damage. Sure. Or you can take a Macro Scalpel, which is 5 attacks, hits on 3s instead of 4s, strength 7 -1, 2 damage. Right, but I really like the strength 8 and 3 damage. I think the 3 damage is where it's at. And then the Chain Flails, which is 8 attacks, hits on 3s, strength 6, no AP, 1 damage. Not even twin linked or anything like that. It's just a bunch of attacks. All in all, I really like the Gauntlet. However, if you play against a lot of Hordes, then maybe Chain Flails might be your go-to. If you play against a lot of Marines that don't take Terminators or Gravis Marines, then maybe the Macro Scalpel is your go-to. But all in all, the Talos Gauntlet is my jam. Now, the Talos special rule is Pain Engine. So if this unit destroys an enemy unit until the end of the battle, it is empowered. Which means you can use a pain token on it to then kill a unit, to then give it a permanent pain token for the rest of the game. So it becomes a super efficient pain token generator, because once it's empowered, it then gets reroll all those hit rolls every single time. Reroll advance rolls, reroll hit rolls, reroll charge rolls. So it just gets very good once it's killed something. And so the Talos itself becomes a very good little, like, anchor unit that you can use to sort of bully the midboard. It's durable enough with 7 wounds and a 5 of feel no pain. It can kill tanks, it can kill infantry, and it's like relatively annoying to get rid of. And then it punches in close combat, but also at range. So your opponent has to, like, 10 attacks from a Talos unit, right, of gauntlets. 10 attacks, hitting on 4s, rerolling hits, strength 8, AP 3 with a pain token, 3 damage, can kill, like, quite a lot of stuff. even damage some like tough monsters and whatnot. Like Strength 8 is a little bit meh, right? Can't really kill a Rhino too efficiently, but Haywire Blasters can, right? So that's where the dichotomy of Flamer, Haywire Blaster, Gauntlet really comes in, and that's my favorite loadout. Twin Haywire Blaster, Talos Gauntlet, Twinlet Liquefire Gun, best Talos unit. Take 2 of them, multiply by 2, take 4 Talos, take 6 Talos, you know, and then run like Urien Rakarth nearby to heal them up, and they will do work for you. And I really like them. I like the Talos. But let me know what you think with a comment down below. What's your favorite way to run Talos? Have you run them before? Have you not run them before? Do you not like Coven units? I know some folks are very against Coven units. But yeah, let me know. Leave a like on this video if you haven't already. Make sure you share this video with your friends and subscribe if you haven't already. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this video stuff is possible. It's thanks to them that I get to make videos full time. So if you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon, and the link for that is down in the description below, where you can check all that stuff out. Other than that, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. The Talos, one of my favorite units. Bye, hello to all the newcomers. Skudjal says, I'm back. How's the rundown? Rundown's going good. We're almost 5 hours in, and we're coming towards the end of the road here, which is exciting because it's been a heck of a long road, and I am freaking tired. Freaking tired. Oh, my gosh. Gauntlet is supreme. If Scalpels stacked, it would be nice. Yeah, if Scalpels stacked, or if you took 2 of them, they became twin-linked or something, you know, that would be really cool, right? Kind of confused about rerolls. With Power from Pain, am I obligated to reroll all of the dice, or do I get to choose which ones to repeat? So Carlos, you get to roll just any of the dice. So you can keep all the ones you want and just reroll the ones that you don't want. So that's, yeah, when you reroll the dice, it's like you don't have to reroll all of them. You just reroll the ones you want to reroll. So sometimes if, say, you had full rerolls and sustained, and you wanted to try and fish for sustained, you can pick up all of the dice that aren't 6s and just re-roll them and keep the 6s. Or if you wanted to play it safe, you can just pick up all the misses and just re-roll the misses, right? Same with Twin Linked. You don't have to re-roll all of the dice. Tiny Little Dragon. Oh, everybody's helping Carlos with his question. Nice. Nice. I hope Games Workshop will implement the Pain Engine ability into more similar abilities for the rest of the army. Yeah, the Pain Engine ability is a good ability. I really like that ability. The Talos is one of the units I'm most looking forward to building. Planning on a squad of 2 plus 2 Kronos by themselves. That's a great choice. Absolutely love that choice, Justin. Scott, I still need to put my Talos together. I have 3 I plan to magnetize to use as Talos or Kronos. Excellent. I actually push fit them. Like, they can push fit quite effectively. Yeah. Pure, I have a Urien, and he's looking for his 4 Talos units to be by his side, and they're just so expensive to bulk buy. Yeah, they are. They're chunky and expensive, that's for sure. Matador, I wish the Talos looked cooler or had more variety. Them and the Kronos. 8+ monsters that kind of look the same is kind of annoying. Yeah, that's true, but you can always convert them. Like, what's stopping you from converting them? Like, use a little bit of green stuff, chop them up a little bit. It's all good, right? Look into that when I assemble them. Thank you, my Lord Archon. No problem, Scout. Like, I think the arms are like the one thing that's the hardest thing to do, but like the tail is just like, you know, you can just put a tail or put the butt gun. Put a tail, put a butt gun. They just switch them out, you know? Looking forward to running Grotesques and boarding actions. Oh, yeah. Boarding actions are fun. I enjoy boarding actions. I'm bad with sculpting and creativity. Thank you, though. We all have to start somewhere, you know, whatever. It's all good. You know, if you're, you know, just, it's easy enough to, like, just cut off certain things and, like change the, like, plates and maybe change the paint scheme on the plates or, like, the face plates. Maybe do, like, just make sure that all the Talos have one face plate and the Kronos have a different one. You know, you can get creative. You can use Skaven monsters for paint engine conversion, says Randy. Yeah, there's lots of cool, like, options out there. I suck at green stuff. I just, you know, you know, it is what it is. You get creative. You snip, you like try and make it work. And if it does, it does. If not, it doesn't. It's like a fun activity, like when you were a kid. And the new Skaven monsters are so cool. Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, so cool. Those new Skaven kits are fantastic. Okay, moving on to the next one. Been trying to paint my first squad of Kabalites. I'm so unhappy with how it looks so far. I'm worried to have to try another scheme. Just put paint on it, Tiny Dragon. Like, try it out. Next, do one model. If you don't like the one model and it's not replicatable or not easy to replicate, then maybe try it on a different model. I highly recommend you test it on one model and then kind of go from there. Drukhari are probably the most versatile army for creative conversions. Oh yeah, 100%. Basically, summon your inner Heamonculus when working on them. Oh heck yes! You have to bring out the Heamonculus. You have to flesh craft. You made the mistake of doing the whole squad. It happens. Sometimes all you need is a wash. Just put a wash all over it. I highly recommend Quick Shade Strong Tone by the Army Painter. It's one of my favorites. Just literally lather the whole model. Let it dry. See if it helps fix it. It brings down the tone a little bit. Okay, let's dive into Urien. Hello and welcome to another unit by unit video here on Skaredcast. This is a series where I've been going through every single unit in the Drukhari Index one at a time, and we've been breaking them down here on the channel. And the next unit that we get to look at today is Urien Rakarth, who is one of the iconic Drukhari characters. And he is cool. He is a Coven Master of the Prophets of Flesh. And, of course, nowadays they only give us a tiny little bit of lore for the different units, but we're going to talk to you about a couple of tips and tricks on how to use Urien Rakarth. I'm going to discuss his weapon options, go through his stat block, and hopefully you learn a few things by listening to me ramble a few minutes about Urien Rakarth himself. So Urien Rakarth is Heamonculus. He's probably the toughest single model in the entire Drukhari range, and I absolutely love him. And when I run him, I don't put him in a unit. I run him by himself. By himself, no unit. Okay? Now, you can put him in a unit. You can put him in Wracks if you want to, and he helps heal them. But I bring him by himself. So, Urien Rakarth is movement 7. He's got toughness 4. He's got a 6-up save, but he has a 4+ invulnerable save. He has 5 wounds. He's leadership 6 and has 1 objective control. Cool thing about him is he has a 4+ feel no pain, so he's incredibly tough to get rid of with a feel no pain, especially through a 4-up invulnerable save, and he's a leader. He does have power from pain as a faction rule. Now, he does have 1 ranged weapon, which is called the Casket of Flensing. It's a 12-inch torrent weapon, so it's a flamer that does 3d6 hits at strength 3, AP 1, 1 damage. Now, they are devastating wounds, and they're only a single shot, so only once per battle you can use this weapon and shoot it. 3d6 hits within 12 inches, so either 3 hits or 18 hits. It's a wide variety with devastating wounds, which means you might pick off a couple of wounds here or there, depending on how well you roll. Every once in a while it'll kill something fancy. Most of the time it just chips some damage off of something. And in close combat, he is equipped with the Heamonculus Tools and Scissor Hands, which is the same weapon as the regular Heamonculus. It is 5 attacks that hits on 2, strength 3, AP 1, D3 damage. But the kicker here is it is anti-infantry 2+, and precision, which, like the regular Heamonculus, can really catch opponents off guard. That one little Heamonculus can run in, poke, and seek out a character in the middle of a unit with a weapon that has D3 damage and 5 attacks that wounds on 2s and hits on 2s against infantry, which can be incredibly powerful in the right situations. And I really, really like their close combat weapons. It's one of my favorite close combat weapons in the book. Now, where Urien Rakarth comes into his forefront is with his 2 special rules. So at the end of your movement phase, this model can heal 1 friendly Cronos, Talos, Grotesque, or Wrack unit within 6 inches. If it does, 1 model in that unit regains up to 3 lost wounds. If you selected a Wrack unit, up to 3 destroyed models are returned to that unit instead. Okay, I have just now, after playing this faction for over a year, realized that he doesn't have to be in the Wrack unit to heal it. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh no, I'm so going to abuse the hell out of this from now on. Today we learned that it's any one unit within 6 inches, including racks. I thought he had to be in the rack unit to do this. It's one of the reasons. Oh my gosh. Mind blown. That's it. I'm so I'm so using that at some point. You learned with me today. Anyway, so he's very good. At the end of the movement phase means you don't really have as many shenanigans as you can do to like score objectives and stuff like that because it's the end of the movement phase. You can't do it in the command phase. But it does mean you can kind of move and run Urien Rackarth up to a unit that is wounded and then heal them. Or you can move a Talos back to where he is and then move him up to the Talos. So you can kind of keep your Talos and Grotesques and Cronos like in the fight. And then if they get wounded and are almost dead, you can kind of you move them back and get Urien close to heal them. So you don't have to be within range of him. And I will say, I thought it was a 3-inch aura. It's actually a 6-inch ability, which is awesome. So 6 inches. It's just the stonks on Urien just keep on going up, and I absolutely love it. Okay, that also means that I'm now, from now on, going to include a unit of racks when I include Urien, even though I like running Urien by himself. Like, the reason I didn't take racks with Urien is because I was like, oh, he has to be in the rack unit, but I like running him by himself, so why would I put him in the rack unit? But if I can, then 100% I'm going to be taking a rack unit with Urien around so he can heal him. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Anyway, the second ability he gets is horrific regeneration. So the first time this model is destroyed, at the end of that phase, so after the phase has happened, on a 2+, you set the model back up and with full wounds remaining. So you kill him on a 2+, he comes back to life once per game. I literally take him just for that rule. That is the rule I take Urien Rackarth for, because in a game where you have to score points, and in a game where sometimes objectives are right in the open and everybody can shoot the objective, like, you don't want to send a Kabalite squad out there, you don't want to send a Raider, you don't want to send a Venom, you don't want to send a Cronos or a Talos, because that unit will just die. However, you can send Urien Rackarth, and unlike a lone op, right, he's tough, he's got like tough, but he does come back to life. So a lone op, you get within 12 inches of the lone op, they shoot the lone op, it dies, and then it's dead. Urien Rackarth, you can shoot him from as far away as you want, but at the end of the shooting phase, on a 2+, he stands back up, and therefore if you didn't charge him with something or put something on that objective to stop him from scoring it, he will score an objective for you. Which means that now you have to force the opponent to deal with Urien in 2 different phases, which is why I love Urien so much, because of the activation economy that's included in taking him in your list. Not only you get 2 Urien Rackarths, right, on average, and it forces your opponent to not only shoot him, but to have a plan to, like, take him off that objective by charging or moving close to you, which then you can use Incubi or Wyches or whatever to, like, counterattack, right? That's the whole point. And it also means that because he has a 4 Bimble and a 4-up Feel No Pain, he's incredibly tough to kill unless you dedicate some serious firepower or combat potential to him. Which means that if you don't put enough juice into killing him, he is not going to die. And then you're going to have to do it again next turn, which then gives you multiple turns of him sort of like just being on the board and playing the game. And then on top of that, if you have taken Cronos or Talos or Grotesques, or in this case, Wracks, he can be nearby and kind of heal them, right? And kind of bring them back. And I think that makes Urien Rackarth a fantastic HQ for any Drukhari army. Now, have you tried Urien Rackarth in your Drukhari list? Did you learn anything about Urien as well? Let me know with a comment down below, and I hope this gave you some inspiration for your next Drukhari army list. Of course, if you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon. So support the channel today by following the link in the description below and join up to get onto the Discord and a bunch of bonus cool stuff, as well as an awesome community of like-minded gamers from around the world. I've been Skari, your grateful host, and I'll signing off until next time. Skari out. The Darkkin. Bye, everybody. Well, 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 who knew? I learned something new today. That is amazing. The fact that you learned this as well today makes me so happy. Well, you know, that's actually one of the things I recommend to people I'm coaching is when you play a game or play a tournament, is always just reread your index, reread your codex, reread everything. Read all the entries, read all the enhancements, read all the like army special rules and the strats, because at the end of the day, it might give you some like food for thought, or you might have missed, literally missed, like something that you've missed if you haven't read it, right? And it's just important to kind of go through that. I love the original Urien model. The box in his hand reminds me of Pinhead. So cool. Oh yeah, the original Urien model is really cool. So many AOS units make great conversions for Drukhari. I made a second witch squad made from Daughters of Cain, Sisters of Slaughter with spare pistol arms. Yeah, they're fantastic. Uncle Urien is just fun, says Lord Nerdbane. Yes. Until Mandrakes were announced, I was going to use Thralls to make some. Yeah, that also works too. Just waiting for Mandrakes to become available outside of the Kill Team box. Yeah. Ideneth Deepkin make good Mandrakes as well. Yes, they do. They do indeed. Also time to build my old metal Urien finally. Yes, you should. Tiny Little Dragon. As someone new to Drukhari, I haven't even looked at Urien because I've been so focused on just trying to get some core units. Yeah, that's true. You know, at the same time, like, he is one of the fine cost models that I like hard to find out and stuff. Okay, I'm going to dive into the next one right away. Let's get this party started. Hello and welcome to another unit by unit video here on Skaredcast, where I'm going through all of the Drukhari units from the index. Today we're going to be looking at the Venom, the iconic mini transport of the Dark Eldar that you get a small unit in and they pop out and murder stuff, and then they get back into the Venom. And Venoms are very easy to kill, but they're very fast and very important to any Drukhari force. So let's dive into the Venom directly. We're going to go over its stat blocks, its rules, its abilities, and a couple of tips and tricks that I've picked up along the way. And hopefully this helps you learn a few things about the Drukhari Venom and how to use them in your games. So the Venom itself is a vehicle. Deadly Demise 1. Deep Strikes, you can Deep Strike. Firing Dex 6. And Stealth, which is kind of neat. Means that it has a little bit of a defensive buff just built right in. It is Movement 14 with Toughness 6. Has a 4-up save, so a 3-up in cover. And a 6-up invulnerable save. It only has 6 wounds and a leadership of 6+. And it is only Objective Control 1. So don't expect it to go around controlling many objectives. It does have a transport capacity of 6 infantry models, which means, and it can't carry Grotesques, so you can take usually a unit of 5 with a character, which does help. However, sometimes you end up having a unit come down to 1 model, and then that unit joins a Venom that only had 5 in it. So then you have, like, the last Dark Lance survivor of a Kabalite squad join the other guns that are 5 Kabalites with a Dark Lance, and then you have 2 Dark Lances in the Venom. It's kind of fun, actually, when that happens. Now, the ranged weapons are a 1 Splinter Cannon and 1 Twin Splinter Rifle, but I highly recommend you take 2 Splinter Cannons on a Venom, because it doesn't cost you any extra points. So, Splinter Cannons are 3 shots each, hitting on 3s, Strength 3 AP 1, 2 damage at 36 inches, with anti-infantry 3+, and sustained hits 1. So they're like a heavy bolter, but anti-infantry. And the Twin Rifle you can take is anti-infantry 3 assault, rapid fire 1, twin linked, and a 24-inch range, with 2 shots hitting on 3s at AP 0. 1 damage. So you could do that, or you could just do double Splinter Cannon. I highly recommend the double Splinter Cannon. As for combat, you get 3 attacks. They hit on 4s at strength 5, unlike a Raider and Ravager, which is strength 6, at AP 0, and only 1 damage. Now, at its core, it looks like a little gunboat, but the main strength of a Venom lies in its special rule called Athletic Aerialists. So Athletic Aerialist is at the end of the fight phase. So this is both your opponent's fight phase and your fight phase. If there are no models currently embarked within this transport, so if it's empty, you can select 1 friendly Drukhari infantry unit that has 6 or fewer models wholly within 6 of the transport. So it has to be relatively close to the unit. And you cannot select Grotesques or units that can fly. Unless that unit is in engagement range, it can embark into this transport. So what it allows you to do is, in essence, you get out with a unit of close combat, you run the unit up, Then you move the venom close to where the close combat's going to happen. Then you charge the unit, say an Incubi unit or Wyches or whatever. You fight the unit, you kill the unit, and then you are within 6 inches of the venom, I'll hop back in. So what that allows you to do is send a trade unit out to kill a unit of the enemies and then pop back into the venom. And ideally, the venom is behind a wall or protected behind cover so that the enemy can't shoot the venom easily. Or it at least forces your opponent to then kill the venom to then be able to kill the models inside of the venom. So it's like it creates an activation economy problem for your opponent. Now, one of my favorite ways to use this rule is with a unit of Kabalite warriors with guns, because that bounce back in and out of combat or at the fight phase doesn't mean you have to have fought. You hide a venom behind a wall, and you have 5 Kabalite warriors with guns: Splinter Cannon, Dark Lance, Blaster, Shredder, and then the Sergeant. And you pop out of the venom, stay wholly within 6 of the venom, right? Give the unit a pain token, they shoot, right? Pow, 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 pow. And then at the end of the fight phase, they just hop back into the venom. It is a free fire and fade. It means that you can, it's like making your Kabalite warriors into Scourges. It means you can hide behind walls, you pop out, you shoot, you hop back into your venom, and your opponent cannot shoot you back. It is incredibly powerful. And it is something that quite literally distinguishes good Drukhari players from average Drukhari players, is how well can you use the non-interactivity of the army to play the game. Everything in your army is going to die because it's toughness 3 and it's very, very easy to kill. The key is making sure that you kill more things of your opponent than they kill of you, faster than they kill of you, without your opponent being able to kill you back, is basically the key of playing Drukhari. And Venoms do a fantastic way of doing this. Now, one of the other cool rules a Venom has is for its transport capacity. So before the battle, at the start of the declare battle formation step, so this is before you allocate characters and things to different units, you can select a Kabalite warrior squad or a Witch unit for each Venom, basically, and that unit can separate into 2 separate units. Now, do keep in mind, you can only split Kabalite warriors and you can only split Wyches. You can't split Incubi, you can't split Wracks, you can't split any of the other units. And one of these 2 units has to be inside of the Venom, and the other 5 create a brand new unit that can then go off and do its own thing. So a lot of the times what I'll do, especially with Kabalite warriors, is I'll have the Kabalite warriors split into a Venom, and I'll put the 5 Kabalites with guns in a Venom. It's what I call a Skari boat, right? It's a blast pistol, a blaster, a shredder, a splinter cannon, a dark lance. They're all in a Venom. And that's a little Skari boat. It's a little Venom full of guns. And the other 5 Kabalite warriors can either go on a different transport or in the back of my table edge. Or what I like to do normally is I put them in strategic reserve. I just hide them. I don't even use them, and then they come in later in the game and either get me an action or behind enemy lines, or they just show up and eventually move and threaten an objective. Like, I just keep them off the board and just have more tools for later in the game to come on. The same with Wyches. I usually have 5 Wyches with my Sergeant and Lelith in the Venom, and then I put the other 5 Wyches in strategic reserve, and they can come in later. I'll bring them in later when I need them. They don't need to be on foot in my backfield. I don't really need them for anything. So I love Venoms for that. They make more units, right? Because MSU is king. At least that's how I like playing Drukhari. And they have the get in and out of transports thing, which allows you to keep Lelith alive and allows you to keep Incubi alive and allows you to keep Kabalite warriors that are shooting alive. One of the cool little tricks that I like using with the Venom is with Wraith-like Retreat and Wyches specifically, whether they have Lelith or a Succubus, Wyches specifically, because of the fact that Wraith-like Retreat with Wyches allows you to move 8 inches and they don't have to embark in a transport. However, after they fought in the fight phase, they can move 8 inches and then use that 8-inch move to get wholly within 6 inches of the Venom and then use the Venom ability to pop them back in, which means that instead of having to be 11 inches away from the Venom, they can venture up to 14 inches away of the Venom and then wholly within 14, they can move 8 inches back, get wholly within 6, and then boop, hop back into the venom because they're witches and they don't have to finish the move to embark. But then they can use the ability from the venom to get in, which allows you to have like a little venom, so like centralized, and then send like Lelith, like to go murder something on an objective, and then like kill it, and then hop back into the venom that's like 14 inches away, right? Like this is a fair chunk away, which means your opponent has a hard time going far enough to get to them without getting in range of Lelith and all her friends again, right? So it's just a cool little tip and trick of the trade. But if you have found any other cool abilities with Venoms, the double splinter cannon is great. They're very good at killing Marines. Like in a pinch, yes, pop out all your Venoms and shoot a bunch of Marines up. However, be very weary that the Drukhari transports are the lifeblood of the army. And if they die, you lose. So make sure, or if they die too quick, you lose. So try to keep them alive as long as possible. Yes, they have guns, but they're not designed to be a gunboat. It's more about the utility of their rules that you get. Make more units and hide from the enemy. And they're fast. Other than that, I hope that was a good one. Another cool little trick, actually, is put a unit of cavalry warriors, like with the 5 rifles, in a venom, and keep a venom in deep strike. And then play your game. And then if at any point your opponent moves around and you go, huh, they didn't cover this objective, or they didn't put something that could shoot this objective, you can actually go, I'm going to rapid ingress this venom, and then rapid ingress it, boop, deep strike on an objective that your opponent didn't threaten or anything like that, that wasn't, that wasn't taken by anybody. And now there's a venom on there with Kabalites that then stickies that objective, and then they can move on somewhere else, right? So it's kind of cool little trick of the trade there as well, if you want to try and get some points. But let me know what your little tricks with Venoms are. I hope you've learned a few things from me talking about them. And if you'd like to support the channel, don't forget, you can leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment, which those are free. Best way to support the channel is on Patreon if you want me to continue to make content, because that pays the bills. The link is down in the description below. Any little bit does help, and I really appreciate all of the support from all of the community around the world. Thank you so much. But I'll be back on the next video. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. The Venom. I love the Venom. They're so fun. Drukhari Uber. Oh, yeah. Never leave my house without a couple of Venoms. 100%. Might look like a little gunboat, but it's our little gunboat. Correct. Still use my 3 Venoms. I converted from Vipers back in the day. Near and dear to my heart. Oh, man. Those were like the original Venoms from like the old Harlequin. What was it? The Harlequin thing? Is that... Okay, Wracks. Is that it? No, Wyches. Is that the last one? Oh my gosh. Okay, we're almost there, folks. We're almost there. 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 Venoms are the best too. I love to try 12-inch charges and slip away. Long bomb charge, no punishment. Yeah, exactly. Long bomb charge, no punishment. It's one of those things. 100%. You could literally just get out of your Venoms, go, it's a long charge. If I make it, I do. If not, I just hop back into my Venom. 100%. It just is that non-interactivity with the Venoms that works so, so well. Okay, on to the next one. Hello and welcome to another unit-by-unit video here on Skaredcast. This is a series where I've been going through every single unit in the Drukhari Index, one by one, to help you learn more about the faction, and I hope this has been a great ride for you so far. And today we're going to be looking at one of my favorite units. I say that about every unit, but this is one of my favorite units, the Void Raven Bomber, which I will say I've made famous, and a lot of people use it now because I showed that they worked. And they do work. They're fantastic. It's the second aircraft in the Drukhari range, and it is the best aircraft in the game. By far, the best aircraft in the game. Hands down. Absolutely love it. So let's break it down, and I'll explain to you why I love it so much. Okay? Why I love it so much. So the Void Raven Bomber is a vehicle. It is an aircraft. It does have Deadly Demise D3. It also has Stealth. So -1 to be hit, which is awesome in shooting. It keeps that awesome ability of aircraft to be tough to hit. It is movement 20+. It is toughness 9. It is a 4-up save, which in cover, which yes, aircraft do get cover. If like a wing is covered by a ruin, you get cover, and it goes to a 3-up. It does have 12 wounds. It has a 6-up leadership, an OC0, and a 6-up invulnerable save. Now, when it gets damaged, it's 1 to 4 wounds remaining. It suffers a -1 to hit. Now, where does the Void Raven Bomber come in? Number 1 is it has 2 main guns, either the Dark Scythe or the Void Lance. The Void Lance is 2 shots each, ballistical 3, strength 14 -4, d6 plus 2 damage. So that's 4 shots, right? At strength 14 -4, d6 plus 2. So like super Dark Lances, right? Or the Dark Scythe, which is 24-inch range, but it's 6 shots each. So 12 shots at strength 3, ballistical 3, strength 8, AP 4, 2 damage. Now, I personally like the Dark Scythe. 12 shots with a pain token, hitting on 3s, hitting whatever they want. Strength 8, -4, 2 damage. You're on average going to be doing a lot of damage, and against the current meta, which is a lot of space range, you just murder anything on the ground. You don't need the Void Lances, you have Haywire Cannons. You don't need the Void Lances, you have Dark Lances. You don't need the Void Lances, but Dark Scythes are king. They are awesome. They're an anti-infantry murder machine. They can kill tanks as well, but they're just so good at killing infantry, and I absolutely love them. Now, the Void Raven Bomber also has missiles. So before you shoot, you have to decide which missile you're going to shoot. You either get the Implosion missiles or the Shatterfield missiles. They're both blast, and they shoot 48 inches. The Implosion missiles are the ones I use the most. D6 shots, blast, hits on 3, strength 9, AP2, 3 damage. I love those. And then the Shatterfield are D6 shots, strength blast, hits on 3, strength 7, AP1, 1 damage. So very similar to the Razorwing Shatterfield missiles. Pretty much the exact same. So that's the options. And of course, in combat, you have the wings, which are 3 attacks, hit on 4, strength 6, AP0, 1 damage, if you ever really need it. The thing about the Void Raven Bomber that is key is that it shows up from the board edge, and it has true line of sight. So it basically kills all the things your opponent is trying to hide, right? It's trying to hide everything behind walls or behind footprints, and your Void Raven Bomber has true line of sight. So you can kill that unit of Scourge that's back there. You can kill that scout unit. You can kill those scorpions. You can kill the swooping hawks. You can kill all the units that your opponent wanted to not sacrifice. You can kill that unit of assault intercessors back in the corner. You can kill that unit of Death Company that's behind a wall. You can kill the Seraphim. You can kill anything that's behind the footprints. Because if any part of your plane can see whatever you're shooting at, you can shoot it as long as it's in range. And with a pain token, that 12 super plasma cannon shots, hitting on 3s, rerolling, strength 8, AP4 is the next kicker, because you're essentially ignoring cover even against like armor 3+, which then makes it awesome. So, just saying. AP4 is murder. I love it. Lots of shots. And the Void Raven is cool. Now, as a token rule, there is the Void Mine. Once per battle after you end a normal move with the Void Raven Bomber, you select one unit that you moved over. So that's the base has to move over, right? Over during that move. And roll a d6 for each enemy unit within d6 inches of that model. So either the unit itself that it flowed off, so for every 4+, the unit takes d6 mortal wounds. It can be awesome sometimes, and sometimes it does nothing. So you basically move over something, on a 4+, that unit takes d6 mortal wounds, and then you have to roll a d6 aura, so it could be 1 inch, it could be 6 inches, and then every unit that's within the aura on a 4+ takes d6 mortal wounds. So, like, there's so many failure points that usually it does nothing. However, sometimes I've seen it do, like, 18 mortal wounds. And it's like, okay, like, it's a token extra mortal wounds, which is kind of fancy, right? Now, the Void Raven Bomber is just what it is. It is a gunship. It comes in and just shoots. And that is all it does. It is a lot of points, but it literally puts so much pressure on your opponent's ability to trade well with you that I feel it's just worth its weight in gold. It makes my games go faster, and it kills things dead. Now, moving the Void Raven Bombers around can be a bit of a hassle. Being able to learn like how to move and spin to get the most out of the Void Raven Bomber as possible. However, with high toughness, with practice, you'll get really good at that. And I recommend you try them. Like, try it. And if you're doing a Skysplinter, you get a 4-up invulnerable save on a vehicle. So your Void Raven Bomber becomes really tanky and very hard to take down, even with stuff like railguns. You know, it's not easy to bring them down with a 4-up invul. Other than that, I hope that gives you some food for thought and inspires you to maybe try a Void Raven Bomber. Let me know if you prefer the dark sides of the Void Lances in the comments down below. And of course, if you like the content, make sure you leave a like on the video and or share the content and subscribe to the channel. Huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of what I do is possible. Thanks to them, I get to do this full time. So if you'd like to support the channel, that is the best way, and the link is in the description down below. After all, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. I'll catch you on the next one. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. Finally caught a live stream. Oh, the timing. Hey, Miles. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're good. We've been going for like 5 hours. Over 5 hours. This has been a long freaking stream. Like a really, really long stream. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm dying. But it's been good. D3, yeah, Deadman. The implosion mission is only D3. Yeah, but it's like 3 damage is actually really handy because there's a lot of like 3 damage stuff, and you're like, just kill it. I mean, I think he's recording shorts. He's done an outro after every unit. Yes, I am recording shorter videos for each of the units, so I can re-release them in its own chunks, so people can enjoy like each individual video, and I can put it in a whole playlist. And this was the easiest way for me to record it and also have a fun time like answering questions and stuff, and like in between kind of talk to an audience and maybe like, you know, maybe go through stuff or whatever. So I'm hoping it's gonna be good, and I hope people enjoy it. So yeah. Did I say D6 for both? Oh my goodness gracious. Well. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing. I'll have to put an addendum into it or something. I'll have to while I edit it or whatever. Do you think running 1 is just worth it? Void Raven Bomber? Yes. I think we could do a Void. I think 1's okay. Like, it's not bad. It's just not 2. If it helps. Little guy had a nightmare. He sat up with us for a bit, and your dulcet tones put him back to sleep. Nice. Well, I'm glad. Actually, that's actually well known in my family. I can put a baby to sleep. That's my grandfather could do it. My dad could do it. I can do it. It's just we either start humming or singing or telling a story, and like boop, falls asleep. Instantly fall asleep. That's just like a family like strength, I guess. Okay, on to the next one. Hello and welcome to another unit by unit video here on Skaredcast. Continuing our ongoing look at indexed Drukhari, today we look at the Wrack, the mighty Wrack, which is the Heamonculus battle line unit that is quite fancy and handy, and I really like them. They're tough, they're not nearly killy enough, but they provide a purpose, and they're not bad for screening units and stuff like that, and have like a variety of guns that can be kind of useful depending on like you know, what you end up running into at times as well. So let's dive into the Wracks. Let's look at their unit stats. Let's look at their abilities, and hopefully you learn a little bit about the Wrack. Yeah. Now, Wracks are a troop unit. They're a battle line unit. They are categorized with movement 7, which is pretty standard. Toughness 4, which is tough for an elf. Save 6+ with a 6-up invul. So 6-up or 6-up. They have 1 wound, they are leadership 6, and they do have an objective control of 2. So they're quite good at holding objectives, or, how I like to use them, taking objectives away from the enemy. That's what I use all of my OC2 stuff for, is to stop the opponent from scoring points. And so Wracks do that very well. Plus they give you an added bonus that when they die, they give you cool stuff. So I like getting my Wracks killed. The faster they die, the better. Now, in a unit, they can come in a unit of 5 or 10, and they can have, for every 5 models in the unit, they can have 4 special weapons. Now, the 4 special weapons are 1 of each. You don't get to mix and match like Scourge, you just get 1 of each, which is essentially what we like to call box locked, which means they're locked into the box that they're sold in with their unit options. Now, they all have a 5-up Funeral Pain, making them a little bit more resilient to small arms fire, and of course they have Power from Pain as a faction rule. The 4 weapons they can get are a Hex Rifle, which is essentially a sniper rifle. 36 inches, 1 shot that hits on 3s, Strength 6, AP 2, 3 damage, quite handy. It is heavy and has precision. A liquefy gun, which is a strength 4 AP 1, 1 damage, D6 hits, 12-inch flamer, so it's a torrent weapon, that does not ignore cover. It also has access to an ossifactor. It's a 24-inch range, one-shot gun that hits on 3s, strength 2 AP 2, 2 damage, but has devastating wounds, and anti-infantry 4+. Really good at taking like a couple of wounds off an infantry unit, or to try and kill like a marine every once in a while. And last but not least, a Stinger pistol. Anti-infantry 2+, pistol, 12 inches, one shot that hits on 3s, strength 2, AP 0, 1 damage. But it wounds infantry on 2s, so might get a wound off something sometimes. As for that, they're all equipped with rack blades in close combat. That's 2 attacks each, the hit on 3, strength 3, AP 0, 1 damage, with anti-infantry 4+. So, against tough infantry, they're really good, but against like not so tough infantry, they're kind of crap. And they don't really have any AP, so they require a pain token to really see them do some damage in close combat. Now, where they come in handy is A, their battle line, and they're infantry, so they're very good at like scoring points, and they have good objective control. They're relatively inexpensive, and you can buy them in 5. So unlike a Kabalite squad or a Witch squad, you don't need to buy them in a unit of 10. You buy them in a unit of 5, which is cheaper, but it also means that they take up less space, and you can kind of put them in transports and kind of work with them differently as well. Their special rule is the Torturer's Craft. So each time this unit destroys an enemy unit, you gain a pain token. So if they kill the last model in a unit or take the last wound off of something, they will get an additional pain token. So you get 1 for the unit being destroyed and 1 because Wracks killed it. So there's some really cool synergies with Wracks trying to kill the last models in a unit in order to gain more pain tokens for your army to then fuel the efficiency of the army across the game. On the flip side, when this unit is destroyed, you gain a pain token, which also gives you an incentive to not only try get them into harm's way to get them killed, as they're going out there to try get those kills. They're like an early game skirmishing unit. You can use them to screen early on in the game, and that allows you to not only try and get extra pain tokens by killing stuff that your opponent might throw out as early screens, but also once they die, they give you pain tokens so that when you're ready to kind of attack back or go for like a go turn or retaliate, you have the pain token pool that you need to kind of make sure that your damage dealing units can deal damage efficiently and effectively. So Wracks do provide a service to the army itself, and they synergize very, very well with the army special rule. They have a bit of a lackluster sort of guns where like their guns don't really synergize with each other, but if you have multiple rack units, you can kind of make sure that all the sniper rifles go here, all the ossifactors go here, all the liquefiers go there, and you kind of try and use them in synergy as best you can. Now, of course, adding a Heamonculus to a unit makes them tougher with a Feel No Pain 4+. Urien Rackarth nearby can heal a unit of racks to make them like come back to life, so you can kind of put more models here and there, or make a charge less, or things like that. Lots of things you can kind of work with that. But other than that, the racks are either trying to kill stuff to get pain tokens or trying to get killed to give you pain tokens, which means you're using them as screens or you're using them aggressively in the midboard early in the game to try and do actions, score points, or move block the enemy. Other than that, I hope that you got a little bit of a tidbit on racks. That's how I like to use them. Let me know how you like to use racks in the comments down below. And leave a like on the video if you liked the video as well. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. The Denizen community is the lifeblood of what I do, so huge shout out to all of them, because it's thanks to them that I get to do what I do. And you should say thank you to them too, because it's thanks to them that you get to watch all these videos for free. Other than that, check out the link in the description. I've been Skari, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. And the Wracks. Okay, Wracks done. Man, I so wish Wracks were just a little bit better at melee. I know, just a little bit better. It's like they're almost there. Maybe let us use some of their inbox close combat weapons. I know, right, that would be cool, right? Do you usually start off in a Venom Raider when you use Wracks? No, Justin, usually on the table. They screen. Wyches last? Wyches! I think that's the last data sheet. That is the last data sheet. Holy moly, folks. We got there. Almost 5.5 hours in. Oh my gosh. We did it. Oh. Oh my gosh, it's 11 o'clock at night. I haven't eaten. I'm so fucking tired. Pardon my language. I'm so tired. Do you think one rack in a beast pack is enough screening? The beast pack alone is enough screening. But yeah, one rack unit kind of helps you if you go second. Or you can use Grotesques as well. Such a potent trading piece of position or sponging. Yeah, Davis, 100%. Wait, racks not in transports? I've been playing them wrong. Yeah, just put them out in the front. They screen. They just get out in front, and you want your opponent to kill them, and you want them to just be in the way. Thank you for doing this for us, Skari. No problem, Scott. Thanks for watching and listening. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for the likes, everybody. Thanks for commenting. Thanks for the super chats and the gifted memberships. And anybody who has gone over and checked out the Patreon and subbed over there, I really appreciate it. It literally means a lot, means the world to me. So thank you so much. Grots are just hard to get a hold of. Yes, 100%. Deadman, why are the Succubus and Lelith anti-infantry on the melee weapons and Wyches not? I don't know, Deadman. It is what it is. Killing a unit day one day I will get the fabled 6 pain token payback with my Heamonculus led racks with Statistic Fulcrum. It'll happen. Someday you will. Killing a unit and its leader. Granted, on only 4 games played as Drukhari. Nice. What about the racks and transports for Mortal Wound Bomb? Seems like too many points. Like, it's good to have the option. But it's like such a niche option that if you take 2 units of 5 racks and a raider, right? Then like, okay, maybe in certain matchups, yes, the racks end up going in the raider to then do the whole combo with the vicious blades, right? Tank shock, vicious blades, grenades, right? Like, but it's not like something you should do all the time. Like, it's something that you do if you need to do it, but normally you're using the CP to like Wraith-like retreat, and you're using it for grenades, and you're using it for like a 4-up invul on your Void Raven Bomber, or your Ravager, or your Raider, right? You're using it to like move a transport, get out on charge. Like, you're using the CP for a whole bunch of stuff, and then sometimes you might be like, you know what, I need to like actually do some damage, so racks go in the Raider, and then go up and try and do damage with the Raider that way, right? But it's not like, it's good to have the option, but it's not something that I would like do every single time. Congratulations on making it to the end, sir. Always good to see you. Yeah, Charles, thank you so much, man. It means so much that you're hanging around, and nice to see you. I was actually going through like the Patreon stuff the other day. I was like, Charles. I was like, I wonder what Charles is up to. Because I was like looking at like seniority on like the people who've been supporting me for the longest, and you were like way up there, buddy. Like since the freaking beginning, man. Hemo and 10 racks and 2 5-man racks. Try without a transport. Thank you, sir. No problem. No problem. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. And last but not least, the last unit. Let's do this. All right, let's fucking go. Hello and welcome to another unit-by-unit video here on Skaredcast. This is a series I've been doing on every single unit in the Drukhari Index, so make sure that you check that out. If you haven't already, there's a whole playlist for it. And today we're going to be looking at the iconic Wyches, gladiatorial combatants of the dark arenas of the Dark City. Yeah, so very useful battle line unit in your games, usually accompanying someone like Lelith or a Succubus into combat, but they are very, very cool. So let's take a look at what makes them tick. 8-inch movement, toughness 3, 6-up save with a 6-up invulnerable save as well. But against melee close combat attacks, it's a 4-up invulnerable save. So important to note, in close combat against close combat attacks, they do get to a 4-up invul, which is kind of handy. They are 1 wound, leadership 6, and 2 OC. So very fragile, especially against shooting. Like, extremely fragile against shooting. Toughness 3 with a 6-up save does not survive very long. So if they get shot, they die. Just remember that with Wyches. They have very simple unit options. The Sergeant can have a blast pistol, which is a 6-inch gun, 1 shot, ballistic 3, strength 8, AP. Look at this, 4. So this is the only blast pistol that is AP 4. All the other blast pistols are AP 3. This one is a special blast pistol that's AP 4. D3 damage. And then, of course, you could take a splinter pistol. Well, all of them have splinter pistols, which are 12 inches, 1 shot, hits on 3s, strength 2 AP, 0, 1 damage. But they're anti-infantry, 3+, and they're assault pistols as well. So you can advance and shoot with Wyches with their little pistols if you need to. They are all equipped with a Hecatari blade. So 3 attacks per model, hits on 3s, strength 3 minus 1, 1 damage. So nothing crazy. Like, really, you need the Succubus in there to make them sustained, hits 1, or Lelith in there to make them strength 4 and then plus 1 AP to really make them kind of like do damage. And then, of course, in something like Skysplinter Assault, when they disembark from a transport, they get Lance, which then means that strength 3 or 4 is largely offset, and they can actually do even more damage that they did as well. And yes, this blast pistol is the only one that is AP4. I know, crazy to think, but it is the one blast pistol that's AP4 in the whole index. And they haven't eroded it yet. So they have power from pain as a faction rule. And, of course, you can give the sergeant a Phantasm Grenade Launcher to give the unit grenades. So make sure you do that, please. It's free. You get access to Grenade keyword, which is one of the best keywords in the game. And last but not least, their special rule is no escape. So each time an enemy unit that's not a monster vehicle within engagement range tries to fall back, they must take a Desperate Escape test. Very handy. It just kills models as they run away. It's very risky for your opponent. Sometimes you have to take that risk. So it's good to have it in your back pocket. If the enemy unit is battle shocked, they have to take the Desperate Escape at a -1, which means that they would die on 1s, 2s, and 3s. They need to roll a 4+ to stay alive. So really handy. Now, this is something that is a nuanced rule. It's not like overtly powerful, because if you run into something, like you have to survive to use it. So unless you killed enough or didn't die in return, like it's not going to come into play. If you run into something that can shoot you in close combat, like a vehicle or monster, or something that has pistols or something like that, like it's probably not going to come into play because they're going to shoot you and then you're just going to die that way as well. So just something to keep in mind. Witches are very niche and very unique, and they definitely have their role. Now, they come in units of 10. I like splitting them in Venoms to have multiple units of 5 because I think MSU is best. Their OC2 is highly useful to deny objectives and uncap points because 5 of them have OC10. And then, of course, with something like Skysplinter Assault, there's some really good strategy you can use with them, like Wraith-like Retreat to bounce them around the board, or something like Strike and Fade in the Realspace raid to be able to double move them to get onto objectives, or even advancing and charging with the Realspace raid strat, or getting them out of a transport that already moved to then Skyborne Assault. So then charge after you get out of a transport with the Skysplinter Assault. And there you have it. Witches. Iconic unit. They kind of hit like a wet noodle, to be honest. They don't really look like much. It's really the characters that go with them that are the killers, the Succubus, and the Lelith Hesperax specifically, at least in this current iteration of the index. But let me know. Usually I just run 1 unit of Witches, but do you think more than 1 unit is worthwhile? Like if you're taking multiple Succubuses, or have you tried a full Witch Cult list that might take advantage of the Skysplinter Assault Lance rules to try and make the Witches work better? But I'm curious to know what your thoughts are. Leave a comment in the description down below. Leave a like with the video if you liked it as well, and I hope you're enjoying all the other videos in the series. A huge shout out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel and enjoy my content, the best way is on Patreon. The link is in the description down below, and I will catch you on the next video. After all, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Darkkin. Bye, everybody. Okay, I just remembered I have one more data sheet to do, and then we're good. LFG. So you have another Drukhari unit review for me? Yes, sir, I do. I call these units Witches. Witches are tight. This one blast pistol is the one. Yes. Arimanius, yes. So sad they have all the cool close combat weapon options and no rules for any of them. Hopefully in the codex they like actually go through and go, oh yeah, let's make the net do something. Let's make the gauntlets do something. Like hopefully they flesh them out a little bit, right? Like that would be it'd be really nice. Go get some food. Oh no, Tantalus. That's right. That's right. Somebody's paying attention. Somebody's paying attention over here. Yeah, buddy. Okay, so if I go to studio mode, go here. Will this switch it from this one here? Oh, it did switch it to both. That makes me sad. Okay, well then I don't need the studio mode then. Let's see what we got here. Da-da-da-da-da. Ta-da. Ooh, looky. It is a Tantalus. It is a Tantalus. There we go. The Tantalus, because the Tantalus is so cool, and I love it. It's a Tantalus. Okay, let's dive into the Tantalus. One of my favorite units. It is so cool. Party boat! Oh yeah, don't forget the Reaper and the Raven. Oh wait. Yeah, I know, Derek. They've been legends. How the Tantalus doesn't go legends. Hopefully it doesn't either. A room with the Tantalus will not be moved. In fact, getting a plastic kit. Well, if they do, it is like a pretty cool kit to make a plastic kit. You know what I mean? Like, I'd buy a plastic one, even though I already own a resin one. Okay, let's dive into this, shall we? Okay. Hello and welcome to another unit by unit video here on Skaredcast. We've been going through all the Drukhari units, and today we're going through not the index unit, but the Imperial Armor unit, the Tantalus, which is by far one of the most iconic, cool-looking models in all of the land. It is a Forge World kit, and it is a transport and gunboat, and a charge monster extraordinaire. I absolutely love the Tantalus, and I'm really excited to talk about the Tantalus. And so let's dive in. We're going to talk about stat blocks, its rules, some cool tips and tricks, and get through this, and hopefully you learn a few things. Yeah, let's dive into it. So, the Tantalus is a vehicle. It is Deadly Demise D6, so it does explode pretty big. It does have Deep Strike and has Firing Deck 16. Why? Because it does have a unit capacity of 16 models. Drukhari infantry models can carry. Grotesques take up the space of 3, so you could actually have up to 8 Grotesques. 8 times 3? No. 5, 6, 5 Grotesques? 5 Grotesques. You have 5 Grotesques in there. Yeah. Sadly, not 6, but you gotta have 5. So pay for 6 and take 5. So why not? Other than that, it has a movement of 16. It's actually faster than Raiders and Venoms. It's 2 inches faster than a Raider and a Venom or a Ravager. Like, that's funny to me. It's as fast as a Reaver Jetbike. It's toughness 10, making it the toughest vehicle that we have. It has a 4-up save, which, don't forget, can get cover, so it goes up to a 3-up, with a 5-up invulnerable save, right? So it's the best invulnerable save on a vehicle we've had so far. It is 18 wounds, so it's pretty big. Has 6-up leadership and is OC 5, so it will take away your objectives. If it has 1 to 6 wounds remaining, it is damaged, so it's -1 to hit in shooting and in close combat. All in all, the Tantalus is a big, chunky transport, but it has guns. So what is it equipped with? It is equipped with 1 pulse disintegrator. I think it's only 1 pulse disintegrator. Yes, and it's scythe blades. So its pulse disintegrator is assault, so you can advance and shoot it. It's 36 inches. It's 12 shots that hits on 3s. Strength 10, AP 2 damage. So it's like a disintegrator cannon on steroids. It's double the strength, same AP, same damage, but it's 12 shots in 1 gun. Now, it used to be 2 guns that were 6 shots each. It combined into 1 gun that's 12 shots, so you can't split fire with it. So you have to focus its fire on one thing. Sure. It is strength 10 though, so it's really good against light vehicles and monsters. And AP2 is okay. AP2 is nothing to write home about. Now, in close combat though, it has the dire scythe blades. So 6 attacks in close combat hitting on 4s, which are strength 8, AP1, 2 damage, which means it can kill marines and kill stuff. It's strength 8, which is really cool. And AP1 can go to AP2 with a pain token and reroll all hit rolls. So it actually can kill stuff in close combat, which is kind of funny. Considering you're paying over 200 points for this unit, it's kind of neat that it does shooting and combat and transport well. It does have power from pain, of course, and it has a special rule called Scything Charge. So Scything Charge is each time this model ends a charge move, select 1 enemy unit within engagement range and roll a d6. On a 2 to 3, that enemy unit takes d3 mortal wounds. On a 4 to 5, that enemy unit just takes straight 3 mortal wounds. And on a 6, that unit takes d3 plus 3 mortal wounds. So it does mortal wounds on the charge. Considering its toughness 10, it's also a great candidate for tank shocking. And because it has fire, it has 16 models that can be inside. It's also a fantastic target for Vicious Blades. So the Tantalus itself, right, is one of the best units for that super combo that we talked way back when we talked about Raiders, where you can grenade something to do mortals, then you can tank shock it to do mortals, then it does the scything charge to do mortals, and then it does vicious blades after it attacked to do mortals. So the Tantalus itself can do a lot of mortal damage, right? So something to keep in mind. It also shoots well, it has deep strike, it's massive, so it's just hard to maneuver around a board. That's the hardest part with the Tantalus, is it has a big scythed butt. Like, it's just very wide. And so moving it around the table can be a little bit of an issue, especially on certain tables like WTC tile formats, or other formats that can be a little bit more congested. It's a little bit more forgiving in player place terrain formats or in Games Workshop formats, especially in some of the maps where you can actually fly through things and fly over stuff. And there's things that you can kind of do to make sure you can maneuver this giant, like, big vehicle. It's also extremely vulnerable to, like, heavy anti-tank fire, like railguns or volcano lances or things like that, because it's still a Drukhari transport vehicle and it will still die. However, one of the coolest, most iconic units in the game, and I love it. I have run lists with 3 of them. I'm currently developing a list with 2 of them that I'm going to be using for a little bit in the season, so just watch out for that. It's going to be a double court, double Tantalus style build. I'm really looking forward to trying it out, so make sure you stay tuned to videos on that. But let me know what you think. Is the Tantalus worth its point cost? Is it worth trying out? Have you tried one before? Have you filled it with models? You can kind of do crazy things like the Raider thing that we talked about, which is like you grab 2 units of Kabalites and split them with Venoms and put all the guns in a Raider. You can actually do this with 3 units of Kabalites. So you get 30 Kabalites and 3 Venoms, and you split all the Kabalites, and then put all the Kabalite guns inside the Tantalus. And then 1 pain token will empower the Tantalus, and then 3 Dark Lance, 3 Blasters, 3 Splinter Cannons, 3 Shredders. Oh, it don't matter about the Shredders, and 3 Blast Pistols. Is it worth it? I don't know. I'll let you be the judges of that. But let me know with a comment down below about the beloved Tantalus. And, of course, if you like this video, leave me a like. Make sure you check the other videos out in the playlist. And a huge shout-out to the channel Patreons, without whom none of this is possible. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way is on Patreon. The link is in the description below, where you can search for Skaredcast on Patreon. Other than that, I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Bye, everybody. Bum, bum, bum. Oh my gosh, okay. Firing deck, yes. Vect would be cool. Still have my converted Baron. Yep, all the characters were so cool. I run Inari, so Vect isn't big for me. Yep, makes sense. Never mind the poor ancient Phoenix Lords. Yep. 18 moves in combat, let's go, says Lane. Yeah, absolutely. Swooping Hawks, Warp Spiders, Fire Dragons. Still the same sculpts when I started the game like 35 years ago. Yep, that's true. Spiders and Hawks are criminally aged at this point. Dragons at least look cool. Yep, they do. Fire Dragons got an update back and forth. They did. They did get an update. Jack says, whoa, still live. Respect, man. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I know, still live. We're just about to finish. It's been 5 hours and 35 minutes and going. I'm going to say goodnight soon, but I just wanted to kind of go through all the last little comments here. If the Tantalus shoots a blast pistol via firing deck, it can't shoot the rest, right? A vehicle that shoots a pistol can shoot all the pistols. So vehicles and monsters can shoot pistol weapons and still shoot everything else. I'm pretty sure there's a rule in pistols about that. Harlequins are modern. Yeah, congrats, you made it. I did. I made it. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, Lord. Nerdbane, thanks, Miles. Thanks, Harborn. Thanks, Justin. I hope you all learned a lot. Thanks, Miles. Thanks, everybody who hung out. You're all amazing. Thank you so much. Make sure you share the video to your friends. Post it on social media. Let's get people watching this. I really appreciate it. You're all awesome. And with that, I'll do it one last time because this is the real finish time for this. Thanks all for watching. I've been Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The Dark Kin. Nailed it. Bye, everybody.